Chapter 666. The Great Yin Army's lake camp was quite a distance away from the quartermaster hall. However, Jiang Xi did not feel pressured at all. He flew leisurely for 7 days before he arrived at the quartermaster hall. When he saw the towering and ancient hall, Jiang Xi was filled with anticipation. According to the rules, I'm qualified to exchange for treasures in the quartermaster hall before and after I accept a mission. However, once I accept a mission, I won't be qualified to exchange for treasures before I complete the mission. Jiang Xi recalled the military rules he had read before he stepped into the hall. Swoosh! Time and space instantly changed. It was as though he had entered another world. This was a vast and real world. Many warriors were scattered around. There was a golden figure in front of each of them. Turning the void into reality? Jiang Xi was shocked. He immediately understood this was the eternal space-time created by the eternal paragon of the army. The quartermaster hall was the entrance to this eternal space-time. It's similar to the sky-span mountain and river painting. However, the world inside the sky-span mountain and river painting is illusory while this is real. Jiang Xi made a comparison. Swoosh! At this moment, a golden figure materialized out of thin air and descended before Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi's expression was calm. He studied the golden figure before him, but he could not see it clearly. Warrior of the Great Yin Army, you're on a mission. You're not qualified to exchange for anything in the quartermaster hall, the golden figure said. I've completed my mission. Jiang Xi waved his arm. Boom! In an instant, huge corpses of Tao Lord-level beasts appeared out of thin air. They piled up into a mountain of corpses that spanned 1,000,000 kilometers and was at least 10 million kilometers tall. Such a huge commotion startled the other warriors in the distance, and they all looked at riverward in shock. They had never seen anyone submit a mission in such a manner. Whiz! The golden figure's eyes shone with golden light that shrouded the terrifying mountain of corpses. Then, he nodded slightly. Indeed, these are Tao Lord-level beasts from Sangning Mountain Range. There are 168,541 corpses in total. That's equivalent to 168,541 military merits. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. He could tell if they were from Sangning Mountain Range with a simple inspection. It seemed that the army had a strong control over the entire Dream Origin realm. State your request. The golden figure looked at Jiang Xi. You can use these military credits to exchange for inheritances, supreme treasures, eternal fragments, and other treasures on the list. This is the list. The golden figure waved his hand again. 3 scrolls appeared in midair. After they were unfolded, dense information appeared on them. With a sweep of his gaze, Riverward saw many tempting inheritances and treasures. On the first scroll, the secret technique Blood Kingdom can increase one's strength by 40 times. It requires 1,000,000 military credits? Jiang Xi was very surprised. Not only was he surprised by the 1,000,000 military credits required, but he was also surprised by the multiplier. This was almost half the effect of the first stage of the 8 Clouds legacy. Of course, this kind of inheritance could only be exchanged for by warriors from special armies. Ordinary armies were not qualified. In addition, there were many other cheap inheritances, such as 5,000 military merits, 10,000 military merits, and so on. However, Jiang Xi didn't care about these at all. On the second scroll, 7th level Supreme Treasures, the lowest is 10,000 military merits, the highest is 100,000 military merits. The most expensive is the Primordial Spirit type. 8th level Supreme Treasures, the lowest is 100,000 military merits, the highest is 1,000,000 military merits. It can only be exchanged for by special armies. 9th level Supreme Treasures, the lowest is 1,000,000 military merits, the highest is 10,000,000 military merits. It can only be exchanged for by special armies. Jiang Xi looked at them one by one and felt that it was crazy. 8th level and 9th level Supreme Treasures were clearly marked. However, at the back of these 2 treasures, there was a restriction that only special armies could exchange for them. He continued to read on expectantly. Eternal Supreme Treasures, the lowest is 100 million military merits. It can only be exchanged for by elites. Immortal General Supreme Treasures, the lowest is 1 billion military merits. It can only be exchanged for by elites. Phew! Jiang Xi took a deep breath. Sure enough, there were 10th level and 11th level Supreme Treasures in this world, which were Eternal Supreme Treasures and Immortal General Supreme Treasures. However, what kind of existence was the elite? Jiang Xi was puzzled. This was the first time he heard of this term in the Dream Origin realm. I want to know more about the elite. Jiang Xi looked at the golden figure in front of him. 10,000 military merits, the golden figure said. Fuck! Jiang Xi stared at him. So ruthless. The disaster level mission of the third squad required only 10,000 military merits. It seemed that this was really important information. Change it! Jiang Xi did not hesitate. Whoosh! The golden figure waved his hand and a scroll appeared in front of Jiang Xi. There were shining runes on it, recording secret information. Elite! Jiang Xi looked at it seriously, and soon understood the meaning of this term. If the Tao Lords, Celestial Masters, and Eternal Supremes in the Dream Origin realm were outstanding enough to reach the limit of each level, they were qualified to enter the elite of each level. Of course, they were only qualified. This was a kind of honor and also represented status. Once they entered the elite, their status in the Dream Origin realm would be elevated to a higher level. For example, Celestial Masters in the elite were comparable to Eternal Supremes in status. And Eternal Supremes in the elite were comparable to Chaos Origin Immortal Generals in the 4 armies. However, the conditions to enter the elite were very strict. The lower the level, the higher the difficulty. For countless years, there were only a few experts who could enter the elite. For example, Celestial Masters. Since His Majesty the Deity King disappeared, no Celestial Masters could enter the elite. As for the more difficult Tao Lord level, since the Dream Origin realm was created, not a single Tao Lord could become an elite. However, despite the high difficulty and harsh conditions, every 10,000 years, many warriors in the Shield Mountain Army, White Flame Army, Styx River Army, and Green Wind Army would try their best to enter the elite. Jiang Xi finished reading and frowned. Trying to enter the elite, could it be? He looked at the golden figure in front of him and asked, Is there a mission to enter the elite? Yes, the golden figure said. What mission? Jiang Xi asked. If possible, he would like to give it a try for the Eternal Supremes and Immortal General Supremes. If he really entered the elite, he would be qualified to exchange for them. As for the difficulty, Jiang Xi was confident in himself. After all, he was 8 Clouds' inheritor, and had a godly king's inheritance. Warrior of the Great Yen Army, you're a Tao Lord. If you want to enter the elite, there are 2 paths. The golden figure continued. Riverward hurriedly listened carefully. The first path has 2 conditions. As long as you meet them, the 4 great generals will come and verify it. Once you pass, you'll enter the elite. First, you must reach the limit of a Tao Lord. This limit includes your body, nascent divinity, and grotto heaven world, the golden figure said. Jiang Xi nodded. He had met this condition, especially the grotto heaven world. The limit of a Tao Lord's grotto heaven world was 10 billion light-years in diameter. He had reached it with the help of the Eternal Shard. The Dream Origin realm also had grotto heaven worlds and universes. However, their grotto heaven worlds and universes were in the origin of the Dream Origin realm. Although they existed, they could not enter them. The second is to deduce the Heavenly King chart. You must deduce all 36,000 transformations of the Heavenly King chart within 30,000 years. If you meet these 2 conditions, you'll enter the elite. Moreover, you'll have many privileges in the Dream Origin realm. Your status will be higher than ordinary elites. You'll be on par with the 4 great generals, the golden figure said in one breath. Riverward's eyes widened when he heard this. He was truly stunned. The first thing that shocked him was that the Dream Origin realm knew about the Heavenly King chart. This meant that this place was related to the primordial realm. The second thing that shocked him was that the condition was too crazy. Deduce all 36,000 transformations of the Heavenly King chart within 30,000 years? When he received 8 Clouds' inheritance, he only managed to deduce close to 20,000 transformations. The further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to deduce the Heavenly King chart. The time required would also increase by leaps and bounds. Even now, Jiang Xi was not confident that he could deduce all 36,000 transformations in 30,000 years through the experience panel. Who set this condition? Jiang Xi could not help but ask. The great deity king said it himself. The golden figure said. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. Through this, he had a vague intuition the deity king of the dream origin realm seemed to be stronger than the 8 Clouds deity king who left behind 8 Clouds inheritance. In other words, he was even crazier. At the same time, he also understood that it was impossible for him to enter the elite ranks through this path. Didn't you say that there were 2 paths? Jiang Xi asked again. The deity king knew that the first path was too difficult. Therefore, he left behind the second path, which is relatively easier. The golden figure said coldly. The second path is the elite mission. Any Tao Lord warrior can apply for it. When the mission starts, you'll know the content of the mission and complete it. Once you complete it, you'll also enter the elite ranks. However, the treatment and status you'll receive will be slightly worse than the first path. Elite mission. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. He could understand this. The army of the dream origin realm was a competition and selection method to raise venomous insects. The selection process was to train and select the best warriors through missions of various difficulty levels. It was the same for the elite missions. What's the mortality rate? Jiang Xi asked. The elite missions are held once every 10,000 years. The golden figure replied. As long as the Tao Lord warriors of the 4 great armies apply for this mission, they'll complete it together. Under normal circumstances, the mortality rate is about 90%. The remaining 10% can barely survive, but that's all. Up until now, no Tao Lord warrior has ever completed the elite missions. Jiang Xi was speechless. The second path was also difficult. Even if the last 10% could survive, they would still be considered failures. What's the mission content? Jiang Xi asked again. Warrior of the Great Yan Army, you only need to apply for the mission. When the next elite mission starts, you'll know the mission content. The golden figure said. A reminder. You've just joined the army. You should train and improve your strength. It's best if you can go through several reincarnation-level missions. It won't be too late to accept the elite missions after that. Jiang Xi nodded. Then, he looked at the third exchange scroll. There were only simple words on it. Eternal Shard, 100 military points per shard, only available for exchange in special armies. Jiang Xi had already known about the Eternal Shards. To him, 100 military points per shard was not as cost-effective as exchanging for supreme treasures. After exchanging 10,000 military points for the information about the elite missions, he still had 158,541 military points left. In other words, he could only exchange for 1,585 eternal shards at most. If this were in the past, Jiang Xi would have been tempted. However, after returning from the Tsangming mountain range, he had obtained more than 90,000 eternal EXP. In the end, Jiang Xi chose to exchange for 15 of the cheapest Tier 7 supreme treasures. Naturally, his goal was to improve the grade of the Killer Shadow Sword. At the lake camp of the Great Yan Army, on the island that belonged to Jiang Xi, an 8-hoofed beast was hovering in the air, looking anxiously into the distance. It was anxiously waiting. Why isn't he back yet? It'll take him half a month to go to the Quartermaster Hall. It's almost been a month. Shanhai, please don't exchange all my corpses for military points. My life is in your hands now. I have many treasures with me. I'm willing to give them all to survive. Tu Itachi kept muttering to himself. He was anxious and worried. Suddenly his eyes brightened when he saw a figure in the distance. Shanhai. Tu Itachi teleported over enthusiastically. Don't worry. Let's go down and talk. Jiang Xi smiled. All right. Tu Itachi hastily nodded. Jiang Xi flew to the island below. Tu Itachi hastily followed him. This island is well decorated. Tu Itachi looked around. Everything looks natural. It looks simple, but if you look at it carefully, there's a special charm to it. This was set up by the previous warriors. I'm lazy, so nothing has changed. Jiang Xi sat down on a chair in front of the stone house. Tu Itachi was stunned for a moment, then quickly smiled. Yes. You're right. We warriors should focus on cultivating. The external environment is not important. Jiang Xi looked at him with a faint smile. All right, stop flattering me. I can tell you don't know how to do it. Tu Itachi looked embarrassed. He was the child of Scarlet Swallow Wilderness Lord. He had never had the experience of flattering others before. I'll keep your share for you. 10,000 Dalord level beast corpses. Jiang Xi smiled. 10,000. Tu Itachi hesitated. Too little? Jiang Xi raised his eyebrows. Enough. Tu Itachi's expression was a little uncomfortable. He had collected more than 3,000 corpses himself. However, he understood what Jiang Xi meant. In one word, he was going to be ripped off. If he wanted to trade, he had to take all 10,000 corpses. Otherwise, he could forget about getting a single one. Straightforward. However, whether you can get them depends on your performance. Jiang Xi nodded. What good treasures do you have? Take them out. Tu Itachi was very straightforward. He waved his hand. Shanhai, look! Hua! On the empty ground beside him, an armor treasure covered in blood-red scales appeared out of thin air. It emitted a thick bloody aura. Chapter 667. Tu Shi brought out an armor treasure that was covered in blood-red scales. At the same time, he said, This is the grade 7 armor treasure I wore before I joined the army. It's slightly better than the standard armor of the Great Yen army. As he spoke, he observed Jiang Xi's expression. However, Jiang Xi's expression did not change at all. He was calm. When Tu Itachi saw this, he was not surprised. Normally, the corpses were worthless. However, these 10,000 corpses represented a chance of survival. It was impossible for him to exchange a 7th-tier defensive treasure for his life. This is a grade 7 flying treasure that my brother gave me when I left the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness. Tu Itachi gritted his teeth. Clearly, this treasure was very valuable. Swoosh! An ancient golden flying boat landed at the side. Jiang Xi only glanced at it. His expression did not change. When Tu Itachi saw Jiang Xi's reaction, he immediately became anxious and hurriedly reminded him. This is a very special grade 7 flying treasure. It has the special ability to tear through space. It can break through the space-time shackles of a 3-step heavenly venerable. Its true value surpasses many grade 8 treasures. Jiang Xi was expressionless, but he muttered inwardly, as I expected, this eternal second generation must have something good on him since he was allowed to roam the world. In terms of value, this grade 7 flying boat is worth more than the grade 7 treasures I have. However, I still have to suppress it a little. This is definitely not his limit. When Tu Itachi saw Jiang Xi's silence, he became even more anxious. These are the treasures I collected in the Tsangning mountain range. They're all here. He waved his hand again, and thousands of treasures below grade 7 appeared beside him. Jiang Xi shook his head. Not enough. He did not believe that the child of an eternal Grand Supreme would only have so few treasures. Even if he was not valued, he was still an eternal second generation. Tu Itachi's expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Shanhai, when I came out, I did bring a very valuable treasure with me. I can give this treasure to you, but you have to return the flying boat to me. Jiang Xi smiled. Since Tu Itachi dared to say that, this treasure must be more valuable than the flying boat. Show it to me. A moment later, the transaction was completed. Shanghai, I won't disturb you any longer. Tu Itachi left with the 10,000 corpses. He was not dissatisfied. Although he had paid a huge price, he had kept his life. It was nothing to lose the treasures. As long as he was alive, he could find some time to return to the great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness and retrieve some treasures. Riverward looked into the distance, and could not help but shake his head and sigh. As expected of Wilderness Lord Scarlet Swallow's child. The treasures on a Tao Lord like him are comparable to many factions in Chaos Sea. In this transaction, he only had Shanghai's treasures heavenly venerable one time. Shanghai, 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 hi, 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 Shanghai, hi, Shanghai was Shanks was Shanghai, hi, hi, Shanghai. The supreme treasures on him were either too powerful, such as the sky-reaching tower, the 8 clouds pavilion, and the 7-layer mountain. Either that, or they were all level 7 and below, but there was no level 8 supreme treasure. 8th stage supreme treasure, purple striped golden wings. It's a special flying supreme treasure. It's best for flying and dodging in close combat. If it's exchanged in the military supply hall, it'll probably cost 1,000,000 military credits. Jiang Xi looked at the pair of golden wings in his hand. There were many purple patterns on them, which looked very mysterious. Although Heavenly Tower's speed is fast, in close combat, Heavenly Tower's speed is useless. With these purple patterned golden wings, I will be more agile in battle in the future, and my strength will also increase. Next, Jiang Xi began a long period of cultivation. During this trip to the Tsangning mountain range, he had obtained a large amount of eternal experience points and a large number of treasures. He could use this opportunity to improve himself. Time flew. On the 8,400th year since Jiang Xi came to Dream Origin Realm, Tuji quietly came to Jiang Xi's island. Shanghai, did you know? Captain and the others are back. Tuji seemed to be gloating. Oh? How was it? Jiang Xi was surprised. After so many years, he had almost forgotten about the group of warriors who were still working hard in the Tsangning mountain range. How could it be? Of course it's tragic. Tuji laughed. Half of the 3 groups died. Even Quan Zhu died. Quan Zhu died. Jiang Xi was even more surprised. Quan Zhu was the leader of the 3rd group of beasts. It shouldn't be difficult for him to gather 10,000 military credits, right? Who knows? It's said that the 3 groups fought fiercely. Tuji sighed. A disaster-level mission shouldn't have caused so many deaths. It seems that the captain was too ruthless and forced Quan Zhu and Qing Wan to go crazy. After a big battle, Quan Zhu died, and Qing Wan survived. However, the captain also suffered heavy losses. It's said that his foundation was damaged. Even if he survives this time, he'll probably die in the next mission if he's not careful. Tuji had no sympathy for the miserable state of the 3rd group. Instead, he hated the old warriors. Jiang Xi, on the other hand, had the mentality of a bystander. He neither sympathized nor hated them. You can do whatever you want. I'm just a passerby. I hope you'll still be alive when I leave the Dream Origin Realm. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. During this period of quiet cultivation, he had applied for an elite mission from the military supply hall. The death rate of this mission was 90%. Any Tao Lord in the Dream Origin Realm would be afraid and would consider it. Jiang Xi was very confident. Although he was still a Tao Lord, he was already a 3rd stage celestial master. In the long history of the Dream Origin Realm, no Tao Lord could achieve such a leap in strength. Moreover, his strength was not achieved with the help of any treasure. It was his own strength. He looked at the experience panel, cultivation, true body, universe Tao Lord, 900 yuan/900 yuan, doppelganger, universe Tao Lord, 900 yuan/900 yuan, Tao technique, sword Tao origin, 10,000 yuan/10, 000 yuan, 5 elements origin, 10,000 yuan/10, 000 yuan, life origin, 10,000 yuan/10. 000 yuan. Secret technique. Mountain Sea Sword Scripture. Heavenly Tao Scroll. 10,000 yuan/10. 000 yuan. 8 lives. 2,586 yuan/30,000 yuan for the third level. Cloud Annihilation. 3,027 yuan/30,000 yuan for the third level. Cultivation Technique. Purple Cloud Sword Scripture Deduction. 1 million experience points per time conversion. 1 eternal experience point equals 1 trillion experience points. 1 eternal fragment equals 1 eternal experience point. 1,841 trillion eternal experience point. 29202 yuan. The panel had changed a lot. Jiang Xi had successfully deduced 3 origins in the past 8,000 years. He had used the experience points to upgrade all 3 origins to the perfect realm. With such a realm, he could break through to the Celestial Master level at any time. However, he did not choose to break through immediately as he was waiting for the elite mission. In addition, Jiang Xi had upgraded the 2 ultimate skills of the 8 Clouds Legacy to the 3rd level. He might be able to reach the 4th level in a few thousand or 10,000 years. 8 lives, Cloud Annihilation. These 2 ultimate skills target the body and the primordial spirit respectively. Even though I have just entered the 3rd level, the strength of my body has reached the level of a level 8 ultimate treasure, and the strength of my primordial spirit is comparable to that of a 3rd step celestial master. With such a foundation, Jiang Xi believed that he could kill a 1st step celestial master with 1 punch even if he was barehanded. With such strength, there was no need to fear the elite mission. Time continued to pass. The first 10,000 years of Jiang Xi's stay in the Dream Origin Realm passed quickly. Primordial Realm, Chaos Sea, Myriad World Ruins. This huge abyss with a diameter of more than 300 million light-years was still filled with the energy of the fusion of wind and fire. Since the experts of various forces who were wandering in the Myriad World Ruins were drawn into the mysterious Dream Origin Realm 10,000 years ago, this place had become the most lively place in the entire Chaos Sea. There were almost 100 forces in the Chaos Sea, and almost all of them had sent their experts into the Dream Origin Realm. At the same time, some of them were stationed at the edge of the Myriad World Ruins, paying attention to everything that was happening here. Swoosh! Swoosh! From time to time, rays of colorful light would streak across the void and fly into the energy of the fusion of wind and fire. Entering the Dream Origin Realm at this moment, a quaint 8-story pavilion flew over. The forces stationed here immediately recognized that it was the core of the inheritance in the 8 Cloud Ruins, the 8 Cloud Pavilion. It's the Mountain Sea Tao Lord! I heard that the Mountain Sea Tao Lord is wandering in the Dream Origin Realm. Is it his doppelganger who is controlling this treasure? Although the Mountain Sea Tao Lord is a Tao Lord, he is known as the Invincible Celestial Master. Regardless of whether it's his doppelganger or his doppelganger, we can't provoke him. The forces did not act rashly and allowed the 8 Cloud Pavilion to stop at the edge of the Myriad World Ruins. At this moment, in one of the spaces in the 8 Cloud Pavilion, the Dream Origin Realm is full of danger. After you follow me in, I will bring you directly to the camp of the White Flame Army. Then, you will participate in the army selection. You all know the danger of joining the army, so I don't need to say more. After that, everything depends on you. Jiang Xi's doppelganger looked at the experts in front of him. Of course. Mountain Sea Tao Lord, sorry to trouble you. The Tao Lords spoke one after another. Jiang Xi just nodded. The 8 Cloud Pavilion carried the 8 Cloud inheritance. Its value could not be measured simply by the grade of the supreme treasure. Of course, he could not bring it into the Dream Origin Realm and had left it in the 4th universe. Now, as his strength increased, both his doppelganger and his doppelganger were not afraid of any experts in the Chaos Sea. Naturally, he could bring the 8 Cloud Pavilion out boldly. After a while, whoosh! A 9-story tower emerged from the energy of the fusion of wind and fire and stopped in front of the 8 Cloud Pavilion. It was the Heaven Connecting Tower. Let's go! Jiang Xi ordered. Immediately, the Tao Lords in the human camp left the 8-cloud pavilion and entered the heaven-connecting tower. Only Jiangxi's doppelganger and Tao Lord 9 Clouds were left in the 8-cloud pavilion. Jiangxi, the 48 Tao Lords in the Dream Origin realm this time are all Tao Lords of other races from the human camp. After all, they are not humans. You just have to lead the way for them from the beginning. As for the future, don't worry too much. You still have to take care of yourself. Tao Lord 9 Clouds reminded. I understand. Jiangxi smiled. At the same time, the heaven-connecting tower did not stop. Jiangxi's true body led the Tao Lords into the myriad world's ruins again. Not far away, in a pitch-black flying ship, there was a Tao Lord in the form of a strange beast. After seeing this scene, its eyes flashed and it immediately followed into the myriad world's ruins. Sovereign ordered me to wait for the experts of the human camp in the 4th universe. I really did wait. And as Sovereign expected, the Mountain Sea Tao Lord will definitely come out to receive the experts of the human camp. They are too loyal. In this case, as long as I follow closely, I will know the location of the Mountain Sea Tao Lord in the Dream Origin realm. This Tao Lord strange beast came from the Great Sky Sacred Ground. It looked completely different from the Great Sky race, so very few forces knew that it was an expert of the Great Sky Sacred Ground. Because they were hunted by Jiangxi previously, the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Ground no longer dared to appear in the Chaos Sea openly. They could only let this Tao Lord strange beast monitor the myriad world's ruins. Soon, the black flying ship was sucked into the Dream Origin realm almost at the same time as the heaven-connecting tower. However, I lost him. The Tao Lord strange beast in the black flying ship saw the heaven-connecting tower teleport away as soon as it entered. It could no longer follow. Although I lost him, this location belongs to the White Flame Army of the Dream Origin realm. Obviously, the Mountain Sea Tao Lord has most likely joined the White Flame Army. Tao Monarch Exotic Beast hurriedly informed the Great Sky Holy Land of this news through his clone. After the experts of the various forces of the Chaos Sea entered the Dream Origin realm, they were like a drop of water entering the vast ocean. They did not cause any commotion at all. After Jiangxi brought the Tao Lords of the other races to the White Flame Army, he did not ask any more questions and continued his cultivation. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. The White Flame Army's camp, the Great Yen Army's lake camp. Mountain Sea, Mountain Sea. A voice came from outside. Jiangxi walked out of the stone house and looked up at the sky. He saw the 8-hooved ferocious beast, Tu Weasel, flying rapidly to his island. Mountain Sea, the other warriors are preparing to go on a new mission, Tu Weasel said hurriedly. There are also the 8 new recruits from the past 10,000 years. They will be participating in the mission as well. Let's hurry up and go. Although Jiangxi had ruthlessly slaughtered him previously, Tu Weasel was still willing to team up with Jiangxi. This was because he knew that he could survive by following Jiangxi. 8 new recruits? This number surprised Jiangxi. The army had a mission period every 10,000 years. The new recruits who joined would have to wait until the mission period began before they would be able to participate in their first mission. However, the Great Yen Army was huge. The 3rd squad he was in only had 8 new recruits. It was obvious that they had more recruits than the Great Yen Army. The Great Yen Army will be assigned many warriors every 10,000 years. Because our squad suffered too many losses in the previous disaster-level mission, the higher-ups mainly replenished our squad. Tu Weasel explained. I see. Jiangxi nodded. However, Tu Weasel, I have to tell you in advance that I won't be going with you this time. You won't be going with us? Tu Weasel was puzzled. However, he was not worried. After the disaster-level mission, they would not receive any difficult missions for a long time. I have something to do. Jiangxi did not explain too much. In the Dream Origin realm, participating in an elite mission was something to brag about. However, it was not necessary for him. Chapter 668. Just like last time, they gathered at the Island of Legacy before the mission began. This time, Leader Ingji's team was hostile to Jiangxi. Qing Wan's team was friendly, and their intention to rope him in was obvious. Such an obvious difference in treatment made the 8 new recruits curious about Jiang Xi. Recruits, let me remind you. After Riverward arrived at the basic inheritance island, he directly ignored the group of old warriors who had attracted Xi. Instead, he said to the new recruits, Qing Wan is not bad. You can follow her. As for the captain, if you don't want to die, don't follow him. The 8 new recruits were stunned. Mountain Sea! Yinji shouted coldly with an ugly expression. Did I say something wrong? Jiang Xi looked at him indifferently. All the warriors in the 3rd squad could feel the conflict between Jiang Xi and their leader. The new recruits didn't know what was going on, but the old warriors knew. Last time at the Tsungning Mountains, leader Yinji was greedy for Shanhai's military merits. After a round of encirclement, it ended in failure. The conflict between the 2 parties was thus settled. Accept the military mission! Yinji didn't dare to fight with Jiang Xi in the end. He had seen Jiang Xi's strength, and his foundation was damaged. Naturally, he didn't want to go against Jiang Xi. He was even a little afraid. The 3rd squad spent almost a day shuttling through the military camp and finally arrived at the Black Mission Hall. Boom! A beam of light enveloped all the warriors in the 3rd squad. The other warriors all received simple missions, but Jiang Xi received an elite mission. The Valley of the Divine King? The place where His Majesty the Divine King lived? Jiang Xi was surprised. The location of the elite mission is there. Mission location: the Valley of the Divine King. Mission details: the Great Divine King left a verdant cloud building in the Valley of the Divine King. The building is 9 floors high. The mission objective is to enter the verdant cloud building and climb the floors. Mission rewards: 1. Leave the verdant cloud building alive and you will receive 100,000 military merits. 2. Reach the 9th floor and you will enter the elite team and enjoy endless benefits. Mission punishment: none. Important reminder: so far, only His Majesty the Deity King has entered the 9th floor of the verdant cloud building. The participants of this mission are all top-notch Dalord warriors from the 4 armies of the Dream Origin realm. The death rate is 90% on average. Please be careful. Verdant Cloud Brothel? Jiang Xi wasn't concerned about the death rate. He was familiar with the name Verdant Cloud. A long time ago, when he was still in the nascent Soul Realm, he had participated in the 9 Realms Genius Tournament of the Tao Alliance. Besides, this Qingyun Road was very similar to the Lingwan Road in the Yaoqi Cave on Earth. That was why he had such a deep impression of him. Of course, this thought only flashed through Jiang Xi's mind, and he didn't think too much about it. After all, in this vast world, there were too many situations with similar names. For example, the name Shanhai could be found in hundreds and thousands of White Flame Army soldiers. Jiang Xi turned his attention back to the mission. Challenging the Verdant Cloud Pavilion might seem simple, but there's no punishment even if you fail. But in fact, an average death rate of 90% is the scariest punishment. Obviously, there was no punishment worse than death. Every Tao Lord warrior who took on an elite mission knew about this death rate. They would definitely prepare many life-saving items in advance. However, there were still so many deaths. One could imagine how dangerous and difficult it was. I can't be careless. Although I still have a clone, even if my main body dies, I won't completely die. However, I still have many important Dharma treasures like the Heavenly Tower and the Sevenfold Mountain. If I lose them all in the Dream Origin realm, it will definitely be a great loss. Jiang Xi thought. This mission is very simple. Captain Yinji's voice came from the side. As long as you recruits don't mess around, you can easily pass this mission. Last time, it was a disaster-level mission. We followed our captain and survived. You 8 recruits, hurry up and come over. We are willing to accept you. Hurry up and come over. Yinji and the warriors under his command all opened their mouths and shouted. Follow you? Even if we don't die this time, we will die in the future. Qing Wan said coldly. She stared at Yinji's subordinates and sneered. Haven't you suffered enough? Last time, if Quan Zhu and I didn't join forces and force our captain to abandon you, do you think you can survive? The faces of Yin Ji and his subordinates turned ugly. The 8 recruits also hesitated. I am willing to go with Qingluan and the others, 2 Itachi shouted. Jiang Xi, who was studying the elite mission, also turned to look. There were only 2 groups left in the 3rd squad. The captain's group and Qingluan's group. Now that 2 Itachi had joined Qingluan's group, only the 8 recruits were still hesitating. At this moment, the recruits looked at Jiang Xi. They all felt that the senior warriors of the 3rd squad, be it the captain or Qingluan, were somewhat afraid of Jiang Xi. Go with Qingluan and the others. At least, Qingluan won't abandon you at a critical moment because she doesn't have the strength to travel alone. Jiang Xi smiled. As soon as he said this, one of the 8 recruits who were originally hesitating walked directly towards Qingluan. With someone taking the lead, the other recruits followed one after another. Because they also felt that this senior warrior, Shanhai, with a special status, made a lot of sense. In terms of strength, Qingluan was not as strong as the captain, and she relied more on her subordinates. Shanhai! You want to be enemies with the captain? Shanhai! Captain Yinji's subordinates were furious. Yinji didn't speak, only using his eyes to stare at Jiang Xi. Enemies with your captain? Jiang Xi looked at Yinji and chuckled. Is he worthy? The warriors instantly glared, and Yinji's expression turned ugly. Shanhai! I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. 2 Itachi, Qingluan, let's go. Jiang Xi smiled and greeted 2 Itachi and Qingluan. Then, he directly walked towards the spatial whirlpool beside the Black Mission Hall. Let's go! Let's go! 2 Itachi, Qingluan, and the other warriors also flew into the spatial whirlpool. The captain and his subordinates were left behind with gloomy faces. Captain, are we just going to let Shanhai go? Captain, there are less than 10 warriors on our side now, and Qingluan has more warriors. If Shanhai makes trouble again, your prestige will be gone. You can't just let him go. Captain. The old warriors all looked at the captain. Yinji's eyelids twitched, and he really wanted to slap this group of subordinates to death. Go against Shanhai? He wouldn't even know how he died. Last time in the Tsangming mountain range, only he had fought with Shanhai, and he knew Shanhai's strength. He was far from being Shanhai's opponent. Ignore him for now, Yinji said coldly. Whoosh! He led the way into the spatial whirlpool, and the other warriors looked at each other, confused. Why would the proud captain be so soft on Shanhai? Was the captain really afraid of Shanhai? Many thoughts appeared in the minds of the old warriors. In an area outside the White Flame Army camp, a large number of spatial whirlpools were gathered here. Whoosh! 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 Batches of warriors appeared from those spatial whirlpools one after another, and then they left on various flying boats and supreme treasures. An 8-armed Dullord was standing atop an ancient tree not too far away from this region, staring intently at the spatial vortices. There are so many people going out on missions. The 8-armed Tao Lord sent a voice transmission. Say, how long do you think we have to keep watching like this? On another tree not far away, there was a warrior in gray armor. He smiled and transmitted his voice. The army has a mission period every 10,000 years. Now that the new mission period has just begun, many small teams have begun to go out and carry out missions. Now is the craziest time of the year. If that Mountain Sea Tao Lord Jiang Xi wants to leave the camp, it's very likely that he will go out at this time. The Supremes asked the 10 of us to watch the exit of the White Flame Army camp. After 100 years, when the next batch of experts from the Sacred Land arrives, we can go out on missions. At this moment, the 10 Tao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land were watching the exit of the camp. At this stage, it was the peak period for warriors to leave the camp. The probability of Jiang Xi appearing was the highest, so they naturally couldn't be careless. Look, it's the Blue Flame Army. Watch carefully. That's a special legion. It's very likely that Jiang Xi is in the special legion. Among the large number of warriors leaving the camp, warriors from the Special Legion would occasionally appear. As time passed, more warriors from the Special Legion appeared one after another. However, the 10 Tao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land didn't find any trace of Jiang Xi. Finally, swoosh! Another group of figures in fiery red armor flew out of one of the spatial whirlpools. It's the Great Yen Army. This is also a Special Legion. Keep an eye on them. The 10 Tao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land immediately focused their gazes. The group of figures flew out one after another. Each of them was wearing fiery red Great Yen armor. Just from the style of the armor, one could tell the origin of the Legion. Mountain Sea, then we'll part ways here. Mountain Sea, are you really not going on a mission with us? Where are you going? Tu Itachi and Qinghuan both asked. I have something important to do, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Since this was just a normal conversation, whether it was Jiang Xi, Tu Itachi, or Qinghuan, none of them used their spiritual senses. When the 10 Tao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land saw Jiang Xi, they didn't realize that this was the Mountain Sea Tao Lord they were looking for. This was because in this army, Jiang Xi's appearance had changed slightly. He had become more rugged. In addition, he was covered in Great Yen armor and had a helmet that covered most of his face. Therefore, it was impossible to tell that this was Jiang Xi at a glance. As Jiang Xi and the others spoke, although they were far away and couldn't hear anything, the Tao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land could easily determine the content of the conversation just by looking at their lips. Mountain Sea? These two words immediately attracted their attention. The target's figure and appearance are similar to that of a human. It's very likely that he's Mountain Sea Tao Lord Jiang Xi. Keep an eye on him. Immediately approach and identify him. Soon, one of the 10 Tao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land who were monitoring from afar, wearing an ordinary legion's armor, flew directly toward the spatial whirlpool. Swoosh! As there were too many warriors coming and going in the surroundings, how could Jiang Xi notice an ordinary warrior? When the ordinary warrior flew past him, oh? Jiang Xi frowned slightly and turned to look. 8 arms? He looks very similar to the experts from the Great Sky Sacred Land. His aura is also somewhat similar. What a coincidence. I actually encountered an expert from the Great Sky Sacred Land here? It seems that he should have discovered me. Jiang Xi shook his head gently again. So what if he discovered me? In the Dream Origin Realm, it's not up to the Great Sky Sacred Land to speak. Jiang Xi didn't make a move because this was the Dream Origin Realm and not the Chaos Sea. He couldn't act recklessly. Moreover, he didn't take the Great Sky Sacred Land seriously. The rules of the Dream Origin Realm were set by the army. Even the Great Scarlet Swallow Wilderness, which had an eternal Grand Paragon, had to listen to the army's orders obediently. A mere Great Sky Sacred Land was nothing. Let's go. Jiang Xi then drove a Class 7 flying ship and quickly tore through the air. When the 8 Arms Tao Lord flew past Jiang Xi, he exchanged glances with Jiang Xi. He instantly confirmed. It's Mountain Sea Tao Lord, it's Jiang Xi. Information confirmed. Immediately report to the Supreme. The 10 Tao Lords from the Great Sky Sacred Land excitedly sent the news back to the Great Sky Sacred Land. At this moment, the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea, the Great Sky Sacred Land universe, the Divine Palace at the core of the Great Hammer Divine World. A blurry figure stood there in midair, and below him were 10 kneeling Tao Lords. Are you sure it's Jiang Xi? Great Sky Supreme asked. Yes, Supreme. It's Jiang Xi. His name in the Dream Origin Realm is Mountain Sea, which matches his title of Mountain Sea Tao Lord. Moreover, I personally flew past him and saw half of his face and eyes. They are identical to Jiang Xi's. The 8 Arms Tao Lord replied respectfully. Very good. Great Sky Supreme nodded gently. Since we've confirmed that he's a warrior of the Great Yen Army, immediately find out which regiment and which squad he's in. We must find out. Yes. The 10 Tao Lords below immediately responded. This mission was very easy. After all, The number of warriors in the Great Yen army was limited now that they knew Jiangxi's name in the Dream Origin realm and his appearance. It was easy to find out who he was. After you've found out, there's no need to rush into action, Great Sky Supreme said again. Let's wait for Jiangxi to return to the camp first before we start the killing. If we start the killing in advance and leak the news, it won't be good if he escapes. We can only wait for him to return to the camp and let him fall into a killing trap with nowhere to run. Yes. The Dream Origin realm was a huge world. In the central region of this world, there was a vast and endless blue ocean. In the middle of the ocean, there was a vast continent. The Godly King Valley was on that continent. After Jiangxi left the camp, he drove a Class 7 flying ship and constantly teleported and flew in the Dream Origin realm. It took him almost a year to reach the Godly King continent. I'm here! He stood on the flying ship and looked at the vast continent in the blue ocean. What would the place where the Godly King lived be like? Chapter 669. The Dream Origin realm had a total of 5 continents. The White Flame Army, the Green Wind Army, the Mountain Shield Army, and the Styx River Army each ruled a vast continent and part of the ocean. In this vast and boundless ocean, there were many islands of various sizes. Among them, the Godly Monarch mainland was the largest island. Although it was far smaller than the other 4 continents, it had a special status because it was where His Majesty lived. It was also considered the 5th continent. Godly Monarch mainland. Jiangxi looked down and saw it. The entire continent's mountain ranges rose and fell. Mountains and rivers were everywhere, exuding rich vitality. Oh! Jiangxi was suddenly alarmed. This was because he realized that the countless undulating mountain ranges were like Tao Dharma patterns that appeared. Even the lakes were like nodes. Just by looking down at the entire Godly Monarch mainland, Jiangxi felt large amounts of Tao Dharma profundities surge into his mind. However, these Tao Dharma profundities were too profound, far exceeding what he could understand now. As expected of the place where Chaos Essence Godly Monarch once lived. Even the topography of the mountains and rivers contains truth. Jiangxi sighed inwardly. Just as he was looking down at the Godly Monarch mainland from high in the sky, a figure suddenly teleported over from the continent below and rapidly approached Jiangxi. This is the Godly Monarch mainland. Trespassing is prohibited. Stop! At the same time, a cold bellow sounded. The voice rumbled, immediately isolating Jiangxi from the outside world. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Eternal space-time? Jiangxi was immediately alarmed. Any one of them was an eternal supremacy. On the White Flame Army's Great Yen Legion's Warrior Mountain Sea. I came to the Godly Monarch mainland because I applied for an elite mission. Jiangxi left the flying ship and shouted at the distant figure. Warrior Mountain Sea? The Eternal Supremacy glanced at Jiangxi from afar and scrutinized him carefully. Whoosh! Following that, the surrounding space-time returned to normal. Follow me. The distant Eternal Supremacy nodded. Jiangxi immediately flew over obediently, not daring to have any thoughts. Even though he already had the strength of an invincible heavenly venerable, he had no way of resisting an Eternal Supremacy. As he flew over, Jiangxi also observed the other party. This Eternal Supremacy was very similar to a tribal warrior. He had a human appearance, but his body was dark gold in color. Even though he wasn't deliberately releasing any aura, he still gave off an extremely domineering aura. Mountain Sea, greetings! Jiangxi bowed after he flew. Eternal Supremacy, Eternal Supremacy, Supremacy. Supremacy of the Monarch mainland, Eternal Supremacy. Said Eternal Supremacy, Supremacy directly, Supremacy. You Monarch mainland, Supremacy, 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 Godly Monarch mainland, Supremacy, Monarch mainland, Supremacy of Supremacy, Supremacy, Supremacy of Supremacy. Understood, Riverward replied. Of Supremacy, Supremacy of Supremacy of Supremacy, Supremacy, Supremacy of Supremacy of Monarch, Supremacy, Supremacy. The more Jiangxi looked at the continent below, the more mysterious he felt. He couldn't help but ask, Lord Supremacy, Supremacy, I feel that there are Taoist patterns everywhere in the monarch mainland. Is there danger everywhere? Supremacy, 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 Supremacy glanced at Jiang Xi and revealed a rare smile. That's right. The monarch mainland is indeed filled with danger. It's the most dangerous place in the dream origin realm. This continent is too large. If a large number of Tao lords and heavenly venerables were to barge in here, even if there are many eternal supremacies guarding this place, it's impossible to take care of all of them. With these dangers, no experts would dare to barge in. Jiang Xi nodded. The information he received also reminded him that trespassing on the monarch mainland was forbidden. Anyone who did would be killed. Dojo? These two simple words caused Riverward to feel waves of shock in his heart. He had the God King level inheritance of 8 clouds, so he naturally knew a lot about the Eternal Realm and the Primordial Chaos Realm. The Primordial Chaos Realm was a self-created Taoist technique, not a step-by-step cultivation of a Taoist technique that already existed. If he could create a complete Tao technique, he would be able to use this Tao technique to form a Tao field. I didn't expect to see the dojo of a Chaos Origin Divine King here. Jiang Xi held his breath. This was a legendary place. Even in the more powerful Primordial Realm and Star Realm, there weren't many godly monarch Badamanda. It didn't take long for Riverward and Paragon Shojin to arrive in the air above a beautiful valley. That is the Godly King Valley. Autarch Shojin pointed towards the valley below. In the past, His Majesty the God King often stayed in the God King's Valley. I've already informed the guards of your arrival. Go ahead. They won't stop you. Thank you very much, Lord Shojin. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Also, look at that 9-story tower. Supreme Shojin pointed at the tallest building in the entire God King Valley. That's the Verdant Cloud Tower. I hope to see you come out alive after this elite mission is over. With that, Supreme Shojin shook his head and disappeared into thin air. Jiang Xi also looked at the 9-story tower and thought to himself. Come out alive? Not only do I want to come out alive, but I also want to see what's inside. Why hasn't a single Tao Lord reached the top in these endless years? He was full of confidence, and had an unstoppable momentum. Whoosh! Jiang Xi flew over. The God King Valley was heavily guarded, but the guards already knew that Jiang Xi was here for the elite mission, so they didn't stop him. They only shouted coldly through voice transmission. You are not allowed to fly in the God King Valley. Hence, Jiang Xi walked forward. He walked on the quiet path of the God King Valley and arrived at the bottom of the Verdant Cloud Tower. The Verdant Cloud Tower was 1,000 light-years tall. It was the tallest building in the God King Valley. At this moment, there were already 6 figures at the bottom of the towering tower. Warrior, come here! One of the 6 figures, a 2-horned beast, growled. The 2-horned beast was a heavenly venerable, while the other 5 figures were Tao Lords. Jiang Xi didn't say anything and walked over. You're the 6th Tao Lord warrior in this batch, the 2-horned beast said in a deep voice. According to the rules, each batch has to have 10 Tao Lord warriors before they can enter the Verdant Cloud Tower. 3 batches have already gone in. You're the 4th batch. Wait until there are 10 of you before you go in. Jiang Xi nodded to show that he understood. He looked around. The other 5 Tao Lord warriors were standing or sitting casually in the open space in front of the Verdant Cloud Tower. There were also Tao Lords who were lying on the ground. The Great Yen Legion? You're from the White Flame Legion? One of the tall and thin warriors walked over. He was a warrior from a tribe. What he was wearing was a set of armor with a strange red tree engraved on it. You're from the Sequoia Legion? Jiang Xi smiled. The Sequoia Legion was one of the White Flame Legion's special legions. I'm Lai Yu from the Sequoia Legion. I'm Shan Hai from the Great Yen Legion. The two of them introduced each other. The tall and thin Lai Yu immediately put on a friendly expression. He smiled and said, The other 4 warriors are from other armies. It's a pleasure to meet a warrior from the White Flame Legion here. Oh, right, which brigade are you from? I've been in the White Flame Legion for 100 million years, and this is my first time meeting you. I'm a new recruit. Jiang Xi replied casually. As soon as he said this, Lai Yu was shocked. Even the other 4 Daolord warriors nearby focused their gazes on him. A new recruit? Realization dawned on Lai Yu. No wonder I've never seen you before. You must have joined in the last few tens of thousands of years. There are only so many special legions in the White Flame Legion, and I'm familiar with the most outstanding Daolord warriors. However, since you dared to participate in the elite mission, you must be strong. I believe your name, Shanhai, will soon spread to all the special legions in the White Flame Legion. Jiang Xi smiled. Everyone was willing to listen to compliments. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous to enter the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. Since they were all from the White Flame Legion, it was normal for them to build a good relationship. Perhaps there would be some gang leaders when it came time to challenge the pavilion. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. Another 4 Daolord warriors arrived. 10 of them! The 2-horned beast Heavenly Venerable growled. You're the 4th batch of warriors to enter the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. I'll tell you in advance that more than half of the 3 batches of warriors who entered earlier have fallen. I hope you'll survive and I'll have a chance to see you again. The expressions of the 10 Daolord warriors changed. Jiang Xi was shocked as well. Those who dared to take on the elite mission were naturally not weak. However, more than half of the 3 batches of warriors from earlier had fallen. Rumble! In the distance, a door that was over 100 light-years tall was slowly opening. It let out a deafening sound and emitted countless dazzling lights. At the same time, an endless pressure spread out from the slowly opening door. Go in! The 2-horned beast Heavenly Venerable shouted. Jiang Xi and the other 10 Daolord warriors looked at each other. Then, they transformed into streaks of light and flew toward the towering door. None of them dared to teleport. After all, everyone knew how dangerous the elite mission was. Passing through the door was like entering another world. The first floor of the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. It was a vast desert world. Gusts of cold wind blew past. It was extremely cold. There was frost faintly forming on the sand. It was extremely cold. After Jiang Xi and the other 10 entered, they looked around and observed their surroundings. The mission is to climb the pavilion. What kind of test will it be? Jiang Xi was also observing. This desert world was boundless and there was no end in sight. Even the door behind them had disappeared. The Verdant Cloud Pavilion is extremely dangerous. Mountain Sea, where do you think is the priority? Is it under the desert? Lai Yu transmitted his voice from the side. I don't know. Jiang Xi shook his head. There were a total of 10 Daolord warriors. 6 of them were from tribes and 4 were ferocious beasts. Everyone was very careful and vigilant. As for the White Flame Army, only Jiang Xi and Lai Yu were from the White Flame Army. The 2 of them naturally moved closer. If they encountered danger, they could deal with it together. Boom! Suddenly, a loud rumble sounded in the peaceful desert world. A tyrannical energy shockwave spread out in all directions, instantly sweeping through the endless area. Jiang Xi and the others sensed the powerful impact, and immediately turned to look. In the sky above the desert world, a dazzling pillar of lightning appeared. It twisted and extended downward. In just a few seconds, the huge pillar of lightning connected the desert and the endless sky. What's that? It seems to contain extremely powerful energy. The warriors were puzzled. At that moment, the surface of the pillar of lightning suddenly distorted and huge black words appeared. Black as ink, each word emitted a monstrous killing intent that directly invaded the minds of every warrior. Even though Riverwood's primordial spirit was comparable to a third-step Empyrean, he was still affected by that powerful killing intent. His heart stirred, and his eyes glowed red as a bloodthirsty killing intent gushed out. At the same time, those black words appeared in the sky. This is the passage to the second level of the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. You must kill a warrior to enter the passage. If you don't kill other warriors, you will never be able to leave. When the next batch of warriors opens the door again, those who don't enter the second level will be annihilated. The black words floated in the air, emitting endless pressure. The killing intent within could easily affect every warrior. With such power, if they wanted to annihilate this group of Tao lords, it would probably be done with a sweep. No one could escape the punishment of the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. Jiang Xi and the other warriors did not doubt the black words at all. Therefore, they had to kill a warrior to enter the passage and enter the second level. In other words, at least 5 of the 10 warriors will die. Jiang Xi was shocked. He now understood why the two-horned beast Heavenly Venerable said that more than half of the warriors in the first 3 batches had died. Kill one? Who should we choose? Jiang Xi scanned the surroundings. Because the 10 warriors had entered together, they were not too far away from each other. At that moment, everyone was looking around warily, looking at the other warriors. They were also thinking about who to choose as their opponent. Those who dared to come here were naturally not ordinary. If they chose the wrong one and chose someone too strong, then they would be unlucky. Buzz. Silently, the surrounding spacetime froze. This was something that everyone did almost at the same time. Boom! With a violent roar, one of the warriors made his move. As soon as he attacked, the oppressive atmosphere from before exploded. Boom! 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 One by one, the Tao Lord warriors unleashed their full combat strength and attacked their target. Roar! An ugly scaled beast roared and charged in front of Jiang Xi. Go to hell! A tall and sturdy tribal warrior, wielding a ferocious giant hammer, smashed it towards riverward. Kill! A black light swept directly at Jiang Xi's head. 3 warriors chose to attack Jiang Xi at the same time. Jiang Xi laughed. It seemed that this situation was caused by him admitting that he was a new recruit outside the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. Of course, the strong were bold. He was not afraid of anything. That was why he dared to say that before. First attack, then change. Chapter 670. Seeing the 3 warriors attacking him, Jiang Xi retreated quickly. Boom! An illusory mountain, river, lake, and sea came crashing down and enveloped the surroundings. It was his space-time domain, the mountain-sea space-time. Suddenly, space-time froze and shrouded the 3 attacking warriors. Jiang Xi also saw them clearly at this moment, especially the most ghostly one. Of the 3 Tao Lord warriors attacking him, the first was a scaled beast warrior, the second was a burly tribal warrior. The third was actually Lai Yu, who came from the White Flame Army like him. Lai Yu! Jiang Xi shouted coldly. You and I are both White Flame Army warriors. This is only the first floor of the Verdant Cloud brothel. And you want to attack me? You are a new recruit. If I don't kill you, who should I kill? Lai Yu said coldly. Boom! Lai Yu was surrounded by layers of black light. It was his space-time domain. He wanted to break through Jiang Xi's space-time imprisonment. You're the one who's courting death! Jiang Xi shouted immediately. His body swayed, and he instantly turned into a flash of sword light. He easily dodged the beast warrior and the burly tribal warrior and pounced toward Lai Yu. This simple swaying and pouncing caused the 3 warriors attacking Jiang Xi to change their expressions. If they were weak, they might not be able to see anything. However, they were all elites of the special armies. They immediately saw that Jiang Xi's movement technique was terrifying. Oh no! Lai Yu shouted. Whoosh! A layer of green light appeared on his body. He seemed to have turned into a green bird. With a flap of his wings and a flick of his tail, his speed soared and he quickly fled. 8th stage supreme treasure, green-winged bird? Jiang Xi was surprised. He had seen this supreme treasure on the exchange list in the White Flame Army's quartermaster hall. It required 600,000 military credits to exchange for it. This was a special flying supreme treasure that was extremely good at escaping. It might not be good at dodging, but it was extremely fast when fleeing in a straight line. If one was not careful, even a 3rd step Heavenly Venerable would not be able to catch up. As expected, none of them are easy to deal with. Jiang Xi sighed. This was an 8th tier supreme treasure. In the primordial realm's Chaos Sea, even a third-step heavenly venerate was not qualified to possess it in the Dream Origin realm. A top-tier downward warrior could fly around with a Tier 8 supreme treasure. Of course, while Jiang Xi was sighing with emotion, Lai Yu was shocked. When he saw Jiang Xi's body as one with the sword, he knew that he had hit a wall. In the face of such close combat techniques, Jiang Xi could attack him 10 times, but he would only attack once, and he would be blocked. Therefore, when he saw that the situation was not good, he immediately showed his trump card and escaped. "You're fast!" Jiang Xi shook his head lightly, not intending to chase after him. He was very clear that Lai Yu had this Tier 8 supreme treasure on him. Wanting to kill Lai Yu was still a certain level of difficulty. Right now, it was not a good time to pursue and fight. Far away. To be exact, it was extremely far away. Lai Yu was enveloped by the Tier 8 supreme treasure, the green-winged bird. He looked like a huge bird as he looked at Jiang Xi from afar. "He's a recruit too?" Lai Yu's expression was unsightly. "Is he lying to me?" "No, I know all the powerful warriors in the Great Yan Army. I don't know any of them unless they're recruits." "Then, he shouldn't be lying. He's a recruit, and yet he's so powerful. This is troublesome. Even if he managed to survive on the first level, there's still the second level, the third level." Lai Yu regretted it. Why was his foresight so bad? The first time he probably picked the most powerful warrior in their batch. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lai Yu fled quickly. When the other 2 warriors saw that the situation was bad, they immediately scattered and fled as well. A pair of black wings appeared on the back of the burly warrior with the huge hammer. It was the Tier 7 supreme treasure, the black cloud wings. He flapped his wings and flew away with a whistle. On the other hand, the beast warrior was the slowest. He was the last to flee. "The slowest to flee? Then I'll take you." Jiang Xi chose a new target. His figure flashed as he charged forward. A pair of golden wings with purple veins appeared on his back. It was the Tier 8 supreme treasure he had obtained from 2 Itachi. It was best at flying and dodging in close combat. Boom! He vanished from the spot in an instant. "No!" That ferocious beast warrior noticed this scene and was immediately shocked because this speed was too fast. "How can he be so fast?" The beast warrior was terrified. At the same time, he felt regret and despair. He regretted that he had exchanged for treasures in the army before joining the elite mission. However, he had only exchanged for offensive treasures. He did not exchange for life-saving treasures. In terms of offensive power, he was not afraid of any Tao Lord warriors. He felt despair when he saw Jiang Xi's speed and dodging ability. He knew that even if he had a Tier 8 supreme treasure, he would still lose if he continued fighting with Jiang Xi. Therefore, he had to flee. However, he could not escape. Boom! Jiang Xi vanished from the spot and appeared in front of the beast warrior. Whoosh! A black and white sword light whistled out and slashed straight at the beast warrior's head. That powerful Tao rune shook the void. Jiang Xi's strength had long been invincible among heavenly venerables. Now, he could completely crush this beast warrior by casually displaying some of his strength. Therefore, this was destined to be a one-sided battle. The other warriors in the distance were even more shocked when they saw the power of this sword. At their level, almost all of them had the combat strength of a first-step heavenly venerable, reaching the limit of combat strength that a Tao Lord powerhouse could unleash. If their cultivation realm did not break through, it was almost impossible for their combat strength to break through to a higher level. Therefore, when everyone really fought, the gap between them would not be too great. However, they now discovered that this warrior, Shanhai, was too strong. This sword has already surpassed a first-step heavenly venerable. His speed is also freakishly strong. That pair of wings is actually a Tier 8 supreme treasure. It's hard to imagine how a recruit like him accumulated so many military merits. We have all accumulated military merits for tens of millions of years, hundreds of millions of years, before we can exchange for a special Tier 8 supreme treasure. While these warriors were fighting, they were also paying attention to Jiangxi's battle. They knew very well that the final goal of the mission was to reach the top of the Verdant Cloud Tower. Since the first level of the Verdant Cloud Tower made them kill each other, then there were still 8 levels after that. Obviously, it was very likely that there would be tests where they would kill each other. Or rather, under the motivation of some benefits, it was possible that they would take the initiative to kill each other. Therefore, they naturally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to figure out the strength of the other warriors. However, after watching for a while, they recognized a fact. This Shanghai is not to be provoked. Stay as far away as you can. If I knew he was so strong, I wouldn't have dealt with him. Liu was the one who regretted it the most. If I didn't make a move just now, then perhaps he could have helped me in the later levels of tests. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. On the other side. Roar! The beast warrior roared into the sky, the scales all over its body emitting a dim light. It raised its huge claws, wanting to block Jiangxi's sword. But how could it block it? Whoosh! The black and white sword light whistled as if it could cut through everything. The second move of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Heavenly Tao Scroll, 5 Elements Yin-Yang. This sword landed directly on the scaled beast's neck, and a huge head soared into the sky. However, this beast warrior's vitality was very tenacious. Its head and body quickly merged into one. However, its aura was still 20% of its original, and it no longer had the strength to resist. Shanghai, spare my life! The beast warrior begged for mercy in despair. Jiangxi ignored it, and raised his hand to swing his sword again. I'm willing to give up all my treasures! The beast warrior was terrified and anxious. After killing you, your treasures will be mine, Jiangxi said coldly. Moreover, I need your life to go to the second level. Just now, this beast warrior had taken the initiative to attack him, so there was naturally no need to show mercy. Whoosh! The sword struck again, and the black and white sword light flashed. No! The beast warrior roared in despair, filled with unwillingness. However, it was useless even if he was unwilling. This sword landed on his body again with unstoppable force. In an instant, his huge body was annihilated. You killed the Universe Realm Tao Lord. Eternal Experience +9. There are quite a lot of treasures left behind. Jiangxi waved his hand and put away the large number of items left behind by the beast warrior. Not counting the treasures below grade 7, there was a total of 1 grade 8 offensive treasure and 4 grade 7 treasures. Killing a top-notch Tao Lord warrior in an army is more profitable than killing 10 ordinary heavenly venerables. Jiangxi sighed in his heart. In the cold and barren desert, the cold wind whistled. And in several incomparably distant directions, battles were happening. Those warriors who were fighting occasionally glanced in Jiangxi's direction. They're all quite far away from me. Jiangxi shook his head. Originally, he wanted to kill a few more and get more treasures if he had the chance. First of all, he had to let the killing shadow sword devour the treasures he collected. This Yuan Embryo Supreme Treasure could increase its grade by devouring other supreme treasures. It was worth mentioning that the killing shadow sword had devoured a large number of treasures in the 10,000 years he had been in seclusion, and had successfully upgraded to a grade 9 treasure. However, he was now in the Dream Origin realm. Whether it was the heaven-reaching tower or the killing shadow sword, he was very careful when using them. Normally, he would only use an ordinary 7th-tier supreme treasure longsword. Secondly, he was now the biggest pillar of the race after all. He had to take care of the entire human race. The more treasures he obtained outside, the stronger the foundation of the human race. Forget it. Let's go to the next level first, Jiangxi thought to himself. According to the mortality rate of elite missions, only 10% of people can leave the Verdant Cloud brothel alive. Only half of them died on the first level. And in their battles, the final spoils of war are in the hands of the victors. Later on, I can kill these victors and naturally get more. Jiangxi looked at the 4 battles in the distance, and did not stay any longer. He turned into a stream of light, and flew directly to the lightning pillar in the middle of the desert. Whoosh! When Jiang Xiai flew close, the lightning pillar did not stop him and allowed Jiang Xiai to enter. Boom! In the next moment, Jiang Xiai disappeared in the lightning pillar. He entered the second level! Phew, this terrifying guy finally entered the second level! The remaining 8 warriors who were fighting heaved a sigh of relief. If Jiang Xiai had been watching from the side, they would have been uneasy even if he did not attack. This was because they clearly felt that they were not on the same level as Jiang Xiai. We are the most outstanding Dao Lord warriors in the 4 armies. Logically speaking, even if there is someone stronger than us, he can't be that strong. How can this mountain sea warrior be so much stronger than us? They were all shocked and bewildered. After Jiang Xiai left, the remaining 8 warriors could finally fight in pairs without worry. However, the difference between them and Riverward was that because the difference in strength between them wasn't great, they fought much slower. On the other side, after a burst of space-time, Jiang Xiai appeared in a new world. Jiang Xiai looked around. This was a vast, dark red land. There were cracks all over it, and a scarlet-red liquid could be faintly seen flowing through the cracks. At the same time, blazing streams of air spewed out from those cracks and spread everywhere. Dark clouds covered the sky, making it extremely dark and gloomy. 5 warriors? Jiang Xi's gaze finally landed in the distance. There were 5 warriors scattered, and they were all very far away from each other. They were all very vigilant. Are they from the previous batch? Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. Some of the warriors from the later batch actually came up. In the distance, a warrior who looked like a young man chuckled. He was wearing dark red armor, which seemed to fit in well with this dark red world. Why? Have you been waiting for the next batch? Jiang Xiai asked. The rule of the Verdant Cloud Brothel is that every batch of 10 warriors is formed. Our batch only has 5 warriors left, so we have to wait for the next batch of 5 warriors to come up. The young warrior grinned. His smile was very bright, but deep in his eyes there was a fierce glint. Jiang Xiai nodded calmly. Under normal circumstances, that was the case. However, there were special circumstances, such as one warrior in a batch killing the other 9. If that happened, they might have to wait even longer. How will the second floor of the Verdant Cloud Brothel test us? Jiang Xiai probed again. I don't know. The Verdant Cloud Brothel didn't warn us. The other warriors also spoke. You're the first to come up. Looks like you're the strongest in your batch, the young warrior suddenly said. I was just lucky. Jiang Xiai smiled. Where are the other warriors with you? The young warrior asked again. They'll be here soon, Jiang Xiai replied naturally. Although they said they would wait for a while, they waited for a full hour before the other 4 warriors arrived on the second floor. Moreover, they arrived almost at the same time. Swoosh! As soon as Lai Yu appeared, his supreme treasure, the azure-winged bird, immediately flapped its wings and dodged far away. Only then did he look around warily. Finally, his gaze locked onto the distant Jiang Xiai. He wasn't the only one. The other 3 warriors did the same. They all stayed far away from Jiang Xiai. Upon seeing this, the young warrior and the other 4 warriors from the first batch all glanced at Jiang Xiai. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could tell that the 4 warriors who had just arrived were extremely wary and fearful of the red-armored warrior who had just arrived. He's actually able to make so many top-tier Dalord warriors fear him. His strength must be extraordinary. We have to be careful of him. The 5 warriors from the first batch all grew wary as well. Right at this moment, boom! 10 pillars of light descended from the skies, instantly enveloping the 10 of them. Chapter 671. The 10 pillars of light were extremely fast, and their momentum was monstrous. Jiang Xiai and the other warriors had no time to dodge and were completely enveloped by the light pillars. This is the second level of the Verdant Cloud Tower. You will be teleported to a small world. If you survive all the attacks in the small world, you can pass this level. You are 2 batches of warriors. The first batch has rested for a long time and has recovered a lot. The second batch still needs to recover. So, you will be teleported to the small world one after the other. The majestic voice resounded in the minds of Jiang Xi and the other warriors. The next moment, the space-time around the young warrior and the other 4 warriors from the first batch shook. The 5 of them were instantly teleported to a faraway place in this world. From afar, they were separated and each of them was trapped in a small world with a diameter of about 100 million kilometers. Hurry up and heal your injuries. Hurry! The more you recover, the better. Lai Yu and the other 3 warriors quickly took out many treasures to heal their injuries. Jiang Xi watched from the side. His battle was very fast, and he had consumed little energy. He was not injured. In another place, the young warrior was wearing dark red armor. He was looking around and observing this small world with a diameter of 100 million kilometers. Rumble! An ancient Tao pattern suddenly appeared in the sky above the world. It was also 100 million kilometers in diameter. All sorts of colorful Tao patterns interweaved together to form this Tao pattern that enveloped the entire ground below. Immediately after, a series of roars sounded. The ancient Tao pattern shot down beams of light. Bang! Bang! These beams of light were like swords and sabers, cutting down wantonly. The young warrior wielded his saber and slashed continuously. With a clang, he blocked a beam of light that was shot at him. The impact of the beam of light sent him flying and rolling in the air. During this process, the Tao pattern kept shooting beams of light that covered the sky. So, he was inevitably attacked by a large number of beams of light. Too strong. Each beam of light is comparable to a first step heavenly venerable. If I didn't have an 8th tier armor treasure, I'm afraid I would have been annihilated. The young warrior was horrified. He could withstand 10 or even 100 rays of such power. But when this endless light rushed over, it was terrifying. The 5 warriors in the first batch were all trapped in 5 small worlds. Every warrior was being ravaged by the Tao patterns in the small worlds. The 5 warriors in Riverwood's group were also carefully observing the situation while recovering. It doesn't seem too dangerous. This is much better than the first level where we had to kill each other. That way, at least half of us would die. On this level, we only need to resist the attacks of the descending miniature worlds to survive. The other 4 warriors were quietly discussing among themselves. Sometimes they would glance at Jiang Xi and feel relieved. Jiang Xi remained silent, but his opinion was the same as the other warriors. This floor did not seem to be dangerous. Every ray of light that shot out from the Tao pattern was at the first step heavenly venerate level. As long as one had an 8th tier defensive treasure, they would be able to withstand it. Could it be that too many people died on the first floor, so the pressure on the second floor lessened? Jiang Xi thought to himself. Soon, he realized that he had guessed wrongly. The warriors in the 5 small worlds also felt much more relaxed. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's not too difficult to survive. The 5 warriors were resisting. Since they had survived the first level, they naturally had many treasures on them. Having an 8th tier defensive treasure was the minimum requirement. Just as they were thinking this, suddenly, rumble! The earth trembled. The earth of the 5 small worlds was trembling. The ground was originally covered in cracks, with crimson liquid flowing through them. At this moment, as the ground trembled, the crimson liquid gushed out of the ground, emitting a terrifying temperature. Perhaps even a universe-level Tao Lord would be instantly incinerated if he fell into it. The 5 Tao Lord warriors did not even think about it. They immediately flew up, not daring to stand on the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! The crimson, scorching liquid quickly gathered together and kept on changing. In an instant, it turned into a towering crimson giant, but it was not over yet. The crimson giant's body began to cool and solidify, turning from liquid to a dark red stone giant. In addition, this stone giant's body had streams of blazing liquid flowing through it. Roar! The 5 crimson stone giants raised their heads and roared angrily. The cracks in the ground continued to pour out crimson liquid, connecting it to the stone giants' bodies. Rumble! The Tao patterns in the skies of the 5 small worlds were constantly emitting light as they blasted downwards. Many rays of light landed on the stone giants' bodies. but they only caused some of the rocks on the stone giants' bodies to fall off. In addition, the rocks that fell off quickly transformed back into crimson liquid and once more gathered on the giants' bodies. In this way, they did not cause any damage at all. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar rang out. The 5 stone giants charged towards the 5 warriors at the same time. They either trampled with their feet, swept out with their fists, or simply charged forward. In just the first exchange of blows, they sent the 5 warriors flying. They're too strong. Just a single blow. At this moment, Jiang Xi and the other warriors, who were still recovering, were shocked when they saw this scene. Although they did not experience it personally, they could easily see what kind of situation the warriors in the 5 small worlds were in. After all, the Dalord warriors who could participate in the elite mission were definitely at the level of a first-step heavenly venerable. Those stone giants could send the 5 warriors flying with a single blow. This meant that the stone giant's strength was definitely at the level of a third-step heavenly venerable. And now, it was not just the stone giants. The Tao pattern in the sky of the small worlds was still emitting endless light. Even if the 5 warriors had the strength to dodge the stone giants' attacks, they would not be able to dodge those rays of light. Although they had level 8 armor treasures that could withstand the attack of a third-step heavenly venerable, they could only withstand it for a short period of time. However, he could only hold on for a moment. Boom! Boom! The 5 warriors in the first batch were either knocked down by the rays of light or sent flying by the stone giants. This embarrassing situation and increasing danger made the 4 warriors in Jiang Xi's batch anxious. What should we do? We will definitely face similar dangers. The light of the Tao pattern and the stone giants. It will be difficult for us to survive until the end. Lai Yu and the other 4 warriors were doing their best to recover from their injuries, while worrying deeply. Jiang Xi was still calm and did not seem anxious, but his expression was a little serious. To me, these dangers are nothing. The key is there a third danger after the Tao pattern and the stone giants? Or is there a fourth danger? This was what he was afraid of. Even if he had the combat strength of an invincible heavenly venerable, there would be a time when he would be exhausted after so many consecutive attacks. However, since there is a 10% chance of survival, I will definitely survive. Jiang Xi thought to himself. At most, he would use the 7-fold mountain armor. The 7-fold mountain was now a level 9 treasure that could transform into armor and soul armor to protect the body and essence spirit. Even if he stood there without moving, a third-step heavenly venerable could not do anything to him. The Verdant Cloud Tower was the tallest building in the Divine King Valley. Not far from the Verdant Cloud Tower, there was an ancient 3-story gray palace. There was a group of heavenly venerable guards outside the palace. This was the highest authority of the Divine King Valley. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the gray palace, in the vast hall, there were 4 enormous thrones. On the leftmost throne, there was a towering figure shrouded in black mist. Waves of evil and terrifying aura escaped from the black mist. As for the other 3 thrones, they were empty. There was no one there. Whoosh! In the middle of the hall, a phantom light screen suddenly appeared, showing the scene on the 2nd floor of the Verdant Cloud Tower. The 5 Dalord warriors were in a sorry state in the miniature world. Trash! A sigh came from the black mist. This batch of warriors is still trash. If this continues, I don't know when we will find the peerless figure that His Majesty the Divine King mentioned. He was one of the 4 commanders of the Divine King Valley. Although he was only an Eternal Supreme, he was also an elite powerhouse. An Eternal Supreme Elite was naturally the king of the Eternal Realm. Even if he were to fight against an Eternal Grand Sovereign like Scarlet Swallow, he could still easily kill Scarlet Swallow. Too weak. Their performance on the 2nd level is already so weak. Who knows how many generations of elite warriors have performed better than them? But none of them succeeded. As for them, there is no hope. The towering figure in the black mist sighed. His voice was very old. The Dream Origin Realm was the Divine King's world. The Divine King Valley was the place where the Divine King lived. In fact, no one would trespass here. There was no need to arrange any guards. But he was still arranged here. On one hand, the Divine King trusted him. On the other hand, he was to help the Divine King find the peerless figure who could reach the 9th floor of the verdant cloud tower. It has been too long. We have yet to complete the task that His Majesty the Divine King gave us. If anyone can reach the top of the verdant cloud tower, I will be willing to die immediately. The towering figure's voice was very old. There was a deep sense of guilt towards the Divine King. Is the selection competition in the Dream Origin realm not enough? Or is it crueler? He murmured again. At this moment, on the light screen in the center of the hall, the other 5 warriors began to be transported to their miniature worlds. In the vast world on the 2nd floor of the verdant cloud tower, there were streaks of hot air rising from the dark red ground. The hot energy could probably burn a Tao Lord expert to death. In the 5 miniature worlds of the first batch of warriors, roar! The 5 dark red rock giants were incomparably barbaric. They rampaged around and beat the 5 warriors until they were battered and exhausted. On the other side, Jiang Xi and the other 5 warriors were watching carefully. Apart from Riverward, the other 4 warriors had worried looks in their eyes. The rock giants can't be killed. We have to stall for time. The other 4 warriors were also thinking of a solution. They had just experienced the battle on the 1st floor. They did not rest as long as the first batch of warriors. Now, when they were resting, they could see the danger on the 2nd floor in advance. This could be considered a fair compensation soon. The 5 warriors in the first batch fought for half an hour in the miniature world. Boom! 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 The light pillars that enveloped Jiang Xi and the other 4 suddenly shook. The power of teleportation appeared and the 5 figures disappeared. Jiang Xi only felt a change in space-time. He crossed a region and came to a miniature world. Only half an hour of rest? But it's fair to let us know the danger in advance. Jiang Xi looked up at the sky. In the dark clouds above, a huge Tao pattern appeared and covered the sky of the miniature world. Boom! 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 The huge Tao pattern poured down a large amount of light. The power of each light was comparable to the full-strength attack of a first-step celestial master. Fortunately, this was just a trial, so the light spread to all regions. If it was concentrated, even an Eternal Supreme would not dare to resist the combined attack of hundreds of millions of light rays. Ha! Jiang Xi looked up at the sky and then waved his sword. Clang! The long sword in his hand blocked an attack. The power of the collision caused Riverward to retreat 6 steps in a row. Clang! Clang! At the same time, he waved his sword and blocked 9 more light rays. Sure enough, all the light rays have the same power. They're all first-step celestial masters. Jiang Xi judged in his heart. His current combat strength was between a first-step celestial master and a second-step celestial master, so it seemed very easy. Rock Giant, hurry up and show yourself. Jiang Xi did not feel any pressure. Purple-patterned golden wings. Then, he took out this treasure and a pair of golden wings with purple patterns appeared on his back. Instantly, the speed and agility of his movement technique increased explosively. In this way, the slanted light rays were even less of a threat to him, and he easily dodged them. Rumble, the earth trembled and from those cracks, a scarlet liquid spewed out. Jiang Xi immediately rose into the air and looked down. He saw the scarlet liquid rolling and converging into a huge liquid monster. Then, these monsters cooled and condensed again, turning into a huge dark red rock giant. Roar! The rock giant roared at the sky and charged toward Jiang Xi. Good! Jiang Xi smiled slightly, then his figure flashed and directly faced it with his sword. Boom! The dark red rock giant was close to 300,000 kilometers tall. When it punched down, it was like a huge mountain pressing down. Jiang Xi just waved his sword, and a bright sword light suddenly turned into 1,000,000 feet long and swept out. The third move of the Mountain Sea Sword scripture, Heavenly Path Scroll, Destruction and Rebirth. Crash! The resplendent sword light landed on the mountain-like fist, and it was as if a mountain had collapsed. The huge dark red fist was directly chopped off. The rock giant was a third-step celestial master, and Jiang Xi was only a Tao lord. This sword strike alarmed the Eternal Supreme, who was secretly watching the battle. Chapter 672. On the third floor of the Grey Palace, not far from the Verdant Cloud Brothel, the floating screen was displaying the battle scenes in the 10 small worlds. One could clearly see the situation of the 10 Daolord warriors. There were 4 thrones in the main hall. On the leftmost throne was a towering figure shrouded in black mist. At this moment, the black mist outside the towering figure suddenly tumbled. Sword technique. A voice came from the black mist. Whoosh. The 10 images on the screen were originally side by side. At this moment, the images of the other 9 small worlds shrank instantly. The image showing Jiang Xi rapidly expanded, occupying 90% of the light. This Sword Dao secret technique, how? The Black Mist commander seemed to be completely stunned. As one of the 4 commanders of the Divine King Valley, he had seen countless elite warriors in the Verdant Cloud Brothel. However, this was the first time he had seen someone with such talent in secret techniques. The fusion of 3 heavenly Daos, unheard of, unprecedented. It's already extremely rare to be able to complete the fusion of 3 great Daos, but he actually managed to do it. The Black Mist commander's eyes were sharp. He could tell at a glance that Jiang Xi's dazzling swordlight was the fusion of 3 heavenly Daos, including the ultimate sword Dao, the 5 elements heavenly Dao, and the heavenly Dao of life. Moreover, it wasn't a simple fusion, but a fusion on a deeper level. With the heavenly Dao as the foundation, one can create a rank 6 secret technique at most, which is the limit of a Dao Lord. But this warrior used 3 heavenly Daos to create a sword Dao secret technique, and it's a rank 7 secret technique. He broke through the limit of a Dao Lord's secret technique. As an elite of the eternal level, the Black Mist commander knew what this meant. After cultivating the eternal level to perfection, the Dao technique cultivated would also reach perfection, reaching the end. The next step was to create one's own Dao technique. If one could embark on that path, they could break through and become a supreme expert of the Chaos realm. And the essence of secret techniques was Dao techniques. The warrior in front of him had fused 3 heavenly Daos, allowing his secret technique to break through the limit of a Dao Lord. This meant that in the future, this warrior could also use this special method to break through the limit of Dao techniques and create new Dao techniques. He could easily become a supreme expert of the Chaos realm. This is a primordial Chaos road! The Black Mist commander exclaimed. He understood, but he didn't understand anything. It wasn't as if no one had ever tried the cultivation method of fusing Taoist techniques. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many peerless geniuses had tried, but at most, they could fuse to the level of the great Tao, and were unable to continue. No one knew how the fusion of the heavenly Daos would go. Of course, Jiang Xi didn't know that he did it using the experience panel. Why didn't the 4 generals tell me about such a warrior? With such talent, he is definitely the most important seed. It is very likely that he is the peerless figure that His Majesty the Divine King mentioned. Why is it that the list that the 4 generals gave me did not include this warrior? The Black Mist commander was somewhat displeased and angry. His goal in the Divine King's Valley for countless years was to find that peerless character for His Majesty the Divine King. Warrior Galaxy? From the Great Yen Army? So he just joined the army. No wonder the 4 generals didn't tell me. He just joined the army for 10,000 years, but he rushed to participate in the elite mission. It seems like he has absolute confidence. The Black Fog commander quickly ascertained the situation. His voice was filled with joy. The 3 of you, stop sleeping and come over quickly. His voice rumbled through the entire Grey Palace and reached deep underground. Over there, 3 other commanders were in deep slumber. The commanders of the Divine King's Valley did not concern themselves with worldly affairs. They usually stayed in the Divine King's Valley and had nothing to do. Hence, the 4 commanders took turns to look after the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. At the same time, they were in charge of the Divine King's continent. They would only summon the other 3 commanders when there was a special occasion. Boom! 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 3 powerful auras rose, shocking the heavenly venerate guards in the Divine King's Valley. On the 3rd floor of the Great Palace, there were 4 thrones in the Great Hall. Apart from the one on the far left that was shrouded in black mist, there was another one on the left. A beautiful woman in silver armor sat on the 2nd throne on the left. Her eyes seemed to be the source of all light. With just a glance, one would be immersed in a world of light. On the throne next to her sat a tall and burly crimson armor commander. He exuded a boundless domineering aura. On the far right was a ferocious beast covered in black scales. This ferocious beast had 2 pairs of faces. Each face had a single eye. It was extremely demonic. "You 3, look at that sword-wielding warrior." The Black Mist commander pointed at the light. The 3 commanders who had just woken up from their long slumber all looked at the screen of light floating in the air. They were also filled with anticipation. After all, when the Divine King had left, he had ordered them to find a peerless figure who could reach the top of the verdant cloud pavilion. They had been waiting for this for far too long. "Oh? This downward warrior hasn't even used his body or primordial spirit, but he's already able to contend with the 3rd step heavenly venerate stone giant. No, look at his swordsmanship. This warrior's swordsmanship is actually a fusion of heavenly Daos. 3 heavenly Daos fused together." The 3 commanders looked at Jiang Xi on the screen of light and easily determined the profoundness of Jiang Xi's swordsmanship. As for the other 9 warriors, they only glanced at them and did not want to look anymore. In their long years of guarding the Divine King Valley, they had seen countless elite warriors. Naturally, they would not be attracted if they did not reach a certain level. Next, they watched carefully. As time passed slowly, the 3 commanders fell silent. This was because in the screen of light, the sword-wielding red-armored warrior with a pair of wings on his back was extremely agile as he attacked the stone giant from all sides. Every sword strike caused great damage to the stone giant. He was completely toying with and crushing the stone giant. A Dowlord was toying with a 3rd step heavenly venerate. During this process, the 3 commanders at the Eternal Supreme level had a clearer understanding of the dazzling sword light. "Even I am a little moved by it." The burly and domineering blood-armored commander sighed. "His swordsmanship is actually so profound. You are a Chaos Origin Divine General. How can you be moved by it?" The other 3 commanders were astonished. When the Divine King had left, he had chosen the 4 of them to be the commanders of the Divine King Valley. This was because they were all elites at the eternal level and had reached the eternal limit during these long years. One of them had created his own Tao technique and broke through to become a Chaos Origin Divine General. He was at the same level as the 4 great generals. However, according to the orders of the Divine King, the 4 of them had to guard the Divine King Valley and search for peerless figures. They were not allowed to leave the Dream Origin realm. Just like the 4 great generals, although they were Chaos Origin Divine Generals, they were not allowed to leave the Dream Origin realm. Of course, after the Divine King left, some Chaos Origin Divine Generals had tried to leave the Dream Origin realm. However, those who had left rashly had never returned. Not to mention that, at this very moment, the 4 great commanders were all subdued by Riverward's sword technique. Given their experience, they could see that this was a primordial chaos road, and an extraordinary one at that. Once one became a Chaos Origin Divine General through this path, his strength would definitely be at the top of his peers. He would be invincible. Perhaps he has a chance to reach the top of the Verdant Cloud building. The blood-armored commander at the Chaos Origin Divine General level was full of expectations. As soon as he said this, the other 3 commanders quieted down, and the atmosphere became a little tense. They all stared at the light and did not dare to relax for a moment. Completing the mission given by the Divine King was more important than breaking through to the Chaos Origin Divine General level, or even their lives. On the 2nd floor of the Verdant Cloud building, 10 small worlds were scattered around the vast dark red land. The 5 warriors in the first batch were already in a very difficult situation and could only hold on bitterly. The 5 warriors in the second batch, including Jiang Xi, were also in a difficult situation. However, they were in a much better state because they had only fought for a short period of time. Especially Jiang Xi, he looked very relaxed. From the moment he was teleported to the small world until now, he had not consumed any energy at all. He was still in peak condition. He could fight against the third-step Celestial Master with the annihilation of the 3 Heaven Dao and the rank 8 purple-striped golden wings. The 5 warriors in the first batch seemed to be reaching their limits. If this goes on, it will not be long before warriors start to die. Jiang Xi observed the situation of the other 9 small worlds. Perhaps only he dared to pay attention to the surroundings at this critical moment. Roar! 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 Suddenly, 5 angry howls sounded. In the small worlds of the 5 warriors in the first batch, the 5 huge rock giants were roaring at the sky. The sound was mournful and crazy. It was completely different from the previous battle. It was very strange and could even affect the primordial spirits of the warriors. As for Jiang Xi's group of 5 warriors, their small worlds did not have such abnormal changes. However, when they heard the sound, their hearts trembled and they could not help but look into the distance. Accompanied by the mournful howls, the 5 warriors in the first batch began to panic and felt the arrival of danger. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, the small worlds of the 5 warriors changed greatly. A huge rock palm stretched out from the cracks in the earth not far from the rock giants. The 5 rock palms were surrounded by boiling red liquid. Each of them was 1,000,000 kilometers wide. The rock palms that stretched out had thick arms that were constantly growing longer. In fact, they were constantly stretching out from the ground. The whole process was extremely short. Without any warning, they directly grabbed the 5 warriors. Among the 5 warriors in the first batch, a tribal warrior was about to dodge but was caught by the rock palms. The large stone hand gripped the warrior tightly. At this time, the ancient patterns in the sky began to descend. Moreover, the light that poured down became even more terrifying, giving the warriors less time to dodge. Roar! The rock giants also roared and punched the warrior who was caught. Boom! The terrifying hammering made the warrior feel extreme pain. Even though he had an 8th tier armor treasure, he was almost at the limit of what he could endure. Bang! 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 The rock palms grabbed and the rock giants hammered wildly, causing the warrior's state to deteriorate. Open! 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 The warrior struggled hard. His body, primordial spirit, Taoist techniques, Dharma treasures, and other means were all used to resist. Whoosh! Finally, when the rock giant smashed a crack in the rock palms, he took the opportunity to escape. The rock palms disappeared. The warrior was relieved. However, his state had deteriorated by more than half. It was difficult for him to resist. Roar! At this moment, a large stone hand reached out from the crack in the earth without any warning and grabbed at him. No! The warrior was in despair. At the same time, the other 4 warriors in the first batch were also in a similar desperate situation. If they were in a difficult situation before, now they were in a real life and death crisis. It was completely one-sided. The rock palms, the rock giants, and the descending patterns made the 5 warriors despair. Even with 8th tier armor treasures, they couldn't hold on for long. Oh no! We're in big trouble! The 5 warriors are in danger now. It won't be long before we'll be in danger too. The other 4 warriors in Jiang Xi's batch were all in a panic. Only Jiang Xi was calm. However, he was also thinking about the situation they would face next. The rock palms appeared without warning. But if you look closely, you'll find that the rock palms only appear around the rock giants. Once they're caught, the patterns in the sky will descend and reduce the warrior's reaction time. That means as long as we're not caught and don't let the rock giants get close to us, there won't be much danger, Jiang Xi thought. Of course, it wasn't difficult for him. However, it was a hopeless situation for the other warriors. It's so dangerous. Warriors will definitely die. Jiang Xi shook his head. Just as Jiang Xi thought, with the appearance of the rock palms, the 5 warriors in the first batch were in a more difficult situation. From time to time, a warrior would be caught by the rock palms and then hammered by the rock giants. The patterns in the sky were also descending rapidly. Every ray of light released by the patterns was comparable to a first-step celestial master's full-strength attack. If they were hit by a large number of rays at the same time, they wouldn't be able to withstand it even with 8th-tier armor treasures. No! The tribal warrior was caught by the rock palms again. Boom! Then, the rock giants hammered him crazily. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, countless rays of light from the patterns came down. Ah! In an instant, with a desperate howl, the tribal warrior turned into nothingness, leaving behind a pile of treasures scattered on the ground. The rock giants roared excitedly. Then, they turned into red liquid again and flowed into the cracks in the ground. The treasures were also sucked in. After everything dissipated, the small world also disappeared. There were only 9 small worlds left on the ground of the second level. The 4 warriors in the first batch were even more panicked. It's not over yet. I've reached my limit. The test of the second level should be over, right? The 4 warriors were very anxious. Other than Jiang Xi, the other 4 warriors in Riverwood's group were also nervous. We have to conserve our energy and maintain our condition. We can't get hurt, or we won't survive the second level. Just as they were feeling uneasy, roar! A shrill and crazy sound rang in their ears. The 5 small worlds in their batch also changed greatly. The rock palms began to condense. Chapter 673. On the second floor of the Verdant Cloud Brothel. In Jiang Xi's group of 5 small worlds, a huge stone hand with red liquid on its surface emerged from the ground. Why are they so fast? We came in much later than them. Apart from Jiang Xi, the other 4 warriors were anxious. They were about half an hour later than the previous batch of warriors and were transported to the small worlds. However, the appearance of the stone hand was only 10 minutes later than the previous batch of warriors. In other words, they encountered the stone hand 20 minutes earlier. Whoosh! Jiang Xi flapped his golden wings and dodged the stone hand that suddenly appeared. At the same time, his sword landed on the stone giant's body. Compared to the other 4 warriors, he was very calm and relaxed. He even relied on the agility brought by his purple-patterned golden wings to prevent the countless rays of light from touching him. However, when the stone hand appeared, the Tao pattern also began to descend, restricting his movement space and reducing his reaction time. Finally, more and more rays of light began to fall on Jiang Xi's body. 10 rays, 100 rays, 1,000 rays. This was equivalent to 1,000 first-step heavenly venerables attacking at the same time. Even a true third-step heavenly venerables would be half dead after being attacked by 1,000 first-step heavenly venerables. 8 lives, cloud annihilation! Jiang Xi finally couldn't help but use a small part of his body and essence spirit to erupt. The realm of his body and essence spirit immediately increased by 10 times. In the ancient Grey Hall, the 4 commanders of the godly King Valley, 1 Chaos Essence Divine General, and 3 Eternal Supremes were all staring at the light screen, watching Jiang Xi's performance in the small world. Haha, this warrior Mountain Sea is finally willing to use his eruption technique. As a warrior of the Special Army, the basic inheritance has a body and essence spirit eruption technique. The other warriors have already used it. He can really endure it. He waited until now to use it. The 4 commanders laughed when they saw Jiang Xi's changes on the light screen. Once he used his body and essence spirit eruption technique, Jiang Xi's physical strength, defense, and speed suddenly soared. As for his primordial spirit, as his primordial spirit grew stronger, the might of the secret techniques he executed also increased explosively. Previously it had been a little strenuous, but in an instant, it became easy again. In midair, he dealt with the stone hand and the stone giant at the same time, and then dodged the Tao pattern light. The entire process was effortless. A few more minutes passed. The Tao pattern in the sky was descending lower and lower, gradually forcing Jiang Xi to get closer to the ground. There was less and less space for him to dodge. The second trial won't pose any difficulty to this Mountain Sea warrior. His body and soul haven't been drained at all. There's definitely no problem. The 4 commanders all nodded lightly. On the second floor of the verdant cloud building, in the 9 small worlds. It's not over yet? In the front group of warriors, the young warrior wearing dark red armor was desperately dodging and flying. In his miniature world, the Tao pattern had already descended to a height of 1,000,000 kilometers from the ground. At this height, he couldn't fly too high. The rock hand itself was millions of kilometers wide. If they were not careful, they would be caught. Bam! Bam! The Tao pattern light that poured down continuously hit the young warrior. Whoosh! The rock hand suddenly stretched out again. No! The young warrior desperately dodged. However, he found that he had no space to dodge. The huge palm that was millions of kilometers wide had just stretched out of the ground and directly caught him. My body and soul have been drained too much. Even if I dodge with all my strength, I can't avoid it. The young warrior was desperate. He waved the saber in his hand with all his might, trying to split the rock hand and find a chance to escape. Boom! 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 The dark red stone giant rushed up and hammered wildly with its fists. In an instant, hundreds of punches had landed, reducing the young warrior's aura to the lowest. Whoosh! Finally, the young warrior escaped from the gap between the rock hand and flew out with a whoosh. But at this moment, hundreds of rays of light flew over from the sky. It's over! The young warrior's face was pale. Whoosh! The young warrior was instantly drowned in the light and turned into nothingness, leaving behind some supreme treasures and other things. Another warrior had fallen. About half a minute after the young warrior had fallen. Whoosh! 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 Of the 5 warriors from the previous batch, the small worlds that enveloped the 3 survivors suddenly dissipated. The stone giant also turned into a red liquid and flowed into the cracks in the ground. Everything disappeared without a trace. The 3 surviving warriors were stunned. They were originally facing a desperate situation, but the pressure was suddenly lifted. Haha, I'm still alive! I'm still alive! I'm ready to welcome death! It's over! It's finally over! The 3 surviving warriors cried and laughed. The desperate situation just now was no different from death. Of the 3 of them, the worst was not even 1,000th of his peak state. The best was only 100th. Therefore they quickly woke up from their excitement and joy. This is not good. We're so weak now. This is only the 2nd floor of the verdant cloud brothel. There's still the 3rd floor, the 4th floor. How are we going to survive? Yes, we're already so weak. Even if we're given time to recover, it's hard to recover much. Next, it's still a desperate situation. The 3 warriors were very worried. If we're weak, the other warriors are weak as well. That's fair. Who knows, the verdant cloud brothel might even provide us with treasures that can help us recover. What do you mean the other warriors are weak as well? Look, that warrior from the Great Yen army is still crushing the stone giant. One of the warriors pointed into the distance with a grim expression. The other 2 warriors looked over as well. Then, they saw a red-armored warrior holding a long sword toying with the stone giant in the small world. At the same time, he perfectly dodged the stone giant's hand and the Tao veins. He's so strong! The 3 warriors looked at each other. Swoosh! 3 pillars of light descended and shrouded the 3 surviving warriors. In an instant they disappeared. They've gone to the 3rd floor? Riverward saw this scene. However, the 3 of them have weakened to a very low level. I reckon our batch is about the same. Indeed, the development of the situation was just as Jiang Xi had expected. As the ancient Tao veins continued to descend, the situation of the 5 warriors in their batch worsened. Some of them began to die. A moment later, the test ended. Surprisingly, there were 3 survivors in their batch. We survived! Ha! We survived! The other 2 warriors were overjoyed. However, when they saw Jiang Xi, they immediately retreated. It was as though Jiang Xi was more dangerous than the small world. Jiang Xi glanced at them. His gaze fell on the tall and thin warrior, Liu. He chuckled and said, "You're lucky. You're still alive." Liu's heart skipped a beat. Regret welled up in his heart again. He knew Shanhai was holding a grudge. Swoosh! Another 3 pillars of light descended and transported Jiang Xi and the others to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor of the verdant cloud pavilion was a vast grassland. When Jiang Xi and the others appeared, they saw a group of warriors. "The 4th batch is here. What a coincidence. The 4th batch is the same as the 3rd. 3 of them survived." Voices rang in the air. As soon as Jiang Xi appeared, he immediately surveyed his surroundings. He saw figures scattered in the distance. Some were warriors from the tribes, some were beasts. There were quite a number of them. At a glance, there were as many as 11 people on the grassland, including him. 11 warriors? Jiang Xi thought to himself, there are 6 survivors from the 3rd and 4th batches. It seems like the other 5 warriors are from the 1st and 2nd batches. Jiang Xi guessed. If that's the case, the 3rd floor of the Verdant Cloud Pavilion is meant for all batches of warriors to gather? At the same time, he swept his gaze across the warriors. Swoosh! 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 The survivors from the 3rd and 4th batches were so frightened that their expressions changed. They teleported far away. Some of them even unleashed their space-time domains to control the space-time around them. They were on high alert. This? The warriors from the 1st and 2nd batches were shocked they were not fools. They immediately realized that the warrior from the Great Yen army was not ordinary. Just a look from him was enough to scare the warriors away. Clearly, he was not on the same level as them. We should be careful too. Even the warriors from the 3rd and 4th batches are so afraid. This warrior from the Great Yen army must be terrifyingly powerful. Although the warriors from the 1st and 2nd batches did not know how powerful Jiang Xi was, they still teleported away out of caution. Then, they unleashed their space-time domains to control the space-time around them. Jiang Xi merely shook his head and chuckled when he saw this. Time passed. Days went by. On the 6th day, the 5th batch of survivors arrived at the 3rd floor. A moment later, the 3 survivors from the 6th batch arrived as well. Just like that, 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. A total of 37 warriors had gathered on the grassland on the 3rd floor of the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. Some of the new warriors knew some of the warriors from the 1st and 4th batches. After some discussion, they knew how terrifying the Great Yen army warrior was. Hence, many of the warriors stayed away from him. Naturally, there were still those who were confident. They did not think much of Jiang Xi. "You're so scared of a mere tribal warrior?" A plant life form with luxuriant foliage said. Its body was covered in crimson flowers. The largest flower had eyes and a mouth. It said disdainfully, "Before I joined the army, I've already killed tens of thousands of tribal warriors." As it spoke, the plant life form looked at Riverward provocatively. "Your body is 100 million kilometers tall. Of course, you're not afraid of him. If we had a body like yours, we wouldn't be afraid of him either," some of the warriors in the distance said with a smile. Provocation, fear, indifference. Jiang Xi ignored the various attitudes of the other warriors. He waited quietly with an indifferent expression on his face. Finally, with the appearance of 3 more survivors, there was finally some movement on the grassland on the 3rd floor of the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. Rumble! A huge vortex suddenly appeared on the grassland. It rippled like water. Its diameter was 100 million kilometers. The 40 surviving warriors all looked up at the sky whiz. Space-time rippled and vibrated. No matter where Jiang Xi and the 40 warriors were, they were instantly teleported to the bottom of the vortex. Whoosh! 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 The huge vortex in the sky suddenly released light screens that surrounded a large area on the grassland. This area was 100 million kilometers in diameter, and was completely isolated from the outside world. It corresponded perfectly with the vortex above. Whoosh! In the middle of the vortex in the sky, a huge light sword suddenly appeared. It seemed to be made entirely of light. The huge light sword seemed to have a mind of its own. It was staring at the warriors below, and seemed to be able to see through everyone's hearts. For a moment, Jiang Xi and the other warriors felt their primordial spirits freeze. At this moment, an old voice sounded. The first 3 floors of the verdant cloud pavilion are dangerous. As long as you pass the 3rd floor alive, there will be no more danger. From the 4th floor onwards there will be all kinds of benefits, inheritances, rewards, and so on. The higher you go, the greater the benefits. Of course, you must pass the 3rd floor alive. Hearing this voice, many of the 40 warriors were filled with anticipation. Only the 3rd floor was dangerous. After that, there would be all kinds of opportunities and benefits. At this moment, the old voice continued to reverberate in the minds of the warriors. Based on the performance of the 40 warriors in the first 2 floors, only 15 of you can survive the 3rd floor. The 15 warriors who survive can enter the 4th floor and obtain many benefits. This time, even Jiang Xi was surprised. This level had a limit on the number of survivors? As for the warriors who were originally filled with anticipation, they began to worry once again. Being able to survive to the 3rd floor was already proof of their talent and strength. But in this level, more than half of them would die. With only 15 people, except for a few, most of the warriors did not have the confidence to say that they could survive this level. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there were 2 explosions. Huge branches and leaves spread out. The long branches and leaves had a dazzling golden light as they whipped a tribal warrior. The tribal warrior's strength was not even 1% of his peak strength. Under such a sudden attack, he was annihilated into nothingness. What? It killed the other warriors! The survivors were all shocked. Jiang Xi also frowned slightly. He glanced over and saw that it was the plant life form that had attacked. The Verdant Cloud Brothel said that only 15 of us can survive, but they did not forbid us from killing each other. Now that we've killed one more opponent! Ha ha, die! The plant life form laughed wantonly as its branches and leaves began to dance wildly. At this moment, everyone had just gone through the torture of the small world on the 2nd floor. Many of the warriors were in a severely injured state and had not recovered. The weakest one was not even 1% of his peak strength. Run! The severely injured warriors hurriedly fled in all directions, trying to keep a distance from the stronger warriors. However, the vortex in the sky covered an area of 1 billion kilometers and a light screen descended. They could not escape at all. No matter how they fled, they were still in this area. For a moment, the space under the vortex became chaotic. Chapter 674. In the midst of the chaos, Riverward was the only one standing there, not moving at all, ignoring the surrounding soldiers. And none of the warriors dared to attack Jiang Xi. Even the most arrogant plant life deliberately avoided Jiang Xi with its wildly dancing branches and leaves. Rumble! Suddenly, the huge light sword in the sky lit up. As if it had opened its eyes, it emitted beams of misty white sword light that sprinkled down. It didn't seem to have any power, but it stirred everyone's hearts. What is this? So strange! The warriors who were still fighting felt a shock to their souls after being hit by the white sword light. It was as if a sword had pierced their hearts. This strange situation caused many of the warriors to stop fighting and prepare to deal with the white sword lights first. No one knew what dangers there were on the 3rd level. If it was a terrifying danger, they would be courting death if they were distracted by fighting. In just a moment of chaos, 3 of the 40 warriors had fallen. Of course, these 3 were the ones who had been severely injured on the 2nd level. They were the first to be killed. Even their treasures had been divided among the other warriors. Fortunately, the mountain sea didn't move. Liu stood far away. He glanced at Jiang Xi and relaxed a lot. Then, he looked up at the huge light sword in the sky. Many of the other warriors did the same, raising their heads to watch. The huge light sword in the center of the vortex released endless white sword light. It fell like rain, covering an area of 1 billion kilometers. Every white sword light didn't hurt anyone's body. It was as if there was no harm at all. It only felt like the sword was stabbing their hearts. What danger is on the third level? It goes straight to the heart. Is it disturbing our minds? The second level only had doubt patterns at the beginning. Later there were rock giants and rock hands. Maybe there will be some strange danger on the third level. The warriors were uneasy. Some of the warriors even flew up, not daring to approach the ground in case something suddenly appeared on the grassland. Endless white sword light poured down like rain, landing on every warrior's body. Soon, the warriors found that they were feeling more and more uncomfortable. This seems to be an attack of the primordial spirit? Is the third level testing the strength of the primordial spirit? No, the sword light didn't attack the primordial spirit. The warriors were still guessing and thinking of ways to resist. No one was willing to be eliminated at this time because elimination meant death. Moreover, as long as they survived this level and reached the fourth level, there would be many benefits. Who would be willing to give up? Riverward was also carefully sensing the white sword light that was smashing down. He had already roughly guessed what it was. It's indeed not testing the strength of the primordial spirit, it's testing the heart. Mental state. In terms of mental cultivation, this was the only domain that he didn't rely on the experience panel. Mental cultivation couldn't increase in strength. Strictly speaking, it was only a supplementary effect. For example, it could make him calmer in the face of danger and make it easier for him to think of countermeasures. Another example, a strong mental endurance. And in front of him, the white swords of light that came crashing down like raindrops were a test of his state of mind, a test of his heart's endurance. According to Big Brother Xiantian's theory, mental cultivation is divided into 3 realms: false, great, and void. I reached the void realm long ago. If it corresponds to the cultivation realm, the void realm corresponds to the Tao Lord realm. After that, there is the Empyrean realm, the eternal realm, and even the primordial chaos realm. And my current mental cultivation should be at least a 3rd step Empyrean, or even higher. This was where Jiang Xi was most confident. Feeling the increasingly strong mental impact, Jiang Xi didn't feel any pressure. He didn't believe that this level's test could exceed the Empyrean limit. If that was the case, it wouldn't be a test at all. This little mental impact has no effect on me at all, so... Jiang Xi turned his head and looked into the distance. There stood a warrior in the form of a green-winged bird. It was Liu. Let's kill him first! Whoosh! Jiang Xi's speed immediately soared and he rushed over. Liu was resisting the primordial spirit. At the same time, he was paying attention to his surroundings. Although he had the 8th stage supreme treasure, the green-winged bird, which was good at escaping, he had been seriously injured on the 2nd level to resist the dangers of the miniature world. His condition had deteriorated greatly even after 2 months of recovery. His strength was still less than 1/10 of his peak. Of course, he had to be careful. Liu instantly discovered a stream of light flying towards him. Mountain Sea! Liu was shocked. This was what he was afraid of. Whoosh! Liu flapped his wings and swung his tail. He immediately flew at high speed, trying to avoid Jiang Xi's attack. At the same time, he transmitted, Mountain Sea! We are both from the White Flame Army. Why are you chasing me? If not you, who would I kill? Jiang Xi sneered. Liu felt bitter. Previously, on the 1st level of the Verdant Cloud Brothel, he suddenly attacked Jiang Xi. At that time, he said to Jiang Xi, You are a recruit. If not you, who would I kill? Now, the situation was reversed. Mountain Sea, as long as you don't kill me, I am willing to give you an 8th stage supreme treasure as compensation. Liu transmitted anxiously. Humph! Jiang Xi only replied with a cold snort. This Liu seemed to be on good terms with him previously, but suddenly attacked him in secret. This kind of sinister and vicious person was what Jiang Xi hated the most. Therefore, he had to kill him. Jiang Xi chased and Liu fled. It had to be said that the 8th-stage supreme treasure, the green-winged bird, was faster than the purple-striped golden wings in a straight line. 8 lives! Jiangxi's heart moved. He directly used his body's eruption technique, and his speed increased explosively. The distance between him and Lai Yu naturally became shorter and shorter. Mountain Sea! After Lai Yu realized this, he immediately became anxious and panicked. Tell me, what will it take for you to let me go? If you die, our grudges will be settled. Jiang Xi was expressionless. Lai Yu desperately released the energy in his body, wanting to increase his speed. However, no matter how fast he was, the diameter of this area was only 1 billion kilometers. With their level of speed, such a large distance could be covered in an instant. Then, they would have to change directions, which tested their agility. In terms of agility, the green-winged bird was much weaker. It was no match for the purple-striped golden wings. Therefore, in just a moment, the distance between him and Jiang Xi was already very close. Mountain Sea, I was wrong. Please spare me, spare my life. Lai Yu begged at the last moment. He had already seen how terrifying Jiang Xi was and knew that he was no match for Mountain Sea. Die! Jiang Xi's face was cold. Whoosh! A bright sword light burst out from the long sword and pierced towards Lai Yu. Block it! Block it! Lai Yu's eyes widened as he roared. Chi! The dazzling sword light, mixed with the white sword light, pierced through his helmet and head, and then disappeared into thin air. His Tier 8 Supreme Treasure, the green-winged bird, and the remaining 4 Tier 7 Supreme Treasures scattered to the side. Not far away, the warriors who were resisting the white sword light were envious when they saw this, but none of them dared to move. Who dared to move? He killed a warrior who was about the same strength as them with one strike. With such strength, who could stop him if he went on a killing spree? However, Jiang Xi had no intention of killing. He was not a bloodthirsty person. If these warriors did not attack him, he would not kill wantonly. Next time passed. The huge sword of light in the sky was still sending down endless white sword light, and the impact on the mind was constantly increasing. From the beginning, every warrior could easily withstand it, but now, some of the warriors were starting to struggle. This mental impact should have reached the limit of a Tao Lord's state of mind, Jiang Xi thought. He was very relaxed. Some warriors were in extreme pain. Although the warriors who could reach the 3rd level were all elites in the army, they did not deliberately cultivate their minds and did not know how to cultivate. It could only be said that as their strength increased, as their knowledge and experience increased, some Tao Lord warriors might have a breakthrough in their mental state and break through to the heavenly venerable realm. However, there were still a few who had a weaker mental state and remained in the Tao Lord realm. Kill! Kill! Some warriors were still fighting while enduring the mental impact. This was especially true for the warriors whose mental fortitude had reached its limit. They were doing their best to kill and eliminate the other warriors. Kill one opponent, kill one opponent. As long as there are 15 left, it will be over. Kill! The sky was dark and the earth was in chaos. More than 30 warriors turned into streams of light and flew at high speed, occasionally crossing each other. In such a desperate battle, they still had to resist the mental impact of the white sword light. If they were not careful, they might be distracted and be hit by other warriors. Some of the weaker warriors began to fall, and the number of warriors began to decrease. Soon, the impact of the white sword light from the sky gradually became stronger and stronger, and the warriors began to feel fear. Previously, they were fighting each other, and the mental impact of the white sword light was only a small threat. But now, the mental impact had exceeded the limits of some warriors. Not good! No! At this moment, the mental impact of the white sword light finally surpassed the limit of Tao Lord and reached the heavenly venerable realm. The 9 warriors who were flying at high speed trembled. Their eyes went from being awake to being in a daze, and their minds collapsed. Their mental state cultivation was still at the Tao Lord level, so they naturally could not withstand the mental impact of a heavenly venerable. At this moment, boom boom boom, The huge sword of light in the sky shot out 9 dazzling golden sword lights, instantly hitting the 9 unconscious warriors. Before the 9 figures fell to the ground, they turned into ashes, leaving only some supreme treasures scattered in the air. Jiang Xi's eyes flickered. Swoosh! He rushed directly to the 2 nearest piles of treasures. Immediately, some of the warriors in the distance who were preparing to go over restrained the greed in their hearts and stopped, not daring to compete with Riverward. Jiang Xi smiled and glanced at them, then turned into a stream of light and collected all the supreme treasures of the 2 fallen warriors. There are quite a lot of treasures. It seems that the 3rd level of the Verdant Cloud Brothel is a good opportunity to collect treasures. Jiang Xi was very satisfied with this unexpected harvest. Almost all the warriors who could make it to the 3rd level had at least 1/8 tier supreme treasure. After all, they had all survived the 1st and 2nd levels. Without some capital, they would not have survived until now. After the mental impact of the white sword light reached the heavenly venerable level, the number of warriors began to decrease rapidly. 27, 26, 25, 21. The warriors fell one after another. Some were killed by the huge sword of light, while others were killed directly by the other warriors. Scram! The voice was like thunder. Jiang Xi flapped his wings and rushed directly to the treasures left behind by a warrior who was killed by the sword of light. It's that warrior, Mountain Sea. It's Mountain Sea. Retreat. When the 3 warriors who were charging towards the treasures saw that it was riverward, they hurriedly changed directions and fled far away. If they were closer to the treasures, they might have a chance to get them. However, they were far away from the treasures. Even if they could get them first, they would probably be caught by Mountain Sea. Then, it would be a nightmare. Now, among the warriors who were still alive, the 2 who had obtained the most treasures were Jiang Xi and the plant life. Strictly speaking, the plant life had obtained the most. This was because the entire vortex area was only 1 billion kilometers in diameter, and the plant life was already hundreds of millions of kilometers tall. When those branches and leaves spread out, the area they controlled was even larger. With this advantage, it was naturally easier for it to obtain treasures. No! I won't accept this. Die, die. All of you die. The plant life suddenly let out a shrill roar. It was indeed powerful, and its body was extremely large. Even Jiang Xi could not kill it with one strike. However, the white sword light falling from the sky caused a psychological impact, making it more and more difficult for it. Its large body was its natural advantage. Since it had cultivated until now, it had basically been smooth sailing and rarely experienced hardships. Therefore, in terms of mental state cultivation, it was much weaker. Although its mental state was already at the level of a heavenly venerable, it could only be ranked in the middle among this group of elite warriors. No! No! The plant life felt that it could not hold on any longer. Its heart was trembling, and it was about to collapse. It's going to die. It's dying. When the other warriors in the distance saw this scene, their eyes were filled with greed. Because everyone knew that this plant life had collected the most treasures. Jiang Xi was also watching with a calm expression. No, die, all of you, die. The plant life roared, and its branches and leaves danced wantonly. Golden light burst out from each branch and swept around, wanting to kill more warriors. However, at this time, all the warriors were far away from it, not giving it a chance. No! With a shrill cry, those wildly dancing branches and leaves suddenly fell from the sky. Obviously, its mind had collapsed, and it had lost consciousness. Now's the time. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. He immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed directly toward the plant life. Chapter 675. On the 3rd floor of the Verdant Cloud Brothel, a group of warriors was shrouded by the light screen from the vortex in the sky and restricted to an area with a diameter of 1 billion kilometers. They were fighting each other and trying their best to resist the spiritual impact. As the white sword light's impact on the spiritual impact continued to increase, the huge plant life form lost its consciousness in midair, its spiritual impact collapsing. Whoosh! The huge light sword in the sky released a cold purple sword light that landed on the plant life form and instantly turned it into nothingness, leaving behind a large pile of treasures. Whoosh! Whoosh! The warriors rushed out at the same time, all of them eager to get their hands on those treasures. Everyone knew that the plant life form controlled a large area with its huge size and collected a large number of treasures. It's mine! A four-horned beast warrior flapped his wings and flew over at lightning speed. Among the many warriors who were rushing over, he was the closest and also the fastest. Whoosh! He flew close to the grassland and instantly collected the treasures that piled up into a mountain. You're courting death! A cold shout was heard. The four-horned beast warrior looked into the distance and sneered. The mountain sea of the White Flame Army? In terms of strength, I'm not as strong as you, but in terms of flying speed, I'm not afraid of you. Humans died for wealth and birds died for food. In front of so many treasures, even ordinary warriors would go crazy and lose their minds, let alone these elite warriors who were not weak to begin with. Boom! A figure whizzed over. You're the fastest? Jiang Xiai sneered. With a thought, he directly used part of the 8 life secret art. His strength increased tenfold, and his speed also increased abruptly. His entire person seemed to teleport as he flew, crossing a large distance in an instant. What? The four-horned beast warrior was shocked. Jiang Xiai only sneered. From the beginning to the end, even when dealing with the stone giant on the second floor, he had not unleashed his full combat strength. A beast warrior with only the combat strength of a first-step heavenly venerable, even if he was a little faster, dared to be presumptuous in front of him? Everyone says you're strong, but I don't believe you. You and I are both Tao Lords. How much stronger can you be? Seeing that he could not shake off Jiang Xiai in terms of speed, the beast warrior roared and pounced, wanting to take the initiative to attack. Get down! Jiang Xiai waved his sword, releasing a dazzling sword light. It was as if he wanted to destroy everything, but at the same time, it also seemed to have infinite vitality. The third move of the Mountain Sea Sword's Heavenly Tao Scroll, Annihilation and Rebirth. Voila! The speed of the dazzling sword light was strangely fast. Even though the four-horned beast warrior had already tried its best to cast a defensive spell, it was still directly struck by the sword. Its body fell down uncontrollably. At the same time, the horrifying power of the sword light erupted. The aura of this ferocious beast warrior was reduced by half. How could this be? The four-horned beast was shocked and at a loss. He had an 8th-tier defensive treasure on him, and yet he couldn't defend against it? Die! Jiang Xiai ignored his shock as he waved his sword continuously. Streaks of resplendent sword light whistled out. If he was still on the second floor, it might be a little difficult for him to kill this ferocious beast warrior without unleashing his full combat strength. But now, he had already collected a large number of supreme treasures, and among them was an 8th-rank supreme treasure longsword. Using this longsword, he could easily break through the defense of the dire beast warrior. Rumble! Endless dazzling sword light blanketed the area. The four-horned beast warrior, whose strength had already been reduced by half, was directly submerged. Almost instantly, it was annihilated. The large number of supreme treasures that he had collected just now also appeared in midair. It took 2 strikes from me to die. Its strength isn't weak, Jiang Xiai thought to himself. At the same time, he waved his hand and collected the supreme treasures. With so many supreme treasures, Jiang Xiai estimated that it would definitely be enough to upgrade the Killing Shadow Sword to the 10th level. At this moment, the other warriors in the distance were all frightened. They stopped their charging movements, and didn't dare to fight for it. The four-horned beast warrior's strength was definitely one of the top warriors who had reached the 3rd floor. In the end, it was killed in 2 strikes. Fear. Lingering fear. All kinds of emotions emerged in the hearts of those warriors. This was the first time Jiang Xiai had erupted with such tyrannical strength on the 3rd floor. When he killed Liu just now, he only displayed his speed. Moreover, Lai Yu's strength was already less than 10%. Jiang Xi's true strength hadn't really erupted. This time, when he displayed it, it immediately made the other warriors understand how wise it was to be cautious and avoid him previously. Don't provoke him! This was the common thought of all the warriors. Because from the beginning until now, Jiang Xi hadn't wantonly killed. This made them realize that Jiang Xi wasn't a bloodthirsty warrior. Buzz! The huge light sword in the sky released endless white sword light. The strength of the spiritual impact was getting stronger and stronger. Only 15 can survive. Continue to kill! I will definitely survive! The warriors' attention quickly shifted to resisting the white sword light. They tried their best to resist the spiritual impact. At the same time, they tried their best to kill the other warriors. The number of warriors was constantly decreasing. 20, 18, 16, until the last 15. When there were only 15 warriors left in the area covered by the vortex, the spiritual impact of the white sword light had already reached the level of a third step heavenly venerable. It was close to the limit of a heavenly venerable. Other than Jiang Xi, the other 14 warriors were on the verge of collapse. They could die at any time. It looks like my state of mind cultivation has already reached the eternal realm. Jiang Xi was still very relaxed. He didn't feel any pressure at all. That's right. I was in seclusion in the 8 Clouds Pavilion for 1 billion years. I memorized the vast number of legacy stones in the periphery. That is also a kind of life experience. Naturally, my state of mind wouldn't be weak. One had to know that the hundreds of millions of legacy stones in the 8 Clouds Pavilion's legacy covered more than 90% of the primordial realm civilization's foundational legacies. As the saying went, having seen and experienced so much, it would be strange if his state of mind was weak after memorizing so much information. Whoosh! 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 The vortex and the huge light sword in the sky disappeared. At the same time, 15 light pillars descended and enveloped Jiang Xi and the others. The last 15 warriors who survived disappeared from the 3rd level, Valley of the Divine King, in the Grey Palace beside the Verdant Cloud Brothel. The 4 commanders were seated on the 4 thrones in the hall. Their eyes were fixed on the floating light screen, watching the scene of the warriors breaking through the levels. Haha, he passed the 3rd level's test so easily. The way I see it, this mountain sea is so relaxed. His mental state should have reached the eternal autark level. For a Daolord warrior to have such a high mental state is not bad at all. The Black Mist commander praised. And until now, he hasn't used his full strength. I think he's already an invincible celestial venerable. The silver-armored woman smiled. This warrior's swordsmanship, state of mind, combat intelligence, he's at the top of the Daolord warriors in every field. He's the strongest Daolord warrior I've seen since I became a commander. The blood-armored commander, who had reached the Chaos Origin Divine General level, stared at the light screen with a serious expression. I just don't know if he can reach the top of the Verdant Cloud Brothel. If he can, then we won't let down His Majesty's expectations. The other 3 commanders fell silent. His Majesty's expectations? Over the course of countless years, they had seen countless peerlessly talented Daolord warriors. There had been Daolord warriors who were comparable to 3rd-step celestial venerables, but none of them had succeeded. They all stared at the light screen, which was currently showing the 4th level of the Verdant Cloud Brothel. The reward is on the 4th level. I wonder what he'll choose. The 4th level of the Verdant Cloud Brothel. The 15 surviving warriors were all filled with anticipation. According to the information the Verdant Cloud Brothel had given them, only the first 3 levels were dangerous. From the 4th level onwards, there was no need to worry about death. Moreover, there would be rewards. Of course, they also knew that if they wanted to obtain the rewards, it would depend on their ability. There would definitely be a test. Otherwise, the Verdant Cloud Brothel wouldn't have 9 levels. The rewards from the Verdant Cloud Brothel must be better than those from the Quartermaster Hall, right? What are the rewards? The warriors thought to themselves. As the teleportation power disappeared, they were all sent to the 4th level. They immediately looked around and observed their surroundings. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed. He was also observing there were 4 passageways around them. On the walls of each passageway, there were trees, corpses, stones, and so on. They all glowed with different colors. It was as if countless lives and objects were sealed on the walls of the passageways. Passageways? Is this level a maze? Jiang Xi thought to himself. There were passageways around him. The 15 warriors, including Jiang Xi, didn't act rashly. They were waiting for the verdant cloud brothel's guidance. At this moment, rays of light appeared around them, enveloping every warrior. Surviving warriors, you are lucky because you have reached the 4th level of the verdant cloud brothel. From this level onwards, you don't have to worry about death. All warriors are forbidden from killing each other. If you violate this rule, you will be executed. Just the beginning of the sentence made the other warriors heave a sigh of relief. They all looked at Jiang Xi in unison. They were no longer as cautious as before. The voice continued. There are many rewards on the 4th level of the verdant cloud brothel. There are 4 passageways around you, representing 4 different types of rewards. How many rewards you can obtain depends on your own abilities. If you are lucky, you might be able to obtain great benefits. The passageway glowing with golden light is the crafting passageway. It contains the legacy of crafting supreme treasures. The passageway glowing with black light is the body passageway. It contains the legacy of cultivating one's body. The passageway glowing with white light is the primordial spirit passageway. It contains the legacy of cultivating one's primordial spirit. The passageway glowing with purple light is the Tao technique passageway. It contains the legacy of cultivating Tao techniques. Of the 4 passageways, besides crafting, the other 3 passageways' legacies will guide you on how to cultivate to become a heavenly venerable. But you can only choose one of them. Your rewards in the passageway will determine whether you can enter the 5th level of the verdant cloud brothel. Choose, lucky warriors! The old voice disappeared. Jiang Xi and the others looked around the 4 passageways and thought carefully about the information they had heard. Crafting? We warriors live by fighting. Although crafting is respected, it's not the best choice. I was born with a strong body. I should take the physical route. A ferocious beast warrior entered the passageway glowing with black light. I cultivate Tao techniques and I'm good at cultivating my body. But I've been stuck at the level of Tao Lord for too long. It's too unlikely for me to break through to become a heavenly venerable with these 2 routes. Maybe I can try the primordial spirit route. A short and strong tribal warrior entered the passageway glowing with white light. The mainstream in the dream origin realm is cultivating Tao techniques. But it also shows that Tao techniques are ordinary. I choose. A tribal warrior entered the passageway glowing with black light. The warriors quickly made their choices. But none of them chose the treasure crafting passageway or the Tao technique passageway. Except for Jiang Xi, 8 of the 14 warriors chose the physical route, and 6 chose the primordial spirit route. If they had to choose, they would naturally choose the best one. Although the dream origin realm forbade the spread of legacies outside the army, these elite warriors had long known that there were 3 cultivation routes: body, primordial spirit, and Tao techniques. Among them, the body and primordial spirit routes were the strongest. Tao technique passageway? I'd like to see what special guidance the godly king of the dream origin realm has in terms of Tao techniques. Jiang Xi chose the Tao technique passageway without hesitation. Treasure crafting? He would definitely not choose it. Just like what a warrior said, he lived by fighting. Why would he choose to craft treasures? Body? Primordial spirit? Jiang Xi also gave up on these 2 routes. Because the godly king level 8 Cloud's legacy included these 2 routes. He had no lack of them. In his opinion, the Tao technique passageway in front of him was the most valuable one. Before coming to the Godly King Valley, he had overlooked the Godly King continent from the sky. He also learned from Shoujin that the Godly King continent was the dojo of the Dream Origin Realm's Godly King. With the dojo, It meant that the godly king's cultivation had reached the peak of the primordial chaos realm. Even in the primordial realm and astral realm of the upper realm, there were only a few godly king dojos. One could imagine how precious they were. A godly king level Tao technique passageway? In the future, when I cultivate to the eternal limit, I will need to create my own Tao technique. Although the heritage in this passageway is only at the heavenly venerable level, it might be of some help to me. Jiang Xi walked into the purple light passageway. The 4 commanders of the godly King Valley looked at the screen and saw that all 15 warriors had made their choices. They also saw riverward enter the Tao art passageway that suffused purple light. They revealed smiles on their faces. Good choice. You have good taste. The most precious thing on the 4th level of Azure Cloud Brothel is this Tao technique passageway. It is where His Majesty the Godly King put his heart and soul into. Good choice. Good luck. The 4 commanders sighed. Ordinary military experts might not know, but they were Godly King Valley commanders. They had guarded Azure Cloud Brothel for countless years, so they naturally knew. In fact, the peerless figures that His Majesty the Godly King was waiting for were Tao technique cultivators. Although Tao technique cultivators were common, it was much more difficult to reach the limit than cultivating one's body and essence soul. It also represented limitless possibilities. Therefore, when His Majesty the Godly King built Azure Cloud Brothel, only the Tao technique passageway on the 4th level was built by His Majesty the Godly King with his heart and soul. It was meant to guide future cultivators. Chapter 676. Jiang Xi walked in the passageway. On the walls of this passageway that represented the path of the Tao technique, a large number of stones were piled up. It was as if there were no rules to speak of, and it was messy and disorderly. Where is the inheritance guidance of the Tao technique path? Jiang Xi searched carefully. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he stared intently at a wall. He was shocked to discover that those large and small stones seemed to be messy and without any rules. But once the billions of stones were combined, it was actually an incomparably complicated and mysterious pattern. Moreover, some of those stones were protruding and some were sunken, making this pattern even more three-dimensional. This is a three-dimensional secret technique pattern. Jiang Xi was surprised. To be precise, what the pattern displayed was a fire attribute Tao technique rank 1 secret technique. It's actually only a rank 1 secret technique? This made him very curious. Wasn't it too low? What about the other side? He turned to look at the opposite wall and combined the billions of stones. Sure enough, it was another three-dimensional secret technique pattern. However, this time, it was a metal attribute rank 2 secret technique. With Jiang Xi's strength, he could remember these secret techniques at a glance. He advanced all the way, and then saw the 5 elements Tao technique rank 3 secret techniques, rank 4 secret techniques, all the way until the 5 elements heavenly Tao level rank 6 secret techniques. Moreover, there was more than 1 secret technique at each level. All the secret technique patterns added up, the number reached hundreds of thousands, close to 1,000,000. Finally, Jiang Xi encountered a stone door at the end of the passageway. The stones on the door formed an incomplete secret technique pattern. An incomplete rank 7 secret technique? Rank 7 secret techniques were created by Empyrean powerhouses according to the source level Tao technique. At this time, Jiang Xi completely understood. Those secret technique patterns in the passageway were rewards and also tests. If he wanted to obtain more rewards, he had to complete this secret technique pattern. Then, he would be able to open the door and enter the next stage. Suddenly, Jiang Xi thought of something and was immediately overjoyed. The essence of a secret technique is a Tao technique, and these secret techniques are so detailed, from low to high, just like an analysis. Through a large number of secret techniques, the 5 elements Tao technique is analyzed clearly. This is a great opportunity for me. When a Tao reached the level of the heavenly Tao, it was like hundreds of rivers converging. In the end, only the 5 elements time, space, life, destruction, reincarnation, blade Tao, and sword Tao were left. A total of 8 Tao techniques. Among the 8 Tao arts, I've only comprehended 3 of them, the Tao of the Sword, the 5 elements, and the Tao of Life. Here, I can use the Experience Points panel to deduce these secret techniques. I can quickly comprehend the 4th Tao art, the 5th Tao art, or even more. It was like copying answers in an exam. The various secret techniques on the walls of the Tao Technique passageway had been completely analyzed and laid out in front of Jiang Xi. As long as he used the interface to deduce the Tao art one by one, he would be able to make it his own. Moreover, since there's this door as a test, it means that as long as one deduces the Taoist techniques on the walls of the passageway to the origin level, one will be able to enter the next stage. It's very likely that the next stage will be one of the other 8 Taoist arts. Jiang Xi's eyes shone brightly. Perhaps he could comprehend even more Taoist arts here, or even comprehend all 8 Taoist arts. He looked at the Experience Points panel. Tao Arts, Sword Tao Origin, 10,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan, 5 Elements Origin, 10,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan, Life Origin, 10,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan, Experience Points, 1,751 trillion Eternal Experience Points, 29,218 yuan. The only problem is that there might not be enough experience points later on. However, the longest time for an elite mission is an era, which is 36 million years. There should be plenty of time. My clone can find a way to harvest experience points in the Chaos Sea. After having a plan, Jiang Xi immediately took action. He had already reached the origin level of the 5 elements Tao arts, so the test of the secret technique pattern on the stone door was not difficult for him. He waved his hand, and the immortal energy in his body poured into the secret technique pattern. The incomplete parts were quickly completed, forming a complete set of 7th stage 5 elements Tao arts. In fact, according to Jiang Xi's current cultivation level, as long as he was willing, he could also create a 7th stage Tao art at the origin level. He had not created one yet because he had only reached the origin level not long ago. It had only been 3,000 to 4,000 years. Rumble. At this time, as the secret technique pattern was completed, the stone door at the end of the passage instantly emitted a light that enveloped Jiang Xi. Whoosh! Jiang Xi disappeared in front of the door. He's gone in. It's only been a while, and he's already entered the next stage. His 5 elements Tao arts must have reached the origin level long ago, and it has already been perfected. I just don't know if his Sword Tao and Life Tao arts have reached the origin level. The blood-armored commander said in a low voice. I wonder how much he will gain in the Tao arts passage? The 4 commanders began to speculate. They knew very well what was in the Tao arts passage. There were a total of 8 stages in the passage, and they represented the inheritances of the 8 Tao arts below the origin level. The more Tao arts cultivators cultivated, the more difficult it would be for them to cultivate in the future. However, they would also become more powerful. If one could comprehend all 8 Tao arts, that would be the true limit of the Tao arts path. What made the 4 commanders even more expectant was that this warrior, Shanhai, had already embarked on the path of fusing Tao arts. Under normal circumstances, one could only create a 6th stage Tao art at most with 1 heavenly Tao as the foundation. However, the Sword Tao secret technique that Shanhai had created by fusing 3 heavenly Taos was a 7th stage Tao art. If he could fuse all 8 Tao arts, what level would he reach? They could not predict because no powerful being had ever been able to do so. Not even the mighty Divine King could do so. It's a pity that we won't be able to see what happens after the 1st stage of the Tao arts passage. The Black Mist commander sighed softly. The other 3 commanders also fell silent, and they were a little anxious. They hoped that Shanhai would be able to go further and comprehend more Tao art inheritances. The space trembled. Under the effect of the teleportation power, Jiang Xi arrived at the 2nd stage of the Tao arts passage. The 2 walls were still covered with gravel of all sizes, forming a Tao art pattern. However, Jiang Xi's gaze did not fall on the wall immediately. Instead, he stared at a small mountain of crystals in front of him. Jiang Xi was all too familiar with those crystals. Eternal fragments. This was a small mountain of eternal fragments. So many rewards? Jiang Xi was shocked. He quickly identified the number of eternal fragments. A total of 10,000 pieces. If exchanged in the military supply hall, that would be 1 million military points. Could it be that the Tao Arts passage is more important? Is that why the rewards are so generous? This thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. However, he did not think too much about it. With a wave of his hand, the 10,000 eternal fragments disappeared and were stored in the treasure space of Heavenly Tower. At this moment, in the space of Heavenly Tower, Jiang Xi quickly condensed an avatar and began to use the interface to convert eternal fragments. 1 eternal experience points equals 1 eternal fragment. This process could be converted to each other. In other words, the Verdant Cloud Brothel directly rewarded him with 10,000 eternal experience points this time. In this way, there is no shortage of experience points. In fact, there will be more and more in the future. Then, Jiang Xi began to observe and comprehend the Tao art pattern on the wall. After taking a closer look, he discovered that the second stage of the Tao Arts passage was Space Tao Arts. This was a new Tao art that he had never comprehended before. If it was in the past, Jiang Xi could not guarantee that he could comprehend the fourth or even the fifth Tao art. But now, he was full of confidence. On the wall, there were hundreds of thousands of Space Tao Arts of various levels, explaining the inheritance of Space Tao Arts below the origin level. With the experience points interface, as long as he followed the deduction, he could comprehend Space Tao Arts. Next, Jiang Xi used the interface to deduce as he moved forward. In just an hour, he comprehended Space Tao Arts at the true meaning level. Then, in just one day, he advanced to the domain level of Space Tao Arts. In 1 month, he advanced to the path of heaven and earth level of Space Tao Arts. In half a year, he advanced to the Great Tao level of Space Tao Arts. In 10 years, he advanced to the Heavenly Tao level of Space Tao Arts. During this process of improvement, he had been using experience points to quickly reach the perfection realm of each Tao art level, saving a lot of time. For example, the Great Tao level of Space Tao Arts. If he did not have the interface, he could only rely on a little comprehension to slowly improve. He might not even be able to cultivate the Great Tao of Space to perfection in 10,000 or 100,000 years. However, Jiang Xi only used 10 years to raise his Space Tao Arts to the perfection realm of the Heavenly Tao level. When he was weak, he still needed to refine spiritual fruits to replenish the energy consumption of his rapid improvement. Now, with his strength, he could instantly absorb and refine a large amount of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Naturally, he did not have to worry about this consumption. Finally, Jiang Xi walked to the second stone door. On the door, there was also an incomplete secret art pattern. This segment was more time-consuming. Because this pattern was a rank 7 secret art at the origin level, he had yet to comprehend the origin of space. However, Jiang Xi was not too worried. Although this secret technique pattern was incomplete, it was still valuable as a reference for him. He could use the interface to deduce to complete this pattern. As the saying went, everything could be deduced. This was the power of the interface's deduction function. Soon, Jiang Xi used another year to deduce the incomplete part. When the secret art pattern on the stone door was completed, the stone door emitted a light that enveloped Jiang Xi and teleported him to the third stage of the Tao art passage. 20,000 eternal fragments. Although he was mentally prepared, Jiang Xi was still pleasantly surprised when he saw the pile of crystal stones on the passage that was much larger. He did not hesitate, and directly put them away. Then, he began to observe and comprehend the massive number of secret arts on the wall. Time Tao art! Jiang Xi's eyes flashed. This was the most mysterious of the 8 Tao arts. If one could cultivate it to the eternal realm, they could reverse time and space. However, according to the introduction of the 8 Clouds legacy, there were very few eternal sovereigns who cultivated the time Tao art. It could be said to be 1 in 10,000. There might not even be one eternal sovereign among 10,000 eternal sovereigns. It seems that this divine king can use a large number of secret arts of time to explain the time Tao art in such detail. He should be able to reverse time and space easily, Jiang Xi thought to himself. Next, he comprehended and deduced. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years. Jiang Xi walked to the end of the third stage of the Tao Art Passage and saw the third stone door. This time, he used 10 years to complete the third incomplete secret art pattern with the help of the interface's deduction. It was a level 7 secret art of time. At the same time, outside the verdant cloud building, whoosh! A warrior was teleported out. In the gray palace next to the verdant cloud building, the 4 commanders stood in front of the railing and looked down at the warrior who was teleported out. This is the 14th warrior to be eliminated. Their harvest on the 4th level has reached their respective limits. They can't get more and have all been eliminated, the Black Mist commander said. That Shanhai hasn't stopped yet. With his talent, he can definitely obtain more inheritance. The Blood Armor commander, who was at the Origin Divine General level, sighed. The 4 commanders looked at the verdant cloud building. Unfortunately, they couldn't see the situation beyond the Tao Art Passage. However, they knew very well that since Shanhai was still advancing at this time, it meant that he had a chance to enter the 5th level of the verdant cloud building and continue to advance. The longest time for an elite mission is an era. On the 4th level of the verdant cloud building, he can only stay for 10 million years at most. I wonder how much he can gain in 10 million years? Just like how the 4 commanders didn't know that Jiang Xi was about to quickly pass the 4th stage, Jiang Xi didn't know that he only had 10 million years. Of course, knowing wouldn't affect anything. He was already doing his best to deduce and comprehend. He was going all out. In the 4th stage of the Tao Art Passage, the rewards for the 3rd stage were placed on the passage. There were a total of 30,000 eternal fragments. On the wall was a massive number of secret arts that explained the life Tao art. Jiang Xi had already reached the level of perfected origin for this Tao art. Naturally, he passed it without any difficulty. Next, the 5th stage was the Destruction Tao art. It was another brand new Tao art. Jiang Xi used 3,800 years to complete the deduction of the Destruction Tao Art's Heavenly Tao level. Although the more Tao Arts one cultivated at the same time, if one wanted to cultivate to a higher realm and comprehend new Tao Arts, the difficulty would increase exponentially. However, the Tao Art Passage's explanation of each Tao Art was too detailed. Jiang Xi had the experience panel, so it was difficult for him to not comprehend it quickly. Then, the 6th stage was the Reincarnation Tao Art. In the end, Jiang Xi used 20,000 years to reach the 6th stone door. Not to mention Jiang Xi's progress. On the other side, during these 20,000 years, outside the White Flame Army camp, the group of Juntian Holy Land powerhouses who had been waiting for Jiang Xi's return were about to go crazy. Didn't they say that each mission only lasted for 10,000 years at most? Why hadn't Jiang Xi returned after more than 20,000 years? At first, they all guessed that Jiang Xi had failed the mission and died outside. However, when they reported the news back to the Holy Land, they received news that Jiang Xi's clone was fine. Moreover, the Tao Lords of the human race who were wandering in the Chaos Sea didn't show any sadness. This meant that Jiang Xi's original body in the Dream Origin realm might still be alive. Therefore, Juntian Supreme ordered them to continue watching. Even if Jiang Xi's original body died, they had to wait until the news of his death reached the White Flame Army. Compared to the Juntian Holy Land, the human race in the 4th universe was indeed peaceful. In the entire 4th universe, more than 70% of the territory had been occupied by the human race. The new generation of powerhouses continued to rise, and Mountain Sea Tao Lord Jiang Xi became the object of admiration and reverence of these new generation of powerhouses. However, in these tens of thousands of years, Jiang Xi seemed to have disappeared. No one knew where he went. Only a few of the upper echelons of the human race knew that Jiang Xi's original body was obtaining a great opportunity in the Dream Origin realm, so no one disturbed Jiang Xi. Even if it was Riverwood's clone, no one disturbed him. In the blink of an eye, 300,000 years had passed. Chapter 677. Time passed quickly and 300,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On the 4th floor of the verdant cloud building, the 7th stage of the Tao Technique passageway. In front of the 7th stone door, Jiang Xi stood there motionless, staring at the mystic technique pattern on the stone door. He had maintained this posture for 10,000 years. Suddenly, Jiang Xi smiled, and his originally frowning brows loosened, full of relief. An epiphany, suddenly enlightened, this feeling was incomparably wonderful. Although Saber Tao and Sword Tao are both Tao of killing and seem to have many similarities, when you really break them down, their essence is poles apart. Jiang Xi smiled, raised his hand, and poured immortal power into the incomplete mystic technique pattern. The rank 7 Saber Tao mystic technique in front of him was instantly completed. Buzz! The stone door released light, teleporting him to the 8th stage of the Tao Technique passageway. When the power of teleportation disappeared, Jiang Xi did not need to look at the large number of mystic techniques on the wall to know what this stage was. And for him, it was not difficult at all. Because the 8th stage was Sword Tao. According to the order, the 8 stages of the Tao Technique passageway were 5 elements Tao, space Tao, time Tao, life Tao, destruction Tao, return Tao, saber Tao, sword Tao. Originally, he had already comprehended the 5 elements Tao, life Tao, and sword Tao. Now, along the way, he had finally comprehended the other 5 of the 8 Tao techniques, and all of them had reached the level of perfected heaven Tao. Eternal fragments. Jiang Xi looked at the pile of crystal stones in the passageway, his face calm and collected, long used to it. He put away a total of 70,000 eternal fragments, and quickly converted them into eternal experience points. Then, he walked to the stone door of the 8th stage with familiarity. The countless gravel on it formed an incomplete mystic technique pattern. This was a rank 7 Sword Tao mystic technique. Jiang Xi did not hesitate, and quickly completed the incomplete part. This time, the stone door did not emit a teleportation light, but the entire door directly turned into an illusion and disappeared. A huge circular stone platform appeared in front of him, and from afar, one could see that there was a small mountain of eternal fragments on the stone platform. Obviously, those eternal fragments were the rewards of the 8th stage of the Tao Technique passageway. As there was no danger of life and death, Jiang Xi directly stepped on the stone platform. Suddenly, Jiang Xi became vigilant. All he could hear was an ethereal voice ringing out around him. At first, it was very faint, but gradually, the sound became louder. Furthermore, specks of blue starlight appeared on the circular stone platform. More and more of them appeared, as if they were endless. Finally, the blue starlight began to condense into a blurry figure. It was very illusory, as if it would disappear at any moment. The blurry figure's back was facing Jiang Xi, so he couldn't see his face clearly. To be able to come here means that you already have the qualifications to cultivate to the primordial chaos realm. The voice of the blurry figure was also very vague. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Remember, cultivating 8 Taos at the same time isn't the limit. Fusing them together is the true limit. Once you reach the center of the circular platform, you'll be able to enter the 5th floor of the Verdant Cloud Pavilion. I hope that you'll be able to reach the top. The blurry figure turned his face slightly and glanced at Jiang Xi. Then, he sighed softly and disappeared. Jiang Xi's gaze froze. He couldn't see the figure clearly. However, when the blurry figure stood in front of him, even though his back was facing him, he felt a sense of intimacy in his heart. It was incomparably close. This is just an illusory consciousness. It can actually affect my state of mind. Jiang Xi looked solemn. His state of mind cultivation was already at the level of an eternal supreme. However, this blurry figure's illusory consciousness could affect his state of mind greatly. Absolutely, much stronger than the 8 Cloud Divine Generals. The previous 8 Cloud Divine Generals had already fallen. Back then, only an illusory consciousness was left behind in the 8 Cloud Ruins. After the successor was chosen, it dissipated on its own accord. Although the illusory consciousness of a primordial chaos expert was not a complete life form, it still contained all the memories of the main body. memory itself was a kind of power. Understanding all the memories meant understanding all the Tao techniques of the main body. Naturally, it was extraordinary. Jiang Xi estimated that the illusory consciousness just now should have been left behind by His Majesty the Divine King of the Dream Origin World. Just the illusory consciousness alone can affect my state of mind. If His Majesty the Divine King came in person, I'm afraid I'll be annihilated with just a look. Jiang Xi was shocked then. He looked around the circular stone platform again. After discovering that there was nothing else, Jiang Xi waved his hand and put away the pile of eternal fragments. Then, he quickly converted them into eternal experience points. The reward for the 8th stage of the Tao Technique passageway was 80,000 eternal fragments. In addition to the previous 7 stages, there were a total of 360,000 eternal fragments. In other words, in addition to comprehending the remaining 5 Tao techniques on the 4th level, he also gained 360,000 eternal experience points. Cultivation, True Body, Universe Realm Tao Lord, 900 yuan/900 yuan, Clone, Universe Realm Tao Lord, 900 yuan/900 yuan, Tao Technique, Sword Tao Origin, 10,000 yuan/10,000 yuan, 5 Elements Origin, 10,000 yuan/10,000 yuan, Life Origin, 10,000 yuan/10,000 yuan, Space Heavenly Tao, 1,000 yuan/1,000 yuan, Time Heavenly Tao, 1,000 yuan/1,000 yuan, Destruction Heavenly Tao, 1,000 yuan/1,000 yuan, Reincarnation Heavenly Tao, 1,000 yuan/1,000 yuan, Ultimate Saber Tao, 1,000 yuan/1,000 yuan, Secret Technique. Mountain Sea Sword Scripture, Heavenly Tao Scroll, 10,000 yuan/10,000 yuan, 8 Lives, Level 3, 30,000 yuan/30,000 yuan, Cloud Annihilation, Level 3, 30,000 yuan/30,000 yuan, Deduction, 1,000,000 experience points once conversion. 1 eternal experience points equals 1 trillion experience points. 1 eternal fragment equals 1 eternal experience points. 7,421 trillion eternal experience points. 226918 yuan. Although he had obtained 360,000 eternal experience points, Jiang Xi had also consumed a lot of eternal experience points for more than 300,000 years. Just deducing the Tao techniques had consumed more than 100,000 eternal experience points. It could be said that without the rewards of each stage of the Tao technique passageway, he would not have had the chance to obtain the Tao technique inheritance later on. The other consumption was the improvement of the 2 ultimate techniques of the 8 Clouds Legacy, 8 Lives and Cloud Annihilation. The 2 ultimate techniques target the body and the primordial spirit respectively. The 3rd level is the limit of the Heavenly Venerable. 1 step further, and I will become an eternal supreme. Jiang Xi's eyes were shining. The Dream Origin Realm did not have the tyrannical laws of heaven and earth like the Chaos Sea. He could cultivate to the eternal realm here. However, there was a huge gap between the Heavenly Venerable and the Eternal Supreme. It had stopped countless talented Heavenly Venerables. However, this gap was not something that could be crossed just because one wanted to. The 3 paths are the body, the primordial spirit, and the Tao technique. If I break through any of them, the other 2 paths can be forcefully opened and I can become an eternal supreme. However, this method is still lacking and is not perfect. What I want to do is to break through all 3 paths at the same time. Only then can I truly reach the eternal limit. Jiang Xi thought to himself. He had the experience points panel. He could indeed break through to the eternal realm with his body and primordial spirit at any time. However, doing so would be equivalent to giving up the Tao technique path. Of the 8 Tao techniques, I now have 3 at the origin level. The remaining 5 are still at the Heavenly Tao level. First, I will cultivate all 8 Tao techniques to the origin level. Then, I will break through together. Jiang Xi was ambitious. At that time, his body, primordial spirit, and Tao techniques would all break through to the limit. In that case, he would directly become an eternal supreme, or even stronger. It could be called the strongest path. Of course, this would require him to continue to work hard in the future. Right now, his priority was still to break through the verdant cloud building. The 4th floor already has such a great opportunity. What's next? Jiang Xi could not help but look forward to it. He lifted his foot and walked to the center of the circular stone platform. Through there, he could enter the 5th floor. The next moment. Boom! A pillar of light descended and enveloped Jiang Xi. In the gray palace next to the verdant cloud building, the 4 commanders were still sitting on the throne and waiting. Because they could not see Jiang Xi's scene in the depths of the Tao Technique passage, they could only wait. 1. The screen of light that had been floating in the air all this time suddenly changed. The 5th floor of the verdant cloud building. The Black Mist commander was pleasantly surprised. It hasn't even been 1,000,000 years and he has already entered the 5th floor? No matter what, he has begun to sprint from the 5th floor to the 7th floor. The Blood Armor commander, the Black Mist commander, the Beast commander, and the silver-armored female commander were all very excited at this moment. For more than 300,000 years, they had been waiting here. During this period, there would be different numbers of Tao Lord warriors participating in the elite missions every 10,000 years. However, none of them could enter the 5th floor. Only this warrior, Shanhai, had not come out of the 4th floor. Now, he had finally entered the 5th floor. I wonder if he can pass the 3rd floor and enter the 8th floor. If the 4th floor is the foundation of an expert, then the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors are the sublimation of strength. They are also more difficult. In the long history of the Dream Origin realm, a large number of elite warriors have reached the 5th floor. However, most of them were eliminated on the 5th floor. A small number of them were eliminated on the 6th floor, and a very small number were eliminated on the 7th floor. Only one person has reached the 8th floor so far. The 5th, 6th, and 7th floors are indeed very difficult. However, this Shanhai's talent and strength are also very powerful. It is very likely that he will pass the 3rd floor. The 4 commanders sighed and looked forward to it. The verdant cloud building hid the biggest secret of the Dream Origin realm. The 4 commanders could not see the 8th and 9th floors at all. Even the Blood Armor commander, who was a Chaos Origin Divine General, could not investigate the situation there. The 8th floor was the last obstacle. Once he passed it, he would reach the 9th floor and become the first elite Tao Lord warrior in history. However, throughout history, there had only been one extremely strong elite warrior who had made it to the 8th level, but had failed at that level. The 5th floor of the verdant cloud building was a vast world of ice and snow. Jiang Xi looked around. Only me? Where are the other warriors? There were 15 warriors who had entered the 4th floor with him. More than 300,000 years had passed. During this period, he had completed at least 30 elite missions. Was there no other warrior who had reached the 5th floor except for him? Boom! Suddenly, the surrounding wind and snow swept up and enveloped Jiang Xi. The old voice sounded in Jiang Xi's mind. Warrior Shanhai, from the 5th floor onwards, you are the only one who has reached the 5th floor. There is a powerful opponent on the 5th floor. If you defeat him, you can enter the 6th floor. If you fail, you will leave the verdant cloud building. Jiang Xi nodded secretly. Indeed, only the first 3 floors had life-threatening dangers. Even if he failed now, there was no risk of dying. Suddenly, his eyes moved and he looked into the distance. He saw a figure in a white robe walking over in the vast wind and snow. He seemed to be walking slowly, but his speed was extremely fast. Jiang Xi quickly saw that it was a handsome man in a white robe. He looked exactly like a human and had a conspicuous red mole between his eyebrows. The white-robed man's eyes were full of admiration. He smiled and said, Warrior Shanhai, I will maintain the same level as you. Since you are good at sword techniques, I will fight you with sword techniques. Whoosh! He stretched out his hand and the surrounding snowflakes gathered crazily, quickly condensing into an ice sword. At the same time, he began to emit a soaring battle intent. It felt as if he had turned into a long sword that could pierce the sky. That powerful battle intent was constantly suppressing Jiang Xi. Sword? Jiang Xi held an 8th-level long sword in his hand. His battle intent was no less than his opponent's. Very good. The white-robed man nodded slightly. Take my first sword. Whoosh. His figure was like a ghost. His sword was ethereal and streaks of 5-colored sword shadows appeared one after another. Almost instantly, hundreds of millions of sword shadows appeared in front of Jiang Xi. It was as if he had fallen into a world of swords that enveloped his body and his heart. Mere illusion! Jiang Xi roared in his heart. Suddenly, all the illusions were destroyed. At that moment, the ice sword was already in front of Jiang Xi. Clang! The ice sword and Jiang Xi's long sword collided. The white-robed man was directly sent flying backward at an extremely fast speed. Second sword! The white-robed man rushed over at an even faster speed. His aura was soaring as if he had gone mad. This sword seemed to contain a hidden space and pressed down on Jiang Xi. Break! Jiang Xi's long sword flashed with a bright sword light and met the attack directly. Whoosh! The space was directly shattered. Third sword! The white-robed man roared and attacked again. When the ice sword whistled, the flow of time seemed to have changed. It seemed to be extremely slow, but at an even faster speed, it arrived in front of Jiang Xi. However, it was still defeated by Jiang Xi's sword. Seventh sword! The sword slashed down like a knife. Eighth sword! The sword was like the king of swords. The wind and snow in the vast world all gathered together. At that moment, Jiang Xi had already confirmed that the white-robed man was using the sword to perform the 8 paths Dao technique. Next, the white-robed man's 9th sword was the 5 elements sword technique, which confirmed his guess even more. 36th sword! 88th sword! 109th sword! The white-robed man was like a madman. After his sword was blocked, he immediately performed a new sword technique. Each sword technique was different. Jiang Xi remained calm. He could clearly feel that the power of the white-robed man's sword technique was constantly increasing. Every 8 sword techniques, the power would slightly increase by a level. The 4th level is the theory, and the 5th level is the application of actual combat? Jiang Xi understood. No wonder the reward was from the 4th level onwards. The white-robed man in front of him was using this method to show him the application of the 8 paths Dao technique in actual combat. The Dao technique is the foundation. Only those who can truly transform the 8 paths Dao technique into actual combat strength are true experts. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. He took every clash of swords more seriously. Chapter 678. The power of the white-robed man's sword technique slowly increased from the level of a desolate level Dao Lord. Desolate level Dao Lord, flood level Dao Lord, Aeon level Dao Lord, universe level Dao Lord. Although River Word could easily block every sword strike, he cherished this kind of battle very much. This was because apart from the sword Dao, life Dao, and 5 elemental Dao, he had no other Dao techniques. He had just comprehended the other 5 Dao techniques: space, time, destruction, reincarnation, and saber Dao, and did not have much combat experience. This kind of targeted battle was even more valuable than fighting tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of times. It could quickly improve his combat understanding of the other 5 Dao techniques. In the end, the white-robed man's sword technique reached the limit of the universe level, which was a peak rank 6 secret technique. It was still an 8-element Dao technique that circulated continuously. Every strike contained endless mysteries. As Jiang Xi fought, he used his experience panel to deduce these sword moves and ponder over their mysteries. 360 slashes! The white-robed man shouted again. When this slash was also repelled by Jiang Xi, the white-robed man retreated far away. He stood in the vast world of ice and snow and did not attack again. Oh? That's it! Jiang Xi was still unsatisfied. At that moment, the white-robed man's sword technique was already at the perfected heavenly Tao level. Clearly, this elite mission was targeted at Tao Lord warriors. There would not be any Origins level secret techniques. Since these 360 slashes can't do anything to you, take my stronger sword technique, the white-robed man said again. The ice sword in his hand instantly lit up, and a 5-colored sword beam whistled out. However, there seemed to be a world hidden in the sword beam. 5-colored world. Tao technique fusion? Jiang Xi was clearly shocked. It was a sword move formed by the fusion of the 5 elements, Heavenly Tao and Space Heavenly Tao. This was the first time he had seen an expert use a fusion of Tao techniques above the Heavenly Tao level. Good timing! Jiang Xi did not retreat at all and slashed out. A resplendent sword beam traversed the world. Sword Tao, 5 elements Heavenly Tao, and Life Heavenly Tao. This was a rank 7 secret technique formed by the fusion of 3 Tao techniques. Boom! A sword with a 5-colored world. The sword was resplendent, born from destruction. The two collided. Boom! A terrifying power erupted, and the wind and snow howled, engulfing the entire 5th level. The fusion of 2 heavenly Taos actually reached the level of a 7th-tier secret technique? Jiang Xi was somewhat surprised. He had only reached this step after fusing 3 heavenly Taos. What's missing? Or is there some other mysteries behind the fusion of his Tao? Riverward immediately used the interface to deduce, wanting to find out the difference. We've finally reached this step. Haha, very good. He walks the path of Tao fusion, and the greatest value of the 5th level is the white-robed puppet's Tao fusion technique. The 4 commanders all laughed. In the past, many warriors had made it to the 5th level, and they had also learned some Taoist techniques. However, there were not many who could walk down this path. Following that, Jiang Xi also fell into a frenzied battle. He did not continue to remain calm. Instead, he wholeheartedly clashed with the white-robed man. He used the interface to deduce and at the same time comprehend the mysteries within. 399th sword! The white-robed man instantly transformed into a huge tornado. It was a tornado formed by countless golden sword lights. The golden sword lights came one after another, stacking layer upon layer, and whistling as they enveloped Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi was at the center of the tornado. He growled and suddenly swung the long sword in his hand. Disperse! Boom! 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 The tornado formed by the golden sword lights instantly exploded as Jiang Xi swung his sword. A light gray sword light suddenly burst out and spread out at a strange speed. Everything around him exploded with a loud boom. All energy and space-time exploded. The sword light tornado formed by the layers of golden sword lights also turned into nothingness. One sword annihilated everything. The white-robed man was directly thrown out, and then he stopped very far away. He looked at Jiang Xi in shock. At this moment, Jiang Xi's eyes were full of divine light. He succeeded. Although the white-robed man had fused 2 heavenly Taos each time, he had finally captured the mystery of the fusion. And just now, he had successfully taken a big step forward in the domain of mystic arts. 3 Tao techniques at the origin level and 5 Tao techniques at the heavenly Tao level had all been fused into one sword strike. That incomparably domineering sword strike seemed to be able to shatter everything and destroy the void. The power of that sword strike was an 8th stage mystic art. If all 8 Tao techniques are at the origin level, then how powerful will this sword strike be? Jiang Xi's heart surged. Previously, at the end of the 4th level, the blurry figure had said that cultivating 8 Tao techniques at the same time was not the limit. Fusing 8 Tao techniques was the limit. Now, he had done it. I created this sword strike in the verdant cloud brothel, and my goal is to reach the top of the 9th level. It's called a meteoric rise. The Mountain Sea Sword scripture had added another powerful sword move. And this move also allowed the Mountain Sea Sword scripture to advance to an 8th stage mystic art. In the Great Palace, the 4 commanders looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock, incomparable shock. How did he do it? He fused 8 Tao techniques after exchanging 399 blows with the white-robed puppet. Are we witnessing history and a miracle? Are we witnessing the first peerless figure in history to fuse 8 Tao techniques? Although it's just a preliminary fusion, its power has already reached the level of an 8th stage mystic art. 7th stage to 9th stage mystic arts corresponded to the heavenly venerate level. To be able to create an 8th stage mystic art, one could become a 2nd step heavenly venerate with a little cultivation. I'm looking forward to it even more. The Kaith's origin divine general level blood armored commander could not maintain his composure. His voice trembled slightly. He must reach the 9th level. No, he must reach the 9th level. He is a peerless figure like His Majesty the Divine King. The blood-armored commander stared at Jiang Xi on the screen. The other 3 commanders also nodded. They could not hide the excitement and anticipation on their faces. On the 5th level of the verdant cloud brothel, the white-robed man did not use his 400th sword strike. He looked at Jiang Xi with a smile. 8th stage mystic art I lost. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. He could already tell that the white-robed man's mystic art was at most at the peak of the 7th stage. Now that he had created an 8th stage mystic art, he was in an invincible position. The white-robed man smiled again. No warrior has ever created an 8th stage mystic art at this level. Almost all of them used their ultimate treasures to fight with me to the end before they barely passed. You are the first warrior to pass this level using only a mystic art. I hope you can go further in the verdant cloud brothel. After he finished speaking, whoosh! He turned and left, disappearing into the wind and snow. Jiang Xi smiled slightly. This level tested one's application of mystic arts. It had little to do with ultimate treasures. He could imagine that if he took out his 9th stage ultimate treasure, the killing shadow sword, the white-robed man's eye sword would become a 9th stage ultimate treasure. Boom! A beam of light shone down from the sky. It enveloped Jiang Xi and sent him to the 6th level. On the 6th level of the verdant cloud brothel. As soon as Jiang Xi appeared, he immediately explored this world. This was a world of mountains and hills. It was also vast and boundless. As long as you block this world's attack, you can pass the 6th level and enter the 7th level. Warrior Shanhai, you are very close to reaching the top of the verdant cloud brothel. The aged voice reverberated in the sky. Jiang Xi's expression was calm, but he did not let down his guard. Block this world's attack? It sounded simple, but the difficulty was probably not small. It was definitely more difficult than the 5th level. Boom! In a vast area of mountains and hills far away from Jiangxi, the vast area suddenly trembled. It was as if a huge monster was about to emerge from the ground, causing the surrounding ground to crack and bulge. A large number of mountains collapsed. Soon, a huge black figure emerged from the ground. It was as if it was holding up the sky. A giant beast? Jiang Xi kept watching. The huge black figure was a 4-legged giant beast. Its back was covered with huge spikes. No, to be precise, it was a black long sword. Roar! The giant beast raised its head and roared. Whoosh! Each of the black long swords on its back emitted a black sword light that shot out in all directions. However, they only shot out a few 100 million kilometers before dissipating. 1,000 black swords! Jiang Xi had already confirmed the number. After the 1,000 swords giant beast roared, it looked at Jiang Xi. Its eyes were like holes in the sky. It was incomparably huge. Its voice shook the sky. I have not come out for a very long time. Today, I finally met someone who has reached the 6th level. Warrior, I will slowly deal with you. The longer you last, the happier I will be. Haha, it is very difficult to meet a living being on the 6th level. Jiang Xi also laughed. The longer you last? That depends on what you have. Roar! The 1,000 swords giant beast suddenly roared. Immediately after, the 1,000 black swords on its back all left its body and floated in the air. The giant beast was incomparably huge. Naturally, the black swords were not small. Each of them was 1,000,000 kilometers long. Warrior, I hope you can live long enough. The thousand swords giant beast smiled evilly. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of black swords that were 1,000,000 kilometers long whistled and attacked Jiang Xi. Like a flash of lightning, they instantly enveloped Jiang Xi's sky. Immediately after, they covered Jiang Xi and trapped him in the sword array. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Although the momentum was vast, he did not feel any fluctuations of Taoist techniques. It seemed that the power was not that strong. However, he did not underestimate it. The rank 8 supreme treasure, purple-patterned golden wings, appeared on his back. Then, he flapped them and began to dodge. When Jiang Xi blocked the first sword shadow, the other 999 black swords had already surrounded him in all directions, leaving him no way to escape. Boom! Jiang Xi used his movement technique and held the long sword in his hand. In an instant, he seemed to have turned into a huge sword light and collided directly with a black sword. Then, he used the force to fly backward. However, in the next moment, Jiang Xi's expression changed slightly. He only felt that a strange force had directly attacked the depths of his soul. It was as if the black sword had shrunk countless times and entered his mind, trying to tear his mind world apart. Spiritual attack? This was not the spiritual attack of the third level, but a kind of attack. The spiritual attack was a violent sense of oppression. And this black sword contained the power of the soul. Through a special attack method, it magnified this power and directly affected his mind. Strange, mysterious. Jiang Xi carefully sensed it. The spiritual attack of the black sword did not threaten him at all. Because it was only at the limit of the Tao Lord level, and his mind cultivation had already reached the eternal supreme level. Of course, one black sword was the limit of the Tao Lord level. With 1,000 swords added together, even if his mind cultivation had reached the heavenly venerable level, it would directly shatter and become retarded. However, Jiang Xi was very relaxed. His movement technique was good to begin with. At most, only 10 black swords could attack him at the same time. The 5th, 6th, and 7th levels. For him, the 6th level is probably the easiest. The Black Mist Commander looked at the light screen and sighed. His mind realm is rare. It's really rare for a Tao Lord to have the mind realm of an Eternal Supreme, the silver-armored female commander said with a smile. In the past, many Tao Lord warriors have reached the 6th level. Many of them have the mind realm of a heavenly venerable, but in the end, not many can withstand the spiritual attack of 1,000 swords. I wonder how far this warrior Mountain Sea can go, the Beast Commander said in a muffled voice. In the end, the Chaos Essence Divine General Level Blood Armored Commander nodded and said, 1,000 swords will definitely feel embarrassed if Mountain Sea deals with it so easily. He will definitely continue to strengthen his spiritual attack. He will only stop when Mountain Sea is suppressed until he can no longer resist. I bet that 1,000 swords will have to use the 1,000 Illusion Heart Sword to defeat Mountain Sea. The Beast Commander laughed. Jiang Xi was indeed very relaxed. He even had the time to study the spiritual power of the Black Sword. This was the first time he had seen an expert using spirit force as a means of attack. Even in the vast information of the 8 Clouds' inheritance, there was no record of it. Boom! 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 Jiang Xi was extremely fast. His purple-patterned golden wings kept flapping, making him extremely agile. In the end, under the siege of the 1,000 black swords, he completely turned into a blurry sword shadow. The sword shadow collided with the black swords one after another, producing deafening booms. If this continues, you won't be able to do anything to me even after an era. Jiang Xi chuckled. He wanted to anger the 1,000 swords giant beast and see how strong this spiritual attack was. Little warrior! The 1,000 swords giant beast roared. It was angry. In this situation, it naturally knew that the other party was very relaxed. Suddenly, the 1,000 black swords changed. They quickly shrank, and then a layer of misty white light enveloped them. It was as if the spiritual power had materialized, but it was also extremely illusory. Whoosh! Whoosh! Although the black swords had shrunk, they had become stronger. Clang! A black sword collided with Jiang Xi. The misty white light turned into an illusion and went straight into Jiang Xi's mind. In an instant, Jiang Xi was no longer as relaxed as before. A spiritual attack at the level of a third step heavenly venerable? Jiang Xi's expression was serious. Just now, his heart seemed to have been torn open, and a portion of his strength had also been lost. Of course, with his mental state cultivation, he quickly recovered. I can't be hit by too many black swords at the same time. Whoosh! Jiang Xi erupted with more strength, and used a small portion of the 8 Lives secret art. His strength and speed increased tenfold. The next moment, a scene of heaven and earth collapsing appeared. Rumble! A light gray sword light scattered from his longsword, causing all the energy, objects, and space-time in the surroundings to explode. The 1,000 black swords were also torn apart and thrown out. It was the new sword move of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, Rising Cloud. I was wrong! The beast commander looked at the screen and exclaimed. Even if the 1,000 swords used the 1,000 illusion sword, it couldn't defeat him. I didn't expect him to be able to withstand such a powerful spiritual attack. It seems that this Mountain Sea not only has a high mental state cultivation, but his ability to control his mental state has also reached an extremely high level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block the 1,000 illusion swords so easily. The blood-armored commander sighed. It's time to go to the 7th level. Let's see if he has the ability to seize the opportunity. The Black Mist commander said. Even we can't obtain more opportunities on that level. The silver-armored female commander was also looking forward to it. Chapter 679. On the 6th floor of the Verdant Cloud building, there was a vast world of mountains and hills. Warrior, you are the strongest Tao Lord warrior I have ever met. I can't defeat you. Perhaps you can reach the top of the Verdant Cloud building, the 1,000-sword beast said with a booming voice. Then, it drilled into the ground and disappeared. Riverward, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the 1,000 black swords emitting white light from before would have their power increased by another level. In that case, he was not confident that he could block it. It would be great if I could learn such a skill, Jiang Xi thought to himself. His mental state cultivation at the Eternal Supreme level was one of his advantages. However, this advantage was passive and could not be used actively. If he could learn such a spiritual attack, his opponents would be caught off guard when he used his spiritual power in the future. Armor treasures, soul armor treasures, and any other treasures would be useless. Because he did not have any treasures to defend against spiritual attacks, he could only rely on his own mental state cultivation to withstand it. Those who were weaker than him could only die. Boom! At this moment, another light beam descended from the sky and enveloped Jiang Xi, sending him to the 7th floor. The 7th floor of the Verdant Cloud brothel was a world of ice. The mountain ranges of ice seemed to be transparent. The 7th floor! Jiang Xi was full of anticipation. There are 9 floors in the Verdant Cloud building. The first 8 floors are the obstacles. As long as I pass the 8th floor and enter the 9th floor, I will succeed. At this moment, he could guess that the Verdant Cloud building hid a huge secret, perhaps the biggest secret of the Dream Origin world. This was in line with his goals when he first entered the Dream Origin world. First, he wanted to break through the Heavenly Master limit in the Dream Origin world and achieve eternity. Second, he wanted the Killer Shadow Sword to break through the limit and become a rank 10 treasure. Third, he wanted to find the secret of the Dream Origin world. Now, Jiang Xi was not far from these 3 goals. There are 2 more obstacles left. Perhaps I can find the ultimate secret of the Dream Origin world here. Jiang Xi observed his surroundings carefully. No matter how powerful he was, he could not let his guard down. The closer he was to victory, the more cautious he had to be. Whoosh! The cold air in the sky rippled and formed a vortex. Then, a huge golden sword of light appeared. Lightsaber? Jiang Xi was a little surprised. The first 3 levels of the Verdant Cloud brothel were filled with life-threatening dangers, and the third level was exactly the same. There was a whirlpool and a gigantic sword of light. The lightsaber would release streaks of white sword light, bringing about a psychological impact on the warriors. It's the same on the 7th level. Could it be another spirit shock? Jiang Xi was puzzled. This test will be repeated, right? 1. The golden light sword released a misty golden light that enveloped the area below, and Jiang Xi's body. Warrior Mountain Sea. The old voice sounded in Jiang Xi's mind. Pass the test of the heart sword and you can enter the 8th floor of the Green Cloud Brothel. In the next moment, the old voice disappeared. Boom! The blurry golden light released by the light sword instantly erupted with a powerful spiritual impact. It was like a waterfall, wanting to crush Jiang Xi's mental state. Jiang Xi only frowned slightly with a serious expression. It was really a spiritual impact, but it was much more powerful than the 3rd level. The 1st level was at the first step heavenly venerable level, while the 3rd level only had desolate level Tao Lords. It seems that it will be difficult to pass this level. Jiang Xi looked up at the huge golden sword of light. He did not dodge. The spiritual impact was invisible and formless. There was no way to dodge and could only be resisted. In the Grey Palace, the 4 commanders were still staring at the screen. With his mental state cultivation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to pass the 7th level, said the blood-armored commander. I just don't know how much of the Thousand Hearts sword technique he can learn. The Thousand Hearts sword technique is a special mystic technique created by His Majesty the Godly King. It can be said to be the most special attack method, said the Black Mist commander with a sigh. In our dream origin world, only the elites or experts who have made special contributions will be bestowed with the Thousand Hearts sword technique. However, they will only be bestowed with a portion of it. Yes, there were 6 Tao Lord warriors who reached the 7th level. 5 of them failed, and 1 of them successfully reached the 8th level. Among the 6 of them, the worst one did not even fully comprehend the 1st level of the Thousand Hearts sword technique. The best one only learned the 3rd level. I wonder how many levels this Warrior Mountain Sea can learn? Jiang Xi did not know that the reward hidden on the 7th level was the spiritual attack that he had been thinking about when he passed the 6th level. At this moment, he was still resisting the spiritual impact of the golden sword of light with his mental state cultivation. Do I have to keep resisting like this? Jiang Xi thought. I wonder what the limit of the spiritual impact on this level is. Will it reach the eternal supreme level? If that was the case, it was still uncertain whether he could pass this level. After all, his mental state was only at the eternal supreme level. If the spiritual impact really exceeded his tolerance limit, he might fall unconscious and be teleported out. It's only the 7th level now. If it's really that crazy, who can reach the top? Jiang Xi shook his head. He was still confident in himself. The misty golden light enveloped Jiang Xi as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. The power of the spiritual impact continued to increase, and soon reached the limit of a heavenly venerable. However, Jiang Xi still felt very relaxed. Jiang Xi's eyes moved, and he turned to look at a glacier mountain in the distance. That is? Ancient words began to appear inside the almost transparent iceberg. It was the common language of the primordial realm civilization. With Jiang Xi's foundation, he could naturally recognize it instantly. Soon, the densely packed words completely filled the interior of the iceberg. Jiang Xi also saw clearly what those words recorded. The 1st level of the Thousand Hearts sword technique. The Thousand Hearts sword technique? Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. The reward is indeed from the 4th level onwards. Although there is a test, the better the performance in the test, the better the reward. I didn't expect that the 7th level would directly reward me with a spiritual attack technique. This was definitely a great gain for him. It was another great opportunity. One had to know that even the godly king level 8 Cloud's inheritance that he possessed did not record any spiritual attack technique. Obviously, the 8 Clouds of the past generations, including the founder, the 8 Clouds godly king, did not know how to use spiritual power. However, the godly king of the dream origin realm had such a technique. Spiritual attacks were invisible and formless. No treasure could defend against it. It was definitely a great weapon in battle. Any spiritual life has thoughts and thoughts. The essence of thoughts and thoughts is spiritual power. When a weak life dies, this spiritual power will dissipate. And on the strong, this spiritual power will be reflected to a certain extent. For example, the pressure of a strong person. Even if a strong person dies, the spiritual power that permeates his body will not dissipate. Even a drop of blood, a piece of scale, or a strand of hair will contain a powerful spiritual impact. When a strong person is alive and fighting with an opponent, the one with a stronger state of mind will be able to make the opponent uneasy with just a glance. He will have the upper hand before making a move. If the difference in state of mind cultivation is too great, perhaps a glance will cause the opponent's mind to collapse and fall into a coma. Jiang Xi looked at the opening content of the first level of the Thousand Hearts Sword technique, and nodded as he read. Obviously, what was mentioned at the beginning was only the crudest and most superficial use of spiritual power. There was no technique to speak of. Next was the main event. Only when one's state of mind cultivation has reached the level of an eternal supreme can one cultivate this technique. This was the content after the first level of the Thousand Hearts Sword technique. However, the content of the first level was vast. Inside this transparent iceberg, paragraphs of text were still constantly emerging. Jiang Xi's primordial spirit was already at the limit of a heavenly master. He could remember a lot of content at a glance, but he still felt that his speed was not enough. At this moment, the spiritual impact emitted by the golden light sword in the sky was constantly increasing. It had already surpassed the limit of a heavenly master and continued to rise. There was a huge gap between the limit of a heavenly master and the eternal supreme. It was the same in terms of state of mind. It would take a certain amount of time for one to reach the level of an eternal supreme. Therefore, Jiang Xi could still easily withstand it for now. Finally, when no more new words appeared inside the iceberg, everything came to a stop. The first level of the Thousand Hearts Sword technique was fully revealed. It took such a long time for the first level to completely appear. If one's state of mind cultivation has not reached the level of a heavenly master, I'm afraid one can't even finish reading the first volume. Jiang Xi sighed. Just as the first volume was completely revealed. Jiang Xi looked at another iceberg in the distance, and saw that words had also begun to appear inside the iceberg. The second level of the Thousand Hearts Sword technique. Jiang Xi was overjoyed and quickly entered the shorthand state again. Soon, he had completely memorized the second level. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the spiritual impact emitted by the golden light sword was already close to that of an eternal supreme. A moment later, "It's coming again." Jiang Xi quickly turned around and looked at another iceberg beside him. Words began to appear there as well. In the Great Palace. This is already the third level of the Thousand Hearts Sword technique. Soon. The Black Fog Commander stared at the screen. So fast. He has finished learning the third level. Compared to the warriors of the past, he is already the best of all the warriors in history. The Thousand Hearts Sword technique has a total of 8 levels. I wonder which level he has learned? The Chaos Essence Divine General level Blood Armored Commander shook his head. His Majesty the Godly King didn't put all 8 levels on the 7th level, did he? Who knows? The highest level of the Dalord warriors before him only learned the 3rd level. Who knows how many levels His Majesty put on the 7th level? The other 2 commanders also wanted to believe it. They did not know either. Although the 4 commanders were eternal level elites, even they had not obtained all 8 levels of the Thousand Hearts Sword technique. After all, for a superpower, this kind of powerful inheritance was more important as it progressed. The powerhouses below would definitely be able to obtain more based on merit and talent. The 4th level. It's already the 4th level. The spiritual impact of the Heart Sword should be at the level of an eternal supreme. However, this mountain sea does not seem to feel much. It depends on the situation. He will be able to comprehend more. The four commanders were looking forward to it. They were also curious. How much could this unprecedented Dalord warrior learn? On the 7th floor of the verdant cloud brothel, Jiang Xi stood in front of an iceberg and heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally memorized all the contents of the 4th level. The content of each level of the Thousand Hearts sword technique was very long and vast. Just the time for the words to appear took a while. He was afraid that the spiritual impact of the golden light sword would reach his limit. The 5th level. Jiang Xi looked at another iceberg. A large number of words constantly appeared inside the transparent iceberg. In just a moment, a small part of the 5th level had appeared. His expression changed. Not good. Jiang Xi looked up at the golden light sword in the sky. The power of the golden light that was constantly emitting had finally reached the level of an eternal supreme. And it was constantly increasing. There is pressure. Jiang Xi suddenly felt that his consciousness was not as clear as before. He was affected. Faster. Faster. He did not waste time and hurriedly continued to memorize the contents of the 5th level. However, after the power of this spiritual impact crossed the gap between a heavenly venerable and an eternal supreme, it seemed that the speed of the increase in power had also increased. Jiang Xi knew that this was his own illusion. Because his mental state cultivation was only at the level of an eternal supreme, now that he was getting closer and closer to his limit, his state was declining faster and faster. Faster, faster, faster. Jiang Xi's gaze focused as he stared at the iceberg. Another 15 seconds passed. The contents of the 5th level had completely appeared. In the next moment, a new level began to appear on another iceberg. The 6th level! Jiang Xi also felt that the speed of the emergence of the Thousand Hearts sword technique was also increasing. It seemed that the stronger the spiritual impact was, the faster the words appeared on the iceberg. Boom! Jiang Xi only felt the sound of the universe exploding in his mind. His mental state world was trembling violently. His entire body was trembling, and his face was pale. However, he still persevered and kept memorizing the contents of the 6th level at this moment. The power of the spiritual impact had reached the level of an eternal supreme. Bang! Jiang Xi's mental state had reached its limit. He could no longer hold on and sat on the ground. No, I can still hold on. His entire body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. His consciousness was blurred, and his body trembled violently. One had to know that the strength of his primordial spirit was only at the limit of a heavenly venerable. If it was an ordinary heavenly venerable, his mental state would have collapsed in an instant. However, Jiang Xi was still trying his best to look up at the iceberg with his last bit of consciousness. I can't fall down. At least this 6th level. I must finish reading the 6th level. Crack. 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 The veins on Jiang Xi's body bulged, and a terrifying aura erupted uncontrollably. The surrounding glaciers were cracking. However, the iceberg was not affected at all. Seconds passed. In Jiang Xi's eyes, this second seemed to be as long as 10,000 years. It was as if the speed at which the words appeared inside the iceberg had also slowed down. Finish reading! Finish reading! Finish reading! This was the only thought left in Jiang Xi's mind. He forgot everything and stared into the distance. Finally, the contents of the 6th level of the Thousand Hearts sword technique appeared. He finished reading. At the same time, in another iceberg, the 7th level of the Thousand Hearts sword technique appeared. However, at this moment, Jiang Xi could no longer hold on. The last string in his heart snapped, and his mental state world collapsed. He did not have the chance to see the 7th level at all. Boom! A beam of light descended from the sky and enveloped the unconscious Jiang Xi. His figure disappeared. Chapter 680. God King Valley, in the Grey Palace next to the Verdant Cloud Brothel. In the main hall on the 3rd floor, the 4 great commanders fell into silence. Everything was silent. They stared fixedly at the screen of light. The rapidly changing images of the 7th floor made them feel suffocated. At the final juncture, the Thousand Hearts sword art appeared faster and faster. There was no gap between each level. The longer they persevered, the more they might be able to see the contents of the next level. From this, it could be seen that the closer a Tao Lord was to the limit, the harder it was to advance. That was why the Thousand Hearts sword art appeared so quickly in the later stages. The 5th level is complete. The 6th level is complete too. Unfortunately, he's fallen. Seeing Jiang Xi's figure disappear on the screen, the 4 commanders actually heaved a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances and smiled. A full 6 levels. He's destined to be stronger than us, the Chaos Origin Divine Champion said with a sigh. They were all amazed. Even they had only learned the first 5 levels when the God King had bestowed them with the sword art. But this warrior Mountain Sea, a Tao Lord, had learned the first 6 levels of the Thousand Hearts sword art. At this moment, the 4 commanders were also staring at the screen as they spoke. Put it away. The blood-armored commander smiled. The Black Mist commander nodded. Then, the screen in the center of the hall disappeared. This was because even the 4 commanders couldn't see the scenes on the 8th and 9th floors of the Verdant Cloud Brothel. So, what exactly was happening in the Verdant Cloud Brothel? What were the difficulties of the 8th floor? What big secrets did the 9th floor hold? What did the God King leave behind? They had no idea. Wait. We can only wait. If he really succeeds, the elite mission will automatically disappear. There was only one Verdant Cloud Brothel. There was only one elite mission for Tao Lord warriors. Once someone succeeded, the mission would disappear and never appear again. Will he succeed? The Black Mist commander was still worried. The only Tao Lord warrior who entered the 8th floor failed after he failed. We asked him about it, but his memories of the 8th floor were erased. Even he doesn't know what happened there. There must be a big secret on the 8th floor. Otherwise, the God King wouldn't have erased his memories, said the silver-armored female commander. Let's wait. Although the 4 commanders were anxious in their hearts, they still maintained their calm and curiosity. They were born in the Dream Origin realm and were naturally loyal to His Majesty the Godly King. If His Majesty the God King ordered them to die, they would not hesitate. However, they were also curious. His Majesty the Godly King had left the Verdant Cloud Brothel behind in order to wait for a peerless figure. What kind of peerless figure could make His Majesty the Divine King wait like this? And what was on the 8th and 9th floors of the Verdant Cloud Brothel? Jiang Xi felt space-time distort as he arrived at the 8th level. At this moment, his mind was still immersed in the scene on the 7th floor. Judging from the power of the mental impact at the end of the 7th floor, my mental state cultivation should be close to that of an eternal great sovereign, but it's still a little lacking. Although I didn't get the full content of the Thousand Hearts sword technique, the 6 stages are enough for me to practice for a long time. Jiang Xi was very satisfied with his harvest this time. From the 2 ultimate arts of 8 Clouds Inheritance, 8 Lives and Cloud Annihilation were also at the 8th level, but the 6th level was the Chaos Origin Divine King realm. From this, it could be inferred that the first 6 stages of the Thousand Hearts sword technique were enough for him to practice for a long time. I'm now on the 8th floor, which is also the final hurdle of the Verdant Cloud Brothel. It's also the final obstacle for me to reach the 9th floor. Jiang Xi collected his thoughts and looked around. This was a void world. In the vast void, there was only a small floating continent. It was very small, with a diameter of only 1,000,000 kilometers. Jiang Xi did not hesitate as he transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the small continent. It didn't look far, but it took a lot of time to fly. This was because the 8th floor's void seemed to be suppressed by something. He couldn't teleport or increase his speed. So, after a long time, Jiang Xi finally arrived on the continent at a glance. The entire small continent was bare without any debris. However, there were many ancient primordial realm words on the ground. Oh? Jiang Xi quickly read the entire content. The 8th floor of the Verdant Cloud Brothel is the final hurdle of the Elite Sequence mission. Observe the void around you and you will be able to learn a secret technique. If you can master it, You can reach the 9th floor of the Verdant Cloud brothel. If you fail, your memory will be erased and you will leave the Verdant Cloud brothel. After reading it, all the words disappeared. Jiang Xi immediately looked up at the surrounding void. As expected, huge words began to appear in the void in all directions. Every word was like a star that was connected to each other. The countless words in the void were like a chaotic picture scroll. There were no pauses or sentences, and all the words were connected. It was unknown which word was the beginning and which was the end. There was no order at all. It's so chaotic. To cultivate the secret technique, I have to sort out the complete content of the secret technique first? But there's no beginning or end. The order of the words is completely messed up. How long will it take to form a sentence, and then the entire secret technique? Jiang Xi frowned. This was only the first step. He still had to cultivate. Of course, he wasn't worried about this step because he had the experience points panel. As long as he had the complete secret technique, he could complete the cultivation. The most important thing now was to sort out the secret technique. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. How do I cultivate? Jiang Xi looked at the words in the void. Every word was emitting light and flickering. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. The countless words were like a huge picture scroll that was connected from head to tail. It was displayed in front of Jiang Xi just like that. However, Jiang Xi couldn't understand it. It was as if the meaning of those words was not as simple as it seemed. Even the flickering light had a pattern. Not only did the words have to be combined, but the pattern of the light also had to be matched. Do I have to stop at the 8th level? Jiang Xi shook his head. With the strength of his peak heavenly venerable primordial spirit, it was difficult for him to analyze the correct combination of the words and the pattern of the light. At the same time, he was also using the panel to deduce. However, the efficiency of this kind of deduction was obviously not as high as the efficiency of deducing the secret technique pattern. Fortunately, there were still changes. After an unknown period of time, buzz! Suddenly, Jiang Xi, who had been immersed in deducing the star words, felt all the words in the void light up. In an instant, his spiritual consciousness was sucked into the picture scroll. This process was like his spiritual consciousness entering the Tongtian mountain river painting. But now, almost all of his spiritual awareness had entered the scroll of words in the void. Jiang Xi's body stood motionless on the small floating land. The star words in the void around him shone brightly. They were flickering one after another, containing a special pattern. Whoosh! A blurry figure condensed and appeared in the void. It was not clear whether it was a man or a woman. It could only be confirmed that it was a humanoid. The blurry figure looked at Jiang Xi standing there and sighed softly. This is the second one. Could it be him? The last person who successfully entered the picture scroll world failed very quickly. This time, perhaps we are too delusional. The blurry figure shook his head again. Life is mysterious, reincarnation is mysterious. In this vast world, the probability of waiting for him is too small. The blurry figure didn't disappear. He just watched and waited in the void. In the picture scroll world. After the stellar transposition, riverward spiritual sense arrived in front of a palace shining with purple light. This palace was located at the top of an endless mountain. It was incomparably majestic. Looking carefully, he saw that everything was shrouded in clouds and mist. It looked blurry. With just a glance, he could feel a strong pressure. What is this place? My spiritual consciousness was forcefully pulled in. Jiang Xi felt more and more mysterious with his state of mind cultivation and the strength of his primordial spirit. Even an eternal supreme could not pull his spiritual consciousness out of his body silently. Just now, I seem to have used the panel to deduce some patterns. He thought of this again. It seemed that those patterns were like the key to opening the picture scroll. Once comprehended, he could enter the picture scroll world. Come in, come in! Suddenly, there was a series of calls from the Purple Light Palace. This voice made Jiang Xi, who was still in deep thought, instantly fall into a muddle-headed state. He unconsciously walked toward the door of the hall, and into the depths of the hall. Jiang Xi suddenly woke up and immediately looked around. I'm in the hall? Without any warning, he directly controlled me. The gap is too big. Fortunately, there was no danger to his life behind the verdant cloud brothel. Otherwise, he would really be at the mercy of others. Jiang Xi calmed down and carefully observed his surroundings. He saw that this was an extremely gorgeous hall. Stone pillars with mysterious patterns stood in the hall. There were also a lot of decorations on the distant walls. And all of this emitted a powerful pressure. Jiang Xi wanted to see clearly, but he couldn't see anything clearly. He couldn't even see the ground under his feet. Boom! The entire hall shook violently. Jiang Xi immediately turned his head and saw a small beast appear out of thin air behind him. The small beast's body was covered in black scales. Its appearance was similar to a lion. There was a purple horn on its forehead. Its eyes were glowing with purple light. When it walked in the hall, the entire hall seemed to tremble. You are? Jiang Xi took the initiative to ask. I'm that mystic art you're looking for, the small beast said smugly. You're the mystic art? Jiang Xi was surprised. Even supreme treasures have spirits. Why can't mystic arts have spirits? The small beast started laughing. Mystic art spirit. Jiang Xi was instantly pleasantly surprised in his heart. If it were other powerhouses, they probably wouldn't understand the value of a mystic art spirit. But he had the Divine King level 8 Cloud's inheritance. He naturally knew this. Only Chaos Essence Divine King level super powerhouses had the strength to refine their absolute art into a mystic art spirit, and pass it down. Mystic arts having spirits would choose a truly suitable master. If other powerhouses attempted to rely on powerful strength to forcefully seize the mystic art spirit, they would only fail in the end. Back then, the 8 Clouds lineage's founding ancestor, 8 Clouds Divine King, had also refined 2 great absolute arts, 8 Lives and Cloud Annihilation, into mystic art spirits. But in that battle where 8 Clouds Divine King fell, the 2 great mystic art spirits were also destroyed. And in the subsequent generations of 8 Clouds, none of them reached the Divine King level again. Therefore, this Divine King level inheritance didn't have a mystic art spirit. What kind of mystic art is it that it specially created a mystic art spirit? Jiang Xi guessed in his heart. He knew that the reward on the 8th level was probably not inferior to the 8 elemental Dao arts and 1000 Hearts sword technique. Its value might even be higher. At this moment, the small beast said again. Since you can enter the scroll world, you must have some foundation. But whether you can obtain this mystic art will depend on your strength. Look carefully. With that said, the small beast's horn shot out 4 rays of light. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The 4 rays of light landed in 4 different directions of the hall. Suddenly, huge scrolls appeared on the 4 walls of the hall at the same time. The scrolls fell and revealed countless words. Only 3 of the scrolls had words that couldn't be read clearly. Only 1 scroll, which was the scroll that blocked the hall's door, had words that could be read clearly by Jiang Xi. There are 4 scrolls, the small beast continued. The only one you can see clearly is the entire mystic arts Daoyin method. Daoyin method? Jiang Xi nodded. He knew this. Usually, only super experts at the primordial chaos realm would use the Daoyin method to select their inheritors when they left behind their legacies. However, this method of selection was very strict. Over a long period of time, one might not necessarily find a suitable inheritor. For example, the 8 Clouds legacy was different. It had been passed down for many generations and 8 Clouds Divine King had already fallen. The difficulty of the selection was much lower, and it was easier to select an inheritor. It seems like this mystic art was left behind by His Majesty Divine King from the Dream Origin world. Jiang Xi came to a conclusion. Otherwise, he wouldn't use the Daoyin method to select an inheritor. Then the test on the 8th level of the Verdant Cloud Brothel is to master the Daoyin method and obtain the complete mystic art. It was no wonder that this was the most difficult level. This was because it was a two-way choice. It wasn't something that could be learned just because one wanted to. Jiang Xi raised his head and looked at the huge scroll floating above the hall door. The small beast beside him also said, "This Daoyin method has very strict requirements. It's best if the cultivator's cultivation is at the Tao Lord level. At most, it can't exceed the heavenly venerable level. Otherwise, there's no chance of success." Jiang Xi nodded. He had no problem with this. Although his body and essence spirit were already at the limit of a heavenly venerable, his cultivation was still at the universe realm. Then, he continued to focus on the Daoyin scroll. He instantly memorized the countless primordial realm words on it. Daoyin. Jiang Xi began to organize his thoughts and comprehend it properly. As long as he could record this Daoyin method into his experience points panel, regardless of whether he was a suitable inheritor or not, he could forcibly level up and obtain the complete mystic art. This Daoyin method has very high requirements. The small beast was still talking. Ever since I was created by Master, there have been countless peerless geniuses who tried to obtain it. However, none of them succeeded. Jiang Xi glanced at it. Countless geniuses? There shouldn't be many who could make it to the 8th level of the Verdant Cloud Brothel, right? It seemed like the Dream Origin world was really just a military camp for the Divine King to cultivate elites. The small beast should have followed the Divine King and lived in the upper realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come into contact with so many peerless geniuses. As for you, I don't think you stand a chance. You'll fail. The small beast glanced at Jiang Xi proudly. Chapter 681. The spirit of the secret technique in the form of a little beast was certain that Jiang Xi would fail. Fail? Jiang Xi ignored the little beast and began to sort out the contents of the guide scroll. He pondered over every detail and soon understood the detailed steps of cultivation. Then, he began to try to cultivate. This scene surprised the little beast. He's straightforward. He's going to cultivate directly. However, he'll probably fail. The little beast shook its head and then lay down in the main hall, waiting by the side. It was waiting for Jiang Xi to fail and then send Jiang Xi out. The moment Riverward cultivated, he fell into a special state. His main body and avatar were immersed in it and began to cultivate involuntarily. Universe 4, Milky Way Galaxy, Earth. Now, Jiang Xi's avatar was stationed on Earth, and the entire Milky Way Galaxy had become one of the holy lands of the human race. It was called the Milky Way Holy Land. Usually, there were many perfected lords and tribulation transcenders stationed all over the Milky Way Holy Land. Earth was even more prosperous. Whoosh! At this moment, a powerful mental impact spread from Earth instantly. It spread to the entire solar system at an unstoppable speed and then continued to spread to the entire Milky Way Holy Land. All life, whether ordinary people or ordinary beasts, tribulation transcenders or perfected lords, were swept by this mental impact and fell into a coma. Fortunately, this mental impact did not contain any offensive power. Otherwise, these life forms would have all died in an instant. Retreat! Quick! Retreat from the Milky Way Holy Land! At the periphery of the Milky Way Holy Land, those powerhouses who had not been affected immediately took the teleportation array and left the Milky Way Holy Land. In the end, the powerful mental impact, with some faint white light, completely covered the entire Milky Way Holy Land. Some of the higher-ups of the human race, and some of the Tao Lords in the human camp also came to the edge of the Milky Way Holy Land. What's going on? What's wrong with Lord Mountain Sea's avatar? What kind of terrifying means is this? It's not like the suppression of the primordial spirit, but the pressure it brings is so strong that even the Tao Lords can't withstand it. I'm standing at the edge and I feel shocked. One by one, the Tao Lords stood in the starry sky and looked at the Milky Way Holy Land shrouded in a layer of white light. They didn't know what had happened, but they were all guessing. Perhaps Jiang Xi had encountered an opportunity in the Dream Origin realm and obtained a powerful secret method. Now he was cultivating it, which led to this situation. 1. 2 figures appeared one after another, emitting powerful pressure. They were Venerable Ming and Heavenly Venerable Nine Firmament. Now that more than 300,000 years had passed, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had already become a celestial lord with the various legacies that Jiang Xi had brought over. Greetings to you, Empyrean Bright Sun, Empyrean High Firmaments. The Tao Lords all bowed respectfully. Pass down the order. Celestial Master Ninth Firmament ordered. Seal off the entire Milky Way sacred land. Do not allow any living beings to enter. Do not spread any news about this place. Yes. Instantly, 10 Lords accepted the order and immediately went to make the arrangements. Both Venerable Ming and Heavenly Venerable Nine Firmaments were staring at the Milky Way Holy Land, which was shrouded in white light. They were secretly communicating with each other. What technique is this? It doesn't seem like a secret method or the power of the primordial spirit. Venerable Ming asked through voice transmission. Jiang Xi told me that he obtained a spiritual attack technique some time ago. Perhaps this is a spiritual attack. Celestial Master Ninth Firmament replied through voice transmission, but his tone was filled with worry. Now, he didn't know what Jiang Xi was experiencing or if he was in danger. Dream Origin Realm, 8th floor of Verdant Cloud in the Void World. Jiang Xi stood on the small piece of land, motionless. His body was covered in spots of white light, and his entire body seemed to be emitting spiritual attacks. The spots of white light transformed into tiny patterns that fused into his body and primordial spirit, as though they were imprinting themselves. This was a test that came from the inside out. It was the most fundamental test. And in this test, Jiang Xi's spiritual power naturally fused with his body and primordial spirit. Under normal circumstances, the spiritual power of an expert was like rootless duckweed. Once they died, even if their body wasn't destroyed, the spiritual power would dissipate. And Jiang Xi's spiritual power was now fusing with his body and primordial spirit this way. His spiritual power would have a root. Only then would he be able to unleash a spiritual attack. This was the prerequisite for cultivating the Thousand Hearts Sword technique and all other spiritual attack techniques. And after completing this step, even if the expert died, a drop of blood, a strand of hair, a piece of skin, or an illusory consciousness left behind would contain a powerful spiritual attack. This process was very slow, and it took nearly 1,000 years. Originally, the surface of Jiang Xi's body was flickering with spots of white light. But suddenly it turned blue. Boom! Universe 4, Milky Way Sacred Land. The spiritual attack emitted by Jiang Xi's clone increased explosively again. The expressions of the Tao Lords guarding the borders of the Milky Way Sacred Land changed drastically. What's going on? The pressure is getting stronger again. Even though they were very far away, they could feel a pressure that came from the depths of their souls. Only some Tao Lords with high cultivation could withstand it. The other ordinary Tao Lords could only struggle to resist or retreat far away. In the void on the 8th floor of the Verdant Cloud building, the blurry figure was still looking at Jiang Xi, who was standing on land. He has entered the second stage. The blurry figure trembled, and his hazy eyes seemed to be filled with excitement. When I was in the upper realm, the guiding scroll was spread out. Many geniuses from the various superpowers went in and tried it. However, those who enter the second stage are few and far between, extremely few. Then in this lower realm, only he can enter the second stage. Could it be, no matter what, you must succeed? The blurry figure was also looking forward to it. In the word scroll world, Little Beast, who was lying there, also looked up at Jiang Xi in shock. He actually entered the second stage? There are a total of 3 stages in the guiding technique, and he can actually enter the second stage. Since I was born, countless geniuses from the superpowers have come in and tried it. Some of those geniuses have obtained extremely precious inheritances, and some have been endlessly nurtured from the beginning, but the number of peerless geniuses who can withstand it and enter the second stage is less than 50. What's the background of this kid? Time passed day by day. Jiang Xi had no idea how big of a commotion he had caused. Pain, torture, purgatory. This was what Jiang Xi was feeling now. He had finished reading the guiding scroll and knew that there were a total of 3 stages in the cultivation of the guiding technique. The first stage was still okay and easy. But from the second stage onwards, his body and primordial spirit would be subjected to cruel treatment. The fine patterns formed by the power of the soul were like countless thin needles piercing through his body and primordial spirit. At the same time, they were like countless scorching marks. This was an unprecedented pain. It was also the first time he had experienced it since he started cultivating. Could it be that there's a danger of dying while cultivating the guiding technique? Jiang Xi was a little worried. But now that he had entered a special state of cultivation, he could not retreat. He could only complete the cultivation. He looked at the experience panel. Heart Origin Meridian, Guiding Technique, Second Stage, 1 yuan, 50,000 yuan. This was the information that was recorded on the panel after he started cultivating the guiding technique. Obviously, after completing the energy channeling technique, he would be able to draw out a powerful technique called the Heart Origin Sutra. The guiding technique of the Heart Origin Meridian had a total of 3 stages, which were 3 realms. The first stage required 30,000 eternal experience points. It took him nearly 1,000 years to fill up the registration experience for the first level before he reached the second level. For me, with the interface, cultivating the Daoyin method shouldn't be difficult, Riverward thought to himself. He had obtained 360,000 eternal experience points on the 4th floor of the Verdant Cloud Brothel, so there was no problem in terms of experience points now. The most difficult thing is to resist the pain of the spiritual mark. Jiang Xi only felt that every inch of his body and primordial spirit was trembling. Intense pain. Chapter 682. In the Purple Hall, Jiang Xi was completely immersed in the cultivation of the guide scroll. His entire body was enveloped by blue light. I've already entered the second stage. The little beast was looking forward to it. As long as I can enter the third stage, it'll be fine. Over the countless years, no inheritor has been able to enter the third stage. Kid, work hard. You must enter the third stage. Once you enter the third stage, failure means death. But if you succeed, no matter how bad you are in the future, only those peerless godly kings will be able to suppress you. The little beast was looking forward to it. The fate of its existence was to find a suitable inheritor. Once it found it, the spirit of the secret art would dissipate. But it did not care. From the day it was born, what it pursued was the moment of brilliance when it recognized the master. Universe 4, Milky Way Holy Land. The huge galaxy was enveloped by blue light. Just like that, nearly 2,000 years passed. Buzz. All of the blue light turned into countless specks of purple light. And these purple lights seemed to be connected to each other, forming an incomparably vast mysterious pattern. Boom! The spread of the spiritual impact increased again. Not good! The Tao Lords who had been guarding the edge of the Milky Way Holy Land instantly fainted. Only 2 Universe Tao Lords were still conscious. Even if they were not covered by the light, they could not withstand the spiritual impact. Soon, the human camp was in an uproar. Tao Lord Mountainsea's mysterious attack, which did not distinguish between friend and foe, caused 38 of the 40 Tao Lords guarding the edge of the Milky Way Holy Land to faint. This shocked all the experts in the human camp. This was only a scattered attack. If it was concentrated on the enemy, how terrifying would it be? Heavenly Sovereign Ninth Firmament ordered again. Do not spread any information. Otherwise, it will be considered a crime of defecting to the enemy. Last time, when the Milky Way Holy Land was enveloped by the white light, he had ordered to seal everything. This time, his order was even stricter. Jiang Xi, no matter what, you have to come back alive. Heavenly Sovereign Ninth Firmament looked at the Milky Way Holy Land covered in purple light, and thought to himself he knew very well that how could such a heaven-defying method be so easy to obtain. Just by looking at how Jiang Xi was completely cut off from the outside world, it was obvious that Jiang Xi was very likely in terrible danger. Dream Origin Realm, in the void world on the 8th floor of Verdant Cloud Building. Jiang Xi was shrouded in purple light spots. His body and primordial spirit were imprinted with large amounts of purple patterns at every moment. Boom! Waves of powerful mental attacks spread out in all directions. The third stage. Since the creation of the guide scroll, no one has ever entered the third stage. It's him. It must be him. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. The blurry figure in the void was trembling with excitement and nervousness. I can't fail. This is the last stage. I can't fail. In the world of the text scroll, the little beast also looked nervously at Jiang Xi. It could tell that this Tao Lord expert was also experiencing a terrifying nightmare. This is a test of the soul. If you want to cultivate this unprecedented soul art, which is said to be the strongest attack in the myriad heavens, you will have to pay the price. Your mind, body, and primordial spirit must meet the requirements. If you can't reach the bottom line, you can only die. Brat, hold on. You have to hold on. As long as you can hold on, you will enter a brand new world. Time passed. Heart Origin Sutra, Daoyin, Level 3, 1 yuan/100, 000 yuan. Jiang Xi was using the interface to continuously increase the level of the Daoyin method. This was not difficult for him at all. The most difficult thing was the increasing pain. After entering the third stage, with the imprint of the soul force, it was as if his body and primordial spirit were being crushed inch by inch and then crushed into powder. Pain. However, every time he felt that he could not hold on, an inexplicable force would emerge from the depths of his body and primordial spirit, which was also his mental world, causing his body and primordial spirit to transform. Could it be that I'm naturally suitable for this secret technique called the Heart Origin Sutra? This thought appeared in Jiang Xi's mind while he was in extreme pain. This made him feel that even without the experience interface, he could still last until the third stage and complete the entire Daoyin method cultivation. Next, as the cultivation of the third stage increased, Jiang Xi began to gradually adapt to the pain of his body and primordial spirit being crushed and became more comfortable. This feels great. Jiang Xi actually liked the feeling of cultivating the third stage. Soon, 5,000 years passed. Phew! In the main hall, Jiang Xi stood in front of the Daoyin scroll. Suddenly, he opened his eyes with a smile on his face and felt extremely relaxed. Beside him, the little beast was no longer lying there. It moved its face closer to Jiang Xi. Spirit of the secret technique, what are you? Jiang Xi took 2 steps back. The little beast did not speak immediately. Instead, it stared at Jiang Xi carefully. Finally, it muttered, I'm trying to see who you are. Where did you come from? You actually succeeded. However, congratulations. You are qualified to cultivate this secret technique created by my master. The little beast shook its head proudly. Who is your master? Jiang Xi asked. His intuition told him that the godly king of the dream origin world was not this little beast's master. This was because the cultivation of the Daoyin scroll was already so abnormal. The secret technique after the Daoyin scroll should be even stronger than the godly king level, 8 lives, and cloud extinguisher. In other words, it was not even a godly king level secret technique. It was 1 level higher. Listen carefully. Although my master does not know you, the little beast said, you have learned his secret technique. Remember my master's name. My master, Yuan, is the most powerful existence in this universe. Yuan? Jiang Xi's eyes widened. He could not maintain his composure. What's with that look? The little beast stared back. Nothing. I just feel that the name is very noble. Jiang Xi regained his composure. You have good eyesight. The little beast smiled proudly. All right, you have cultivated the Daoyin scroll and met the requirements. Naturally, you are qualified to learn this noble secret technique created by my master. It is said to be the strongest attack technique in this universe. After living for so long, I can finally return to the secret technique. Hua! Instantly, the little beast turned into specks of starlight and surged into Jiang Xi's consciousness. Then, a huge amount of information appeared. In the void on the 8th floor of the verdant cloud building, the blurry figure had been waiting anxiously for 5,000 years until the light that enveloped Jiang Xi dissipated. especially the star runes that were originally revolving around the void. They surged towards Jiang Xi crazily. Success! The blurry figure heaved a sigh of relief. He stared at Jiang Xi's figure and muttered, "Is it him? It should be him, right?" Chapter 683. In the distance, Jiang Xi was the only one standing quietly on the floating land. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. "I've passed the 8th level." Jiang Xi looked around. The astral text in the void had disappeared. He knew that the mystic technique represented by the astral text had integrated into his body. Yuan? It's actually Yuan! The shock in Jiang Xi's heart did not disappear. Who else could use this name? It was naturally the Emperor Lord of the Primordial Realm who had once embarked on the final path. As the Emperor Lord of the Primordial Realm failed at the final step, the Primordial Realm was occupied by its old rival, the Astral Realm. The Primordial Realm's chaos C also plummeted. Dream Origin Realm. No wonder it's called Dream Origin Realm. Jiang Xi finally sighed. I actually obtained his inheritance. Then, he began to recall the information about the mystic technique he had just obtained. When he began cultivating the Taoyin art, he already knew the name of this mystic technique. Heart Origin Sutra. The seemingly ordinary name was a true super technique of the myriad worlds. Soul attack techniques were extremely rare, and the Heart Origin Sutra was one of the strongest. What was the myriad worlds? The Primordial Realm and the Astral Realm were just two of them. There were many other massive worlds similar to these two. Of course, the Primordial Realm and the Astral Realm were also among the top existences in the myriad worlds. In fact, when the Emperor Lord of the Primordial Realm was still around, the Primordial Realm could even be ranked in the top 10. If the Emperor Lord of the Primordial Realm had not failed at the final step, perhaps the Primordial Realm would have had a chance to rush to the top. Jiang Xi shook his head and carefully checked the Heart Origin Sutra he had just obtained. The Thousand Hearts Sword Technique, a soul attack technique he had obtained on the 7th level, could be cultivated at the Eternal Supremacy level of mental state. However, the Heart Origin Sutra could only be cultivated at the Chaos Essence Divine General level of mental state. From this, it could be seen how powerful this soul attack technique was. To be precise, the Thousand Hearts Sword Technique was a powerful soul attack technique. It was extremely useful for Eternal Supremacies and Chaos Essence Divine Generals. However, the Heart Origin Sutra was in existence that could drive a Chaos Essence Divine King crazy. Even Chaos Essence Divine rulers of a higher level would fight for it. This was because spiritual attacks were invisible and formless. If one's mental state cultivation was not high enough, they would not be able to resist a mental attack at all. The ultimate technique of the Primordial Realm's Empyrean Lord is actually hidden on the 8th floor of the Verdant Cloud Brothel. Who is the immortal king in the Dream Origin Realm? What's hidden on the 9th floor? Jiang Xi thought to himself. Red. A ray of light descended from the void and enveloped Jiang Xi. His figure disappeared from the 8th level. Reaching the top of the 9th stratum meant that he had succeeded. He would then complete the Elite Daolord mission and become the only Elite Daolord. Jiang Xi appeared in a quiet square courtyard. There were ancient carvings on the courtyard walls. It was the unique style of the Primordial Realm's civilization. This is the 9th floor of the Verdant Cloud Brothel? There was nothing special about it. But the more it was like this, the more mysterious it seemed. Come in. A voice came from the quiet residence ahead. Jiang Xi's body stiffened. His face was full of shock and disbelief. With his mental state cultivation, it was almost impossible for anything to make him so shocked. Even when he heard the name, Yuan, he could quickly regain his composure. But at this moment, this voice made him unable to maintain his composure. His mind was greatly moved. The shock on his face did not subside for a long time. Because it was very familiar. What are you waiting for? The voice sounded again. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He walked forward along the ancient stone path. Even though each of the ancient stone slabs was engraved with complicated mystic art patterns, He was not in the mood to observe and deduce them. Soon, he turned a corner and came to the depths of the square courtyard. It was a courtyard. An unknown ancient tree stood in the corner of the courtyard. There was an exquisite round table and 2 chairs under the tree. One person sat on the chair while the other stood beside him like a guard. Jiang Xi stood at the entrance of the courtyard in a daze. He looked at the 2 people under the tree in a daze. They were indeed humans, not life forms of other races. Even though he had the mental state cultivation of an eternal supreme, he still found it hard to believe. It was like a dream. Daodu? Senior Qin Shi? The figure sitting there was wearing a gorgeous palace dress. She seemed to be the most beautiful woman in the world, the focus of everything. The figure standing there was wearing a long green robe. His face was full of vicissitudes. There were knife and sword scars, as if he had experienced many great battles. You are not him. Suddenly, the woman in the palace dress sighed and shook her head. You are not her. Jiang Xi also spoke. At first glance, the woman in the palace dress was indeed no different from Jiangdudu. But their temperaments were obviously different. Jiangdudu was more lively and quick-witted, while the woman in the palace dress in front of him gave off a sacred, serious, and inviolable feeling. As for the green-robed figure next to her, although he looked the same as Heavenly Venerable Qin Shi, Heavenly Venerable Qin Shi gave off a barbaric feeling. This green-robed figure, on the other hand, had a fierce, murderous aura. Moreover, Jiang Xi felt that this green-robed figure seemed to be the blurry figure he saw at the end of the 4th level's path. Who are you? Jiang Xi took the initiative to ask again. My master is Great Dream Godly Monarch, the founder of the Dream Origin World. The green-robed figure said. And I am Divine General Qin Shi. From the looks of it, you have already seen the 2 faces that look like us. I believe you have many questions, right? Great Dream Godly Monarch said. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and nodded. He did not have the fear he should have when facing godly monarchs and godly generals. He was most familiar with these 2 faces, so it was naturally impossible for him to feel such reverence. However, he did have questions, deep questions. Jiangdudu and he had depended on each other since young. Their lives were long intertwined. Although Jiangdudu had always been in slumber in Heavenly Venerable Qin Shi's space, he would visit her nearly every year. As for Heavenly Venerable Qin Shi, he was a guide on his cultivation path. He could also be considered one of his masters. Now that there were 2 people who looked exactly like them, how could he not be puzzled? Do you know of samsara? Great Dream Godly Monarch asked. Among the 8 great Tao Dharma in the primordial realm's chaos sea, there is the samsara Tao Dharma, answered Jiang Xi. But since ancient times, no life form has ever successfully reincarnated. Under the calamity, all non-eternal life forms will be annihilated unless they rely on eternity. That's because the samsara Tao Dharma in the primordial realm's chaos sea was created by me, said Great Dream Godly Monarch calmly. This? Jiang Xi was alarmed. Back then, my godly monarch Bodhimanda was called the Great Dream Bodhimanda. Some experts also called it the Samsara Bodhimanda. And now, the 4th universe in the Chaos Sea is a universe that I opened using the Samsara Tao Dharma, added Great Dream Godly Monarch. You banned the Chaos Sea's Samsara? Pressed Jiang Xi. That's right. Great Dream Godly Monarch nodded. Then why? You. Jiang Xi glanced at her before looking at Divine General Qin Shi. He already had an answer in his heart. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.